this is the Turkish style.
Welcome back, one and all, to the My 35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey, the first round of the 2026 UAM MotoSurf World Championship. We're coming to you from Bilek Bay in Çeşme in Turkey, about 2 hours away from the capital city of Istanbul. And what a fabulous location this is. An amazing spectacle and a wonderful backdrop for the first round of the MotoSurf World Championship 2026. I'm Jake Sanson here on the sideline beside the My Racing Club clubhouse. And it is wonderful to be with you for the third and final day of race activity. If you were with us on Friday and with us on Saturday, you will know that today is a glorious day by comparison to 24 hours ago. The sea is a lot calmer than it was, and certainly it's going to be a much better day at the office. The only problem we've really got is that the winds are still strong, and they're expected to get up to anywhere between 30 and 40 kilometers an hour today, so it could still be a tricky one for the riders. We are slightly delayed in our program today, unfortunately, due to technical difficulties. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to bring you the first race of the day, which was the Women's Masters. That was the Korean star Lee Eun-jin taking race win number 3 out of 3 in front of Germany's Jennifer Beckman and Ekaterina Vengerova in front of Bianca Pina and Tukshilevan Toglu to finish off the first race of our day's program. That is the race that was actually postponed yesterday. We've got 2 more races now that were postponed yesterday to bring into the morning activity, and that is the first of the Masters male races. The red flag in the air at the moment means we are currently unable to start the race, so the competitors are going to make their way back to the shoreline for the time being. That gives us a little bit of an opportunity to discuss the state of play as the riders are getting ready for another exciting bout out on the course. It's not going to be easy to determine how things are going to progress in this one because everything is still very, very tough to predict. But from what we can tell over the course of yesterday was that this is one of the tightest race courses that the UAM MotoSurf World Championship has ever had to face. There's only about 1.5 feet to 2 feet to the bed of the ocean in this bay, and that means that it is very difficult to balance when you are upright, and then when you are going to fall down, it is going to be very tricky. Kim Down and Mark Andrews will lead off the Masters Men Heat 3A from Peter Faltasek and Ted Burke. Then Yuri Renner and Jaime Hincache from Romanicha Knatishvili and Sebastian Lux. Rada Glushka and Efe Gersoy, along with Joe Chung and Nikita Antonov. For all of the riders in the Masters Men category, for both Heat 3A and Heat B, this is their last chance to book themselves a place in the final this afternoon. We had 29 qualifiers in Masters Men. Only 24 of them were able to get through to the heats, and there's only place for 12 of them in the final this afternoon. It is a cutthroat competition, MotoSurf, for all of the competitors that want to be there in the final hurrah. And sadly, only 12 seats at the table for the finals. The riders are on the jetty, just waiting for the technical difficulties to be sorted. And that means that we're going to have a little bit of a pause in proceedings before the riders can get themselves back up to vapid pace again. But it's definitely going to be an interesting one when we do go racing. Obviously, the weather and the elements have been against us several times over the course of the week, but that doesn't mean that we are going to ease off the throttle any point at all. It's going to be an interesting challenge for all of our contenders. And we don't just have the riders in the Masters Men coming up today, we will also have Heat 4 for all of the contenders. You can see them all getting prepared for the race action. Brought to a stoppage very briefly for the competition. We have all of the contenders there in position. Kim Down for Rocket Racing, the sole career racer, 42 years of age. From the Canadian, Mark Andrews from Toronto in Ontario, starting from 2nd place on the grid. Peter Faltasek 3rd. Great to see everybody still limbering up for the start of this one. Peter Faltasek on the number 3 shorts. Number 4 is the American rider Ted Burke from Mooresville, North Carolina. And then following behind him, we have Yuri Renner, who did such a good job in the qualification. Jaime Hincache, the Chilean rider, is going to be next up in the foray for Jet Surf Orlando. Good to see him flying the flag for South America, and not just for his nation here in Turkey for the World Championship opener here in Turkey. Romanicha Knatishvili, the Austrian, good to see him back out again after he was ruled out of yesterday's attempt for the 3rd heat. He has had some treatment overnight. Hopefully he's going to be good for this one. He came to the circuit today with Sebastian Lux. They're very good friends, of course, those two, as well as good combatants on the course. Rada Glushka, 9th position off the start for the Jet Surf Pardubici squad. 10th position, and in the A shorts behind him is going to be the hard-charging Turkish rider Efe Gürsoy, all being well. Not entirely sure whether he's going to be taking the start of this because he failed to take the start in either of yesterday's races. Jo Chung, saw him getting his fitness training on this morning. He really wants to get things done to a good performance. And then, of course, the Israeli competitor in the C-shorts position, Nikita Antonov, will take up the tail of the field. So the marshals just reminding the riders how the start is going to go. Just explaining to Kim Down, there was a little bit of a conversation yesterday in the riders' briefing from race control. They would rather like the riders to take the start from further out to sea and then bring themselves back in to the starting position, just because it's easier for the riders to get formed up rather than taking the huge U-turn from the edge of the shore. So that was asked of the riders coming into today, just to speed up the process of the starting procedure. And also with the new MyLaps timing system that we have for this 2026 season, a reminder as well to the riders that it's going to be an interesting one for the contenders to make sure they stay away from the finish line after the race has completed, because of course they like to ride around in pirouettes. They can't go too near the finish line anyway, because there could be riders still finishing the race. It's not so easy in these conditions, particularly when it's very windy. We can hear from our tents position from the Broadcast HQ behind the My Racing Club team clubhouse. We are actually finding it still very tricky in terms of wind speed at the moment. One thing I can tell you in terms of the weather conditions today is while the wind is going to be strong, the rain is going to be non-existent. There is a less than 5% chance of rain hitting the circuit again today, which is very good news indeed, although the wind speed could get to anywhere between 40 and 45 kilometers an hour, depending on how it affects the shoreline here. But it's definitely going to be a hot and warm one compared to yesterday. A high temperature of 26 degrees Celsius expected today. So it's not quite going to be nuclear, but it's certainly going to be a more pleasant day at the office than yesterday was. And I think everybody I speak for when I say that we are quite relieved after the battles that we had yesterday to cope with the differing conditions. It was not easy over the course of Saturday to keep afloat and even keep our commentary position stable. But we are able to cope with that today, which is very good news indeed. It's much better conditions. Still a few teething problems, as you can tell, because it's taking us a little bit of time to get the race underway for the Masters men for their first heat. And of course, there was a hope in the riders' briefing yesterday that the Masters would in fact get their fourth heat reinstated. And the officials said, barring any problems, we can hope that there is a chance of that. Unfortunately, we have already met our first problem, and so it looks as though we may have to wait for the fourth heat of a Masters men's competition until the second round of the championship in the Czech Republic in Prague. But a good morning to everybody from here in the My35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey here in Çeşme. Great to be with you once again. Jake Sanson here for the English audience across YouTube, and it is a fantastic battle that we are going to have over the course of the day. Looking forward to seeing everybody in great proximity out on the water. We should see some really good battles today. For the Turkish audience here at the side of the shoreline, we've also got great commentary from the Turkish commentator Cem Nadiran, who's going to be with you all the way through the day. So you'll be able to get updates in both English and Turkish through the course of the day here in Çeşme. Good to be with you, and what a glorious Sunday it is already as the competitors are ready for another exciting splashy time out on the ocean wave. It's going to be an interesting one as all of the riders are ready. Look, the Masters men gearing themselves up ready for the show. Great to see that they are in fighting spirits going into the day. Looks like it's going to be a much more competitive day for them than yesterday was, and we're certainly going to have a clearer view of the ocean than we did 24 hours ago. So it's going to be a fascinating conclusion to the Masters men. The safety marshals are getting themselves back into their positions on the jet skis, and once they are clearing us to race, we can go back to the waters. Mind you, the wind has definitely changed things. Friday was a very cool and calm ocean for qualifying. Today, well, the waves are definitely higher than they were on Friday, that's for sure, as the wind has definitely opened things up. That is the reason why we have stopped for the moment. A couple of buoys have been forced out of position by the stronger currents. So now we are putting the buoys back into position to make sure that we can race safely. And it's definitely going to be an interesting challenge, of course, in the Masters category. The top contenders after the qualifying session on Friday: Kim Down of Korea, Jiří Stovacek of the Czech Republic, Mark Andrews of Canada, and Arkadiusz Janota of Poland. We'll see all of them out over the course of the first 2 races of the day on your broadcast screens. Apologies that technical difficulties prevented us from seeing the Masters women, but I can tell you that it was the Yunjin who made it 3 wins out of 3 in front of Germany's Jennifer Beckman. 3rd place for Katarina Vengarova, and then the 2 Turkish riders behind Bihan Johin Pina and Tuğçe Leventoglu completing the finishing runners of the field. So in the Masters category, it's certainly going to be a busy one for the male competitors, as now we're going to see if Kim Down can finish strong and go for win number 3 out of 3. He is certainly the man to beat in the Masters category. It's been an interesting one elsewhere, of course, and we've certainly seen some good battles around the course. We've seen performances and victories from Petr Faltasek and Jiří Stovacek over the course of the 2 days. Arkadiusz Janota and Petr Faltasek, I should point out. So very competitive day at the races yesterday. The morning session for the Masters men should be a good one. Once we have completed the Masters men's 3rd heats, we'll be able to get the 4th heats underway across the stock categories, the junior boy and girl categories, as well as the elite men and the elite women. So definitely a very busy day at the races expected here on the shoreline at Chesme. A very exciting competition, but it's been wonderful to see the partisan passion and the enthusiasm of the crowds here in Turkey. They really have enjoyed some fantastic competition here from the first round of the MotoSurf World Championship, which takes in 7 weekends across the 2026 season. We're going to see some great racing from the Czech Republic next month in July in the beautiful city of Prague. We'll also get to go to Stockholm in Sweden in August before we fly off to the beautiful sunny climes of Marbella in Spain. And then we will have, hopefully, the rescheduled round at Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates before we head off to the fantastic shorelines of Jinhua and Shenzhen in November in China for a very busy calendar season for the 2026 UIM MotoSurf World Championship. And this, of course, is the 11th year of international running for the MotoSurf World Championship in its current form. And it's come a long way since the early days of the sport. Don't forget, this is still one of the newest sporting endeavours on the planet. MotoSurf only really getting its first taste of the outside world in around 2011. Still a very new endeavour, and as new sports go, this one is growing incredibly quickly in terms of its access, in terms of its ability to bring new countries into competitive competition. And considering that the sport's infancy was back in 2011, and last year, just 14 years after the machinery made its competitive debut, that it got to have its first appearance in the World Games 2025, with the hope that it's going to return at the German Games 2029. It is really exciting to see just how big the sport is growing, and so rapidly, and in such phenomenal partisan passion. We have the all clear, so the Masters men are now getting themselves warmed up for the first of their races of the day. Look at that backdrop. There are some amazing scenes that we have in the world of UIM MotoSurf. The picturesque mountains and hills that we had in Macau at the tail end of last year, the beautiful lakes of Croatia, Italy, and the Czech Republic over the years, and of course the magnificent and majestic skyscrapers of Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates. But this place, well, this hits different. Çeşme is such a beautiful part of Turkey, right in the heartland of the countryside, and this is Bilek Bay that opens out into the ocean. Just check out that skyline. There is not many scenes in world sport that can give you something as majestic as that. So this comes back to what we were being asked by the officials yesterday. They asked if the riders could head further out to sea to make the starting procedure, just because it makes it easier to form up when they come back to the tight confines of the bay, and it already looks like it's working well. So Kim Down from pole position, Mark Andrews alongside him in second, Petr Faltasek and Ted Burke. Then it is going to be Jiří Denner and Jaime Hincache, and then we'll have Romanisha Kratishvili and Sebastian Lux. It's going to be a very intense race from the outset. Kim Down will get the command from the jet ski when the flag drops. We'll be able to go racing, but unfortunately it's oscillating at the moment rather than dropping. When it waves, then that means we've got to restart the race. But when it drops, that is the command to go. So the racers now will obviously pirouette back around and will form up once again. So all of the contenders are now preparing for another attempt at the start, and they'll get 7 laps as ever in the Masters category, along with 3 of those being mandatory long laps that they have to take. What used to be known as the Joker, and now, of course, it is referred to as the long lap. So the red flag is currently stationary in the air. So that just denotes that the riders need to make their way back into their formation position. So hopefully we'll be able to get this race started very soon indeed. But it looks as though the riders are returning to the shoreline once again. So I think we may have another delay of things for the time being. While we're waiting for the racing to get underway again, we're not entirely sure what the reason for it is on this occasion, but we can certainly give you up to date with what has been happening over the course of the competition. For those of you who weren't here with us on Friday and Saturday, we can keep you up to date with how things have currently progressed. In the stock men's category, we can certainly go over the results of the races yesterday. The man who leads the way in the stock category at the present moment is Adam Janusek, who has the perfect score, 54 points, 18 points per heat victory, and he won 3 times yesterday, so he's definitely in a good position. 2 wins for Adam Kolar, the 15-year-old for the La Cucina Nera team, along with a second place finish in the 3rd heat, so he comes through to be 2nd in the rankings at the moment. 3rd in the rankings is Kim Down, with a win and 2 second places. Then it is Jan Travnicek, a 2nd, a 3rd and a 4th, which is the same point score as Hassan Bawabas, the Q80. And then P6 at the moment with a 2nd and 2 4th places is Damian Kadlic. Rounding out the top 10 in the stock category coming into today are Matthias Barvik, Oliver Wolf, Alexander Lana and Jan Matoshka, with the local star Ender Jorgen Schiele just on the outskirts of the top 10. Trying to break himself into the top 12 is his countryman Ismail Kaptanoglu, who needs to displace Maxim Gavronov and stay in front of David Zaplatilek and Josef Pokora in order to maintain any chance that he would have of qualifying for the event. There's no worry about qualification in the junior categories. They are still perfectly able to get through to the final in both junior boys and junior girls, but it's been a very competitive weekend from them so far. Yesterday, we had 2 wins and a second for both Nela Pozhnikova and Stanislav Kohut in both junior girl and junior boy. They lead the rankings coming into today. Max Rushka has a win and 2 seconds. Ellen Berdova has a win, a 3rd and a 4th after a very difficult day at the races yesterday, but she is currently 2nd in junior girl. Then we've got the chasing pack of Adela Pokorova and Bibiana Bubnikova in junior girl. The men chasing after are Lucas Violet and Sani Irus. So it'll be an interesting one to see how things go. The man who's on the comeback trail in today's race is going to be Leolishel Kratishvili, trying to book himself a decent place after an incident in the 2nd heat yesterday that put him out of the action in heat 3 as well. He's recovered overnight, so hopefully things will go better for him. In the Masters women, it's been one-way traffic for the Korean superstar Lee Eun-jin, the 38-year-old from Seoul. She has been dominant all the way through the week so far. 3 wins out of 3. 3 second places for Jennifer Beckman put her 2nd in the rankings, and then 2 thirds and a 4th for Katarina Vengerova put her into 3rd position. And then we have Tukshilevan Toglu in front of Biancoin Pinar, who sadly had an exclusion from the 3rd heat, and that has dropped her down to the tail of the field. But she was able to come through in 4th position in the previous heat, so that should help her score going into the final later this afternoon. In the elite women's category, it's been fantastically exciting. So many great challenges to the crown of Eliska Maruskova, the reigning world champion, although it hasn't stopped her from winning 3 races out of 3. Mind you, her closest rival in 2026 seems to be Sara Zuborova, who in all 3 of her heats also managed to get 3 wins out of 3, so they are tied for points at this stage of the proceeding with 54 points apiece. And so the battle between Maruskova and Zuborova should be stunning to watch come the final this afternoon. Then Aneta Shtukalova, who currently has 42 points for a hat-trick of 2nd places, 2 seconds and a 4th for Emma Struchalova, the Slovakian, and then we have Barbara Korolova, Adela Ostrolova, Linda Lukscheider, Lora Markova, Natalie Kashnikova, and the Polish rider Rosalia Janora following in pursuit. It looks as though there's going to be one rider that will fail to make the final, and that's going to be an interesting battle between Anna Burke and Victoria Kagetai, with Sada Volfova looking safe for the moment to get through into the final reckoning. It's going to be an interesting challenge in the elite women's, that is for sure. In the elite men's, well, we knew it was going to be exciting from the outset, and it's certainly proving to be here in the opening round of 2026. Maciej Nowotny has made it 3 wins out of 3 in the heats yesterday, just in front of his stablemate and mentor Lukas Zahorski, the multiple world champion. Alex Lukscheider, 3 third places, so we know who the top 3 are. 4th in the rankings at the moment in the elite category for the men's is Anthony Squire, the new boy, the American who was the vice champion in stock last year. Adam Ficek in P5. The reigning stock champion Mike Michailidis moving up to elite and is now P6, with Miroslav Kurp and Jiri Wolf keeping themselves in the fray. It's going to be an exciting one as the competitors work their way forward. We're obviously getting ourselves geared up now for the Masters men category. So far, only 2 heats from yesterday, as the 3rd heat was postponed to this morning, and now it looks as though the Masters men are going to have a bit of a struggle to get the racing underway shortly. But certainly in the rankings as it stands at the moment, a pair of victories for Kim Down, with a win and a second for Arkadiusz Janora and a win and a third for David Poznik, now put them into the top 3 in the general rankings. Mark Andrews is currently P4 in front of Petr Faltusek and Petr Poznik, with the top 10 rounded up by Jiri Renner, Jaime Hincache, Michel Hulard and Ted Burke. The 2 that are on the cusp of getting themselves through to the final at the moment are Romanisha Kratishvili, the Austrian, and Murat Jorgenchila, currently in 12th position to fly the flag for Turkey. There are a handful of riders who are trying to get their way into the top 12, because it's only the top 12 that will get through to the final. And then, of course, that means that the riders such as Ivan Matuszek, Radek Lučka and Nikita Antonov are going to be pushing hard to try and put themselves into the battle. It's not going to be easy to predict how things are going to go. And certainly one man who really wants to be there, but is going to find it difficult, is going to be Jiri Stovacek, who actually got a penalty in yesterday's first heat. That's going to make things difficult for him. There's Anna Burke. We're going to see her in action in the elite women's race a little bit later on. It's her father who's currently waiting to go in the Masters men. Ted Burke currently running in 10th position in the overall rankings, and he's going to be going off 4th position on the start for this one, with the Masters men, of course, being separated into 2 separate groups. Do keep your messages and your comments coming in. Good to see so many people up and wide awake and ready for the battle already today. Once we get the confirmation that the race can get underway, we'll be able to do so. But as we mentioned, it's obviously going to be a very tricky one for battling against the elements. Yesterday we had very strong winds and adverse rain to hit the course, but the after effects of that day have obviously taken their toll on some of the equipment here. There's had been a couple of difficulties, all brought on by yesterday's weather. It's glorious today, but that doesn't mean that the after effects of yesterday have left us yet. So we're hoping to get that all sorted. Once it has been fixed, we'll be able to go back to racing conditions again. But of course, everybody enjoying themselves here for the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. If you're watching back home on YouTube, then please like, subscribe and hit the notification bell. You'll never miss a moment of the 2026 season, and you'll be able to go back and watch some of the best bits from 2024, 2025, and of course from the history of the championship as well. Great to see so many exciting battles over the years, and we're going to continue to glorify those by being there on the YouTube channel. And of course, you can follow us on social media as well. We are building a fantastic community on the social media channels, and we're going to continue to do so at MotoSurf World Cup on Instagram. And of course, you can follow us on our Facebook page as well, and share and distribute amongst your friends and your fellow race fans. We are all petrol heads. We all love going quickly, whether it's on the water or on the land. And certainly here in the MotoSurf World Championship, these guys are as excited about high speed on land as they are on water, and all of them have been keeping up with what's been going on at the Le Mans 24 Hours this weekend, as well as in the Football World Cup. So we're all getting excited. I don't want to give away any results about what's been happening between Turkey and Australia. I'm afraid you're going to have to go and find another news channel for that one. But there's been a lot of excitement and enthusiasm for all of the major sporting events down here on the beach in Chesme. So we'll take a quick pause. Hopefully we'll get back to the racing action as soon as we get the all clear for the continuation of the first round of the 2026 UAM MotoSurf World Championship from Bilekbey in Chesme here in Turkey. Riders getting geared up then for the start of the first race of the Masters men competition this morning. and everybody just trying to keep patient and keep the adrenaline pumping, ready for the start. The wind is definitely still with us here in Čežmé, and that is kind of our biggest thorn in the side at the moment as we prepare ourselves for more adrenaline and more great action. Once we get the all clear that it's safe to race, we will obviously be able to get back to the water again. That's the only thing that matters in this stage of the competition, is making sure that we keep ourselves safe and sound. The rider's concern is the main objective amongst everything that we do. The racing has obviously been very close and very exciting, and there's been a lot of excitement, enthusiasm and charisma in the paddock and in the community. But of course we have to make sure that everybody is safe and sound and able to continue. So we will allow the safety teams to do their hard work, and hopefully we'll be able to get under starters orders as soon as possible. Do stick around, be patient, and enjoy our patronage and enjoy the gorgeous weather here in Čežmé. We'll be able to continue as soon as possible. So what do you do when you're waiting for the start of a race to get underway? Easy. Pose for Sports Illustrated. Well done to the Masters men, keeping the activity and the enthusiasm upbeat as they pose on the jetty on the far side of the course, getting ready for the command to start again. One of the things I love about the UAM Motorsport paddock is that everybody knows exactly how to have fun, whether it's creating dance trends on social media, whether it's keeping up to date with their fitness on the top of the clubhouse, or whether it's posing for photographs in the most lackadaisical style possible. Great job from everybody. Greetings to Berlin. Nadine Schmidt is watching along on the YouTube stream. Stuart Reed watching along all the way from Australia. And I'm sure all of you who are enthusiasts and passionate fans of MotoSurf and all things ocean-based are really enjoying seeing these gorgeous, scintillating, sizzling pictures from the shoreline here in Čežmé. There's not many places in the world as beautiful as this for a backdrop to a sporting event, and this place really does take your breath away. An amazing facility and an incredible place to hold an international World Championship sporting event. I have a feeling I'm going to be in love with this place for quite some time. I've only been here for 3 days, and I have to say the idea of getting on the plane and going on to the next destination doesn't sound too rosy to me right now, especially when you get to look out of your commentary position and stare at that backdrop. Wow, that's an honour and a privilege. A round of applause to the safety teams from the Masters men, who are very appreciative of the work they're doing, even if it means they have to sit on the jetty and keep things a little bit more patient than normal. Greetings from Shanghai as well. Irene is watching along and obviously cheering on Alan Ung. So go Macau, she says, the adrenaline team getting themselves ready for another exciting bout. Alan Ung, of course, racing for the aerodynamic squad in partnership with the Korean ace Lee Eun-jin of the Masters women category. But it does sound as though there is some movement down there on the ocean waves. Great to hear that everybody is enjoying themselves and getting the excitement and enthusiasm fever pitch for the first round of the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. 2 tough days, a very busy one in qualifying on Friday, which saw a lot of falls and a lot of difficulties, including the shock exit from qualifying of the Kuwaiti star Faraz Ramadan in the stock category. Nobody was expecting that, but obviously only the top 24 riders qualify in those categories that have a mass of entries. And on this occasion, it was a very dramatic exit for the Kuwaiti. Hopefully he'll be back to his best in Prague in the Czech Republic next time out. We've also got some other fantastic locations on the calendar this year. After Prague in July, we go to Stockholm in Sweden in August. In September, we go to the beautiful island of Marbella in Spain. That is going to be wonderful to go racing there. Then, of course, in Fujairah in October, all being well, we will reschedule the season opener from the United Arab Emirates. And then we have back-to-back weekends in China in the fabulous locations of Qinghua and Shenzhen. Let's go down to the shoreline. We may well be able to get a word with some of the competitors in the Masters men category.
Hi, hello Roman. So can you explain to us a bit what's going on right now?
Yeah, hello, here's Roman. Check you have time out. Now we're waiting for the smaller waves. No, we're waiting for the buoys correctly. We have outside 1 meter high waves. It's very hard. I will try it again. And yes, fun. Turkish style. I love these waves. Yeah.
Thank you, Roman.
Great to hear from Roman Lichel-Kratishvili, the Austrian rider, who was almost ruled out of yesterday's third heat before the heat was actually postponed. So he's rather fortunate that he's able to keep going. He had some cream put on the sore ankle yesterday, so hopefully everything is going to be okay for race action again today. There were some dramatic moments over the course of yesterday's race, which was plagued by strong winds and very intense rainfall. But fortunately today, everything is looking absolutely blissful and tranquil. What an amazing backdrop we've got. Just check out the shoreline here in Čežmé. It is a stunning location for MotoSurf. A wonderful place to race. And in a sport that is growing all the time, this is the 11th year for the full World Championship of the UAM MotoSurf World Championship that takes in so many locations over the course of the season. And we're going to have so many great battles ahead of us, of course, not just here in Turkey, but in the Czech Republic, in Sweden, in Spain, in the United Arab Emirates, and 2 weekends back-to-back in China. But there's still plenty of locations that we've been to over the years. Of course, we had the World Games last year in Chengdu in 2025. We had some fantastic locations to race in last year's championship in Italy, in Croatia, and of course in the beautiful Principality of Macau, the special Chinese territory. One of my favorite places in the world as well, Macau. It's always been wonderful to go back there time and time again, whether it's for MotoSurf, whether it's for karting, or whether it's for the great Grand Prix itself. So the riders are now just in conference at the moment and trying to generate, it looks like Romalisha Kratosvel's trying to start a Mexican wave down there on the shoreline. There's enough people watching and waiting to see everything getting going again, as everybody is obviously just patiently waiting for the safety teams to ensure that the ocean is ready for racing again. We've had all sorts of stoppages in the past for various different things. Until we get an official word as to the reason for it, there's not really a lot we can do except wait for the safety team to continue doing the fantastic work they do. They are an amazing team of people. They give of their free time willingly for the sport, and we cannot race at all without them. If there's no safety crew, then there is no MotoSurf. It is as simple as that. They're an amazing bunch of people, and they give such fantastic energy and incredible intelligence and dexterity to their craft.
Okay, so we're here today with Murat Yorgancılar. Murat, how is it going today? Yesterday the conditions were a bit rough. How is it out there today?
I think we're expecting a little bit more wind, but we're lucky that there is no rain or cloudy weather today. It seems like it will be sunny, but I think in the water it will be tough.
And as someone who's helped largely with organizing this Turkey events, how do you think this weekend is going so far?
With this, when you look at these conditions, I think everything is going well. We don't have any major issue or the incident actually. Sometimes we got a little problem with the internet, but our team made a short solutions for that. So I think everybody is happy. I hope everybody is happy.
And as far as Turkish racing goes, you're sort of a trailblazer. You've gathered a very big team for MotoSurf Turkey. How do you feel about your team going into this weekend?
They're not good actually, but you know it is their first time and they started to training like 2 or 3 months ago. We finally have a training track. I am sure that in the future there will be very good Turkish riders, hopefully in the next year.
Okay, thank you, Murat. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Murat Yorgancılar there, not only a great racer in his own right, but also a fantastic philanthropist and advocate of the sport here in Turkey. Most of the reason we are here on the shoreline in Çeşme can be traced back to Murat's emphatic passion and enthusiasm for the sport. And it is wonderful to have so many incredible people who love MotoSurf as much as they do. We've got ourselves a nice chant going on down there on the water as well. Always fascinating to see just what these riders do to keep the tempo up and enthusiastic. But of course, there is a sense of frustration that comes with the difficulties. The good news is that we're all a family and we're all in it together. So we're going to continue and do some more great work. Let's hear from more in the paddock.
All right, we're here with MotoSurf promoter Martin Jančelek. Martin, how is this weekend going so far? We've seen some rough conditions. Today is very sunny, but we have a delay in the race. How is it going this weekend?
Oh yeah, it's been going, I would say well. You know, the nature caused a couple of delays, but this is the nature that we can't control. But I believe it is going well. You know, we've seen a lot of intense races in the elite class, masters class, the women masters, and elite women are showing a fantastic show. So I can't wait for the finals.
This is a continuously growing sport, and you yourself have done a very good job of growing the sport, adding new categories, adding new riders, new teams. So can you give us a bit of insight on how the sport has grown over the past few years?
Oh yeah, you know, last summer we witnessed a great highlight of our sport. We were part of the World Games, and I believe after the World Games, the whole MotoSurf movement got a great boost. And it's great to see new countries and new racers and new teams coming to race in the championship, and it's just great to see 19 countries, you know, competing, 19, 20 countries every single weekend. That's just a great feedback on all the MotoSurf action.
And finally, it's our second time with MotoSurf in Çeşme. Do you have any nice words for the Turkish locals, local organization, and Çeşme organizations in general?
Yeah, you know, the Turkish Riviera is always a great place to come. You know, I think it's one of the most beautiful venues we have on the calendar. So we are super happy to race here. You know, this year we are just starting the season because of some circumstances we were facing in the beginning of the year. So I think the Turkish Riviera is a great place to start the season, and we are so happy to be in Turkey.
Thank you, Martin. Best of luck following the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Great to hear from the series promoter, Martin Yanchilek, who's obviously a big advocate of racing here in Turkey. It's becoming one of the most popular venues on the MotoSurf calendar. Very quickly indeed, Çeşme is now definitely becoming a staple in the calendar of the UAE MotoSurf World Championship. And when you've got a backdrop like this, no major shocks on that one. Linda Lukscheider going for a walk there in the background, getting herself ready for her elite women's race later on. No doubt showing off the Twinsy swimwear, which is becoming a huge brand within the MotoSurf community. She's one of the advocates, working very hard, of course, with her mother Martina to build up the brand across the MotoSurf community. Well, if you can't race and you have got to wait, then why not do some promo work for the brand that you work for? Too right. Well done, Linda. So the riders getting ourselves ready again for the next chapter of the UAM MotoSurf World Championship Season 2026 here in Çeşme in Turkey. It's going to be a busy day once we've got ourselves under starters' orders once again. Obviously, we need to wait for the safety work to be continued. But once we get there, Masters men will be followed by the junior boys and the junior girls for Heat 4. The first time they will actually be separated over the course of today's action. And then Heat 4 for the elite men, Heat 4 for the elite women in Group A and B, Stock Group A and Group B, then we'll have the lunch break, and then we'll have the finals. That sounds to me like we're ready to go racing again. That is great news. So after all of the hard work from the safety teams, a massive thank you to all of them. We can't go racing at all without them. Clearly the difficulties and the headaches have been resolved, so now we can get back to what we came here for, racing and skipping over the ocean waves. Back into the action then for the My35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey, the first round of the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. Jake Sanson here in the commentary booth, coming to you from the shoreline of the My35 Racing Club house, and we have got our riders ready to go in the Masters men. Kim Down and Mark Andrews leading them off from Peter Faltasek and Ted Burke, Yedi Renner and Jaime Hincache of Chile, from the Austrian Ramalisha Kratichville, Sebastian Lux of Germany, from Radek Lushka, Efe Gorsoy, Joe Chung and Nikita Antonov. So, of course, we have 24 Masters men at this point, but at the end of these two races, providing we do not get the fourth heat as was hoped, and it looks to me as though we may not thanks to this delay, then we will be able to figure out which of the 12 riders in this competition will be going through to the final. And it's certainly looking pretty tricky to determine who that's going to be at the moment here in Çeşme, because it is very close indeed in the Masters men category. As it stands going into these two races, Kim Down is your leader from Arcadia Zanora, then David Posnick and Mark Andrews, Peter Faltasek and Peter Posnick, Yiri Denner, Jaime Hincache, Michel Lula and Ted Burke are in the top 10. The men who are on the bubble, as it were, Austria's Ramalisha Kratichville now 11th, and Murat Jorgen Chila is currently in 12th place. The riders that are trying to break into the top 12 are Ivan Matuszek, Radek Lushka and Nikita Antonov, with a vague chance for Jiří Stovacek, but he needs a really big result. Considering how strong he was in qualifying, it's all gone wrong for Jiří Stovacek in this weekend. Osman said that Erus has a vague chance of getting through, and then for the likes of Jiří Blaha and Sebastian Lux, it's going to be very difficult indeed to figure out if they can make it through to the 12. But certainly for two riders, it all came to an end before we even got started with racing. Jelle Vankersbulk and F.A. Gersoy unable to score points over the course of the day. We wait for the flag to go. It's going to oscillate, not drop. So a false start on this occasion. We'll go round again. And of course, the Masters men very eager to get started. But what an amazing backdrop to the start of races. They were told by the race directors yesterday, if you can head out to sea and then turn about to form up, it'll make things a lot quicker for us to get racing under starters' orders. And so it looks as though straight away the Masters have complied with that, both in the women's and men's category. We unfortunately didn't get the chance to see the women's Masters race earlier on. That was a victory once more for Leon Jin in front of Jennifer Beckman and Ekaterina Vengerova in front of Biancuyin Pinar and Tuksha Leventoglu. So now the Masters men get themselves formed up once again from out of the perimeter of the bay, the Bilek Bay here in Çeşme. What an amazing place for MotoSurf. And so Kim Down, Mark Andrews, Petr Faltasek, Ted Burke, Jiří Renner, Jaime Hincache, Roman Kratishvili, Sebastian Lux, Radek Luška, and then it is Joe Chung and Nikita Antonov that will wait for the flag to drop. When it does, we'll go racing for the first time in Masters Men today. The flag is in the air. When it drops, we're racing for the first time on Sunday in Masters Men. And there was already a little bit of a hiccup there between Ted Burke and Jiří Renner. We almost had a fall between them as Renner now runs around the outside of Ted Burke and makes the bid to move forward. But it's a perfect start for the Korean as Kim Down moves in front of Mark Andrews. They go to the slalom for the first time. It is going to be a left side for Kim Down, a right side for Mark Andrews as they hustle their way through the slalom for the first time. And Kim Down makes an absolute flyer through the final couple of buoys as he now runs in front of Mark Andrews, and up to third comes the American Ted Burke. Good start from him. So Ted Burke, the man from Mooresville, North Carolina, making his way through to third position. Then Petr Faltasek, race winner yesterday. Sebastian Lux in front of Roman Kratishvili and Jaime Hincache. We launch our way through the first few S's, and it's a very strong start for the Korean. Kim Down making a big impact on this one already. He wants to make it a hat-trick nice and early. Hincache and Joe Chung take the first long lap of the race as they go far side. They're going to drop out of the main competition for the moment, but they'll filter back in once everybody else evens up their runs on the long laps. 3 mandatory long laps for the competitors in this race and 7 laps total. So Kim Down running in front of Ted Burke now, because it looks as though we've had another exit to the long lap. So Ted Burke running in unison. I wonder what's happened to Mark Andrews. Andrews seems to have fallen behind Ted Burke. Has the Canadian had a fall somewhere? Because he was running in second place at the end of the lap, but now Ted Burke has come through to second, and now Ted Burke's gone. So goodness me, a very tricky day at the races as Ted Burke has had a slip up on the final buoy. So Ted Burke now drops back to 6th position behind Roman Kratishvili. So Andrews is back in a second. We're going to see what happened to first Mark Andrews and then to Ted Burke. Oh, well, that's what happened to Burke. Oh, my goodness. That was a big washout in the whitewater of Mark Andrews. There wasn't really a lot Ted Burke could do to respond to that, but the board just got kicked up. And so it was a really tricky run. Kim Down, 9 seconds clear of Mark Andrews. Hasn't gone on to the long laps yet. I think he's going to wait until the last 3 laps to take them. Mark Andrews, the Canadian, just working himself into a good second place here. Wants a decent result. And P2 will help him no end to secure his place in the final later this afternoon, flying the flag for Canada. And the Toronto megastar now onto the long lap. Kim Down's gone onto it as well. And Petr Faltasek joins them. So the only man in the top few places not to take the long lap thus far is Jiří Renner. Everybody else has done at least 1 long lap so far. But I wouldn't be surprised at all if Jiří Renner chose this lap to do so, and he's done so. So everyone at the front end of the field has done at least 1 long lap. So Kim Down continuing his progress. Mark Andrews second, Petr Faltasek is third from Sebastian Lux, Jiří Renner, Roman Kratishvili, Jaime Hincache and Ted Burke. And And that's really going to hamper Ted Burke's chances. He was 10th coming into this race, but with him dropping back to 8th place, there's quite a few riders now in front of him that could make a big impact. Roman Kratishvili seems to have dropped back, and that's because he's taken his second long lap. So tactics from the Austrian. He decides to filter himself out of the group, drops back, but he'll get himself back in there when everybody comes to their second long lap. They've got to take 3 total, but Roman Kratishvili and Nikita Antonov, as well as Joe Chung, have all decided to get 2 long laps out the way. Mark Andrews is the first big player to go onto the second long lap. Sebastian Lux goes with him. So Kim Down, holding the advantage through the slalom, exits through the red buoys, and now makes that final chicane. Looks effortless when you're on the limit, as Kim Down really has found his rhythm around this place. 5 laps completed and only 1 long lap, so the last 2 laps are going to have to be long laps, which he takes immediately on the 6th. So round to the long lap goes Kim Down. Peter Faltasek still on only 1 long lap. Andrews, Lux and Jamie Hinkache all having moments then. There's Mark Andrews. Careful, Mark. Oh, that was a tough one to balance, but the Canadian was the measure of it. It's all about making sure you can adapt to the movement of the board, and just a quick motion of the upper body can really resettle the board in fine style, and Andrews really managing to catch the board before it controls him. So Kim Down, 2 long laps down. On the 6th lap, he's got to slow down the pace a little bit in the slaloms because there's a lot of white water around. You've just got to be very measured in these races. It's important to know when to push and when to stay upright and just cruise a little bit to give yourself that little bit of space. Fortunately, Kim Down has been exemplary in the Masters race thus far. He's not really put himself under pressure. He goes into the long lap for the last time. He's chasing down Roman Kratishvili. So Roman Kratishvili, the Austrian, has got himself onto his 3rd and final long lap. But Kim Down is looking to lap the Austrian as he comes through. Roman lets him go. Not going to get into a fight he doesn't have to be in. Peter Faltasek now running in 2nd in front of Mark Andrews. So Andrews may well have come a cropper somewhere, but he has completed the 6th lap, 4 seconds back from Peter Faltasek, who goes on to his last long lap on the last lap, and so too will Mark Andrews. Radek Lushka has actually come through without getting a single long lap in. So that is a very unusual position for Radek Lushka to be in. I'm not quite sure why he's completed 6 laps without doing a single long lap. He's not going to be eligible for a finish here, as across the line comes Kim Down. That's the victory. 7 laps completed, and in victorious fashion as well. He leaves the course, allowing everybody else to get to the finish. Radek Lushka's done 1 long lap, but that's not going to be enough. He needs 3, and if he finishes this lap on a long lap, he's only going to have completed 2. So a big mistake for Radek Lushka. For Peter Faltasek, though, it's a very calm and cool run to 2nd place. Good effort from Peter Faltasek. He comes through for 2nd, 26 back from Kim Down, and then 3rd position is going to be the Canadian Mark Andrews. 5 seconds back from Peter Faltasek, and that books his place in the final. Good run from Sebastian Lux and Ted Burke. They will come through in the top 5 places. Ted Burke should finish strongly ahead of Jiri Renner. In fact, Ted Burke has only done 2 long laps, so that's really going to affect his chances of getting through to the final, because he'll get a penalty for that, and Jiri Renner is going to overtake him. So will Ted Burke make the final or not? He was currently sitting in 10th in the rankings, but if the others around him are able to get a decent finish to it, that could be the end of Ted Burke's week. We'll have to find out later on whether he makes the final or not, but certainly for the competitors in the Masters Men Group A, Heat 3, it's Kim Down all the way again. And as you can see, the B group are already making their way to the ocean. We have time to make up, of course, so these races are going to come thick and fast. So Kim Down gets the job done in fantastic fashion. 3 long laps taken, so all tickety-boo as far as the Korean is concerned. Group A exits the water, Group B enters the water, and we are ready for the next chapter. Kim Down makes it 3 out of 3. Peter Faltasek in 2nd place in front of Mark Andrews and Sebastian Lux. Ted Burke crosses the line in 5th, but only 2 long laps, so that is going to be a penalty, I'm afraid. Jiri Renner in 6th position, and then Radek Lushka, he's going to get a big penalty. Only 1 long lap completed. Jaime Hinkache, Roman Kratishvili, Nikita Antonov, and Joe Chung. Effie Gosoi out of the competition. And so now to the second group, it's going to be Jiří Stovacek from pole. After his disqualification for the first heat yesterday, he's got a mammoth task to get himself even into the final. Arkadiusz Janota, Petr and David Poznik. Sadly, no Jano Vankersbilk. He's retired from the competition. Marušek, Ular, Blahar, Murat Jorgenschila, Osman Sedadurus, and then it is Abraham Tibor and Alanung. So the riders prepare for action then in Heat 3B. And of course, it's all going to be about getting through to the final. The top 12 will be the ones that make it through. There's going to be quite a few riders pitching to get into those positions. And when you consider that Murat Jorgenschila had 13 points coming in, and Ted Burke and Romelisha Kratishvili both had 14, it's pretty much game open for those final few slots on the grid. Those slots are going to be very interesting to fill for the contenders. And it's not easy to tell which riders are going to go through to the final 12 and which are not. A big result in this final heat could be the difference between going home and going through. So certainly there's a lot to fight for in this one. They all want to be on their A game. And so for Jiří Stovacek, who comes into this one down in 16th in the rankings after his exclusion from the first race, and then only coming home with 9 points yesterday for a 4th place finish, he's really got a lot of work to do. So if ever Jiří Stovacek needed a win to put 18 points on the board, it's now. But he's going to have the tough competition along with him of Arkadiusz Janota, the vice world champion last year. The Polish talent is going to be putting him under massive pressure all the way. And so it's definitely going to be difficult to know if Jiří Stovacek has what it takes to hold down the advances of Arkadiusz Janota. Then, of course, we have Petr and David Poznik in the mix there as well, with Ivan Matušek giving chase. Michal Ular and Yuri Blahar want to be part of this, as does Murat Jorgenschila. And Osman Arus. We'll also get to see what will happen when Abraham Tibor and Alanung take to the water. So the flag rises. When it drops, we'll be racing. They're going to oscillate, so we're going for another start. All the pressure here is on the poleman, Jiří Stovacek. He only has 9 points from yesterday total, so he really needs to come up with the goods for a victory now. This is a big, big ask for Jiří Stovacek. But a victory will give him 18 points, and that'll put him on to 27, and that will surely give him enough to get through to the final. But as it stands at the moment, he is down in 16th place in the rankings. It's got to be now for Jiří Stovacek. He does not want to be from pole position to eliminated. That would be a very big problem for his first round of the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. Arkadiusz Janota forming up with him. The rest of the riders coming alongside Petr Poznik and David Poznik. Sadly, no Jano Vankersbilk, because of course he will not be taking the start. We wish him all the best, and I hope he gets well soon. But he's going to have a long recovery from his injuries faced on Friday afternoon. So the riders in unison. We wait for the command from the safety crew on the jet ski. The flag will raise. Looks as though we're going round again, actually. So the flag oscillated once again rather than dropped. So more headaches, more difficulties. And so hopefully things are going to get a little bit closer. So it's really going to be a tough mission for all of our contenders. So let's see how well things will continue to progress as we get ourselves into position. Once more for the Masters men, Heat 3, Group B. If all goes according to plan for Jiří Stovacek, he could come up with the goods to get 18 points on the board for the win, and that would guarantee him a better chance of going through to the final. But there are only 12 seats available in that bookie, so let's see if it's going to work out. Stovacek, Janota, the Pozniks, and then it is Ivan Matušek in front of Michal Ular and Jiří Blahar. Who's going to get through? Oscillation of the flag again, I think. So yet another false start. That just adds to the tension for the male masters. Go right out to the sea, guys. Push right out to the ocean. That's what the marshals are indicating to the competitors. Go right out to the ocean and then form up. Trust me, it's going to work out better for us. We can get the start better. That's what they told them in the riders' briefing yesterday. It makes more sense for us at the start. If you push out to the ocean, we can form up much better, and then we can charge for that first buoy. So Yuri Stovacek pushes right out to the far side. You've got to remember there's quite a lot of new faces in 2026 across the categories. Some that are established talents, but others that are new. And so they've got to follow the gradient and the example set by Yuri Stovacek. So now we form up once again. We wait for the flag to drop. Once the safety team gives us the command and the flag drops, we'll be racing for Heat 3B. This time, surely. Let's get the start underway. No. Yet another false start. That's 4 in a row now for the Masters men. You've got to start thinking about impediments for the lack of starts. Very difficult indeed to get this rotation underway. Or whatever it might be that's causing the concerns, it's certainly not good to have 4 false starts in a row. So hopefully this time all is going to go according to plan, but obviously all the riders need to be on the same page. Come on, follow me, says Yuri Stovacek. We've got to form this up. We've got to do this properly. So come with me and form up. We've got to get this race underway. So Yuri Stovacek, Arkadiusz Janora, then Petr Požník and David Požník for Jetsaf Pardubice. Then it is an empty space, sadly, for Jano Vankersbilk. Then it's going to be Ivan Matušek for MP, Michel Lula, Jiri Blaha, Murat Jorgenschila, Osman Erus, Abraham Tibor, and Alan Ung. Flag is in the air. This time, surely it's going to drop. 5th time's the charm. We go racing in Heat 3B in Masters Men. And it's a cracking start from Arkadiusz Janora. He's really going to hunt down Yuri Stovacek on the way to the first buoy. He comes right round the outer perimeter, then chops back across the whitewash. He's going to go left while Yuri Stovacek goes right. So can Arkadiusz Janora jump the check through the slalom? The Polish ace is really attacking these buoys, and as they come out, they're almost parallel to each other. Arkadiusz Janora has managed to find the smallest gap, and he gets in front of Yuri Stovacek by millimeters. Fantastic aggression from Arkadiusz Janora to assert himself in the lead. The Tenzi Motorsport boys will be absolutely ecstatic with that run through the slalom. It is so hard to leapfrog past another competitor purely in the slalom, but Arkadiusz Janora dug deep and found the magic. Brilliant run from the pole. Let's look at it again. That's how close it was to success and failure, and how close it was as well to disaster. Arkadiusz Janora nails it by millimeters. Stunning work by the pole. It's wonderful to get a replay that isn't an accident, but pure world-class racing. Amazing from Janora. So he completes the second lap, and that fantastic maneuver from the pole has really built some momentum. He's got the confidence now to pull clear of the Yuri Stovacek. He's now 5 seconds clear of the check. And Arkadiusz Janora is just using that moment and the adrenaline rush that he gets from it to continue the charge forward. He doesn't have to worry about going board to board anymore. He's just keeping it nice and planted. Yuri Stovacek trying to stay with him. Second place would still be a decent result and good points on the board, so he has to make sure he gets there. But what an aggressive start to the day for Arkadiusz Janora. Perfectly fair, perfectly legal, nothing wrong with what he did, but millimeter perfection from the pole. That's why he represented his nation in the World Games 2025. He's one of the best masters in the business, Arkadiusz Janora, vice world champion last year, and with moves like that, it's no surprise to see why. Now, Petr Požník is trying to put Yuri Stovacek under some pressure here. And Yuri Stovacek really wants to shake him off. Will he go on to the long lap? No, he's going to stay on the course for the moment. Meanwhile, Petr Požník feels right. I'm closing on Stovacek. I'm going to go on the long lap first. I'm going to try and leapfrog him. So Stovacek's in second, chasing down this man, the race leader, Arkadiusz Janora. Phenomenal start for the Tenzi MotoSurf rider. And everyone back home in Kody in Poland is going to be absolutely euphoric at his performance so far. Really coming up with the goods. Arkadiusz Janora deciding, no, I was second in 2025. It's make or break this year. I want to be the world champion, so I'm going to have to pull out some stunts to make sure I am the undisputed king. And he knows that going up against Kim Down is going to be a very tough task, but he's equal to the challenge. So 4 laps completed and no long laps for either Arkadiusz Janora or Yuri Stovacek. So they decide to leave it to the last. So there could be a bit of a threat now from Petr and David Poznik. David has now got ahead of Petr. Here they come. Arkadiusz Janora is going to pull out across. How close was that? As he now filters in behind. That's going to be David Poznik, I think, who runs just in front of him on the ocean. That's fine. But David Poznik, taking the long lap first, has managed to find an incredible amount of pace, and he's managed to leapfrog past Arkadiusz Janora. So David Poznik is now the outright leader. Incredible work from Poznik, taking the long lap first and getting out of the whitewater. That has really helped David Poznik, and now he's caught and passed Arkadiusz Janora. Right, Arky boy, what have you got in response? Yuri Stovacek still third, but dropping points all the time. He really doesn't need to fall back in the fray, but where has the form from Friday gone? He was so quick on Friday, and he just hasn't quite had that same level. So David Poznik continues on his way, and Arkadiusz Janora has gone back into the lead. But hang on a minute, Arkadiusz Janora should have gone on the long lap. The pole hasn't managed to. I can't believe it. He did all 4 of the first laps without a long lap. He's got to take 3 long laps mandatory. Janora's missed one. Janora's missed one on the 6th lap. He's only going to complete 2 laps on long lap. He may have caught the position, but Janora has missed the long lap chance. He's not going to fill his quota. Yes, look, 6 laps completed and only 1 long lap. He's got to take this one, but he needed to take one on the last lap as well. This could blow the competition in Masters wide open. Arkadiusz Janora is only going to complete 2 long laps in this competition. Poznik is going to go for the 3rd, so he's perfectly fine. What about Stovacek? He gets the 3rd one in as well. Arkadiusz Janora is going to go from hero to 0. I can't believe it. The vice world champion, Arkadiusz Janora, has made a critical error in counting his long laps. It just goes to show you how much there is to focus on in these races. But Arkadiusz Janora has miscalculated big time. He's going to come across the line first, but he will only register as having done 2 long laps. Here he comes into the final 2 buoys. He'll cross the line. He thinks he's won it, but he hasn't. He's only completed 2 long laps. Poznik is going to come through second on the water, but he will inherit the win. 7 laps and 3 long laps completed. Stovacek is going to be promoted up. I cannot believe what I'm witnessing here. Arkadiusz Janora, it's showing that he's only done 2 long laps, and I think that's correct. I can't believe the polls got it wrong. Dramatic scenes here in Masters Men. And the man who is trying to take down Kim down has got that completely and utterly wrong. What a catastrophic error. It just goes to show how difficult it is as we watch Leolisha Kratishvili and the rest of the juniors head to the water. What a crazy moment in that race. Here is the provisional result. Arkadiusz Janora, 7 laps completed, but only 2 long laps. That means that Poznik, Stovacek and Petr Poznik are all going to be promoted up. Michelula is next from Murat Yogacila. That should see the Turkish rider through to the final. Madashek was overcautious. He took 4 just to be safe. Abraham Tibor, and then Sedat Eruzamon, and then it is Alanung in 10th position. No start for Yuri Blahar. So there could be some dramatic turns of events here. Stovacek could be going up. Janora could be dropping back. Just when you thought things couldn't get more dramatic in the Masters category, Arkadiusz Janora, it shows up that he takes the victory, but he's only completed 2 long laps according to the graphic. And so that could be a big penalty coming Arkadiusz Janora's way. What drama here in Turkey. Now to continue on with the My35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix. It's the juniors. Anela Poznikova will start again from the front from Ellen Berdova and Bibiana Bubnikova. Then the boys, Max Rushka, Stanko Hoot and Leolisha Kratishvili. From Adela Pokorova, Lucas Violette, Natalie Odorova. And then it is going to be Sani Erus, Artur Gezer and Uzey Altug. It's certainly been ultra competitive thus far in the junior category. There is the reigning junior girl world champion on your screen, Ellen Berdova. 13 years of age when she became the world champion. But she's got one more year in juniors before she can step up to the elite women's. But this is the racer who has been the real thorn in her side thus far, Nela Pozhnikova. Great performance from her so far for the Jet Surf Pardubice squad. And watch out for the number 3 as well. A big talent in the making. Bibiana Bubnikova had a difficult day under pressure yesterday in her first ever weekend of competition in the World Championship. But she is putting on quite the show. When it all goes well for Bubnikova, she is lightning quick. She made a couple of errors yesterday and dropped back in the rankings. But her pace on Friday demonstrates that she has what it takes to be fast and very quick indeed. And consistency is the only thing that she really needs to pick up. So there is Nela Pozhnikova, who will be starting the junior race from pole position. This is the last time that the juniors will race together. They will be separated into junior boy and junior girl after this heat. There'll be a separate final for junior boy and junior girl. And it's going to be very tough indeed to determine who's going to get the victory in either category, because Stan Cahoot and Max Hruška have been as competitive as each other in junior boy. 2 wins for Cahoot yesterday, a win for Hruška. So coming into the 4th heat, it's tough to know how it's going to go. There have been wins for Nela Pozhnikova twice over and Ellen Berdova once yesterday. So the juniors are now stacking up. Let's hope we get a clear start straight away. The flag is in the air. Please don't oscillate. It's going to, though. So a false start for the juniors. Let's hope it gets better this time. That's what we couldn't see over the horizon yesterday because of the wind and the rain. Today, we've got mountains in the background looking absolutely majestic. What a skyline. You don't see that in many places in world sport. I wonder if the riders have even got a fraction of a second to just drink that in for a moment. That's one hell of a place to go racing, isn't it? I love Chizme. This place is stunning, absolutely biblical. And so, the contenders form up once again. Let's see how things work out. Pole position for Nela Pozhnikova, then Ellen Berdova and Bibiana Bubnikova. Behind is going to be Max Hruška, Stanislav Cahoot and Leo Lischel-Kratishvili. When we get the command to start racing, this one's going to be a tough one, but we don't get the command just yet. Another false start from the juniors. I wonder how many of them were actually listening in the riders' briefing yesterday. They were told, go further out to the sea and take your time, be calm, form up. We need to get the races started. Once the race is started, you can go as crazy as you like. But we need to get these races started in good time. So the juniors will definitely give us an interesting show later. And when the junior boys and junior girls separate for their own finals, it's going to be fascinating to behold. I have still yet to talk about junior boy and junior girl finals in anywhere other than Macau thus far, because at the UAE, we obviously had the curtailment of the Sunday running last year due to natural causes. But now the riders make their way to the starting positions. Pozhnikova in front. Now we get the start that we wanted, and Pozhnikova launches forward. Ellen Berdova's trying to get parallel, and it's a big change of position further back from Max Hruška. We've got a faller into the whitewater further back as the riders are trying to make their way through. Hruška's made a fantastic start. Bibiana Bubnikova has come through in front of everybody. What a start for the new girl. A big run through the slalom, though. She's made a little bit of an overcorrection, but is she going to get out of the slalom first? She does! What a start from Bibiana Bubnikova, from third to first. An amazing launch. She's only been riding since May 2025, and this is her first appearance in the World Championship, and my oh my, is she rewriting the form book in junior girl. Amazing ride so far from the FG Forest Racing rider. So up to second is Pozhnikova. And Ellen Berdova has had a big issue on the first lap. She's fallen by the look of it, and so she's fallen down the field. So Ellen Berdova, who had a nasty issue yesterday, looks like she's had a similar problem today. So the reigning junior girl world champion, struggling in 2026. But Bibiana Bubnikova is riding the rails on this fantastic run through the slalom. And the new girl to the championship, 13 years of age, from Ždíby in Czech Republic. Absolutely flying. There's Nela Poznikova, still keeping herself present in second place. And the leader in junior boy is now Mswc in front of Stan Kohut, who's in P5, and Lucas Viollet doing a great job in P3 this time. The American is really taking some names out there. So Nela Poznikova still controlling the pace, looking good at the moment to bank some decent points on the board. But after the headaches of yesterday and the rookie errors from Bibiana Buznikova, it doesn't look like we're getting any of them here today. What a start for Bibiana Buznikova, who goes into the long lap and rejoins. So she takes an early long lap, falls back in behind Poznikova, but Poznikova hasn't taken a long lap yet. This is a great start for Bibiana Buznikova. She has been really a natural to this sport. Oh, down goes Poznikova! Nela Poznikova leading the race. And that's the first big mistake we've seen from her all weekend. Stuffs the front of the board into the water, and that's going to be enough for Bubnikova to flash past and continue on her magnificent trajectory. So Bibiana Bubnikova takes over the lead. Here's the replay. Cannons through. Looks good from this point. Takes on the left-hander, but then it unsettles. She manages to try and go for the correct, but unfortunately the board stuffs in the nose, and there's nothing Poznikova can do from there. She catches the wave at the wrong angle. The front of the board goes nose first, and there's no way back. So now, Bibiana Bubnikova is your leader. What an incredible impact she is making in her first ever appearance in the UIM MotoSurf World Championship. What a start. So she's taken her second long lap. That means Mswc takes the lead. That is a fall for Artur Gezer. So Artur Gezer, the Turkish rider, has sadly come a crop up. And that's, oh, down goes Bubnikova! Bubnikova's gone as well! Everyone is falling today. That shows you how tough the waves are. As Bibiana Bubnikova gets back on the board, and there's another faller. Is that Hruska? That's Hruska who's gone! I can't believe it! That's 3 leaders in 1 lap that have fallen. First Poznikova, then Bubnikova, and then seconds later Hruska. So here's Bubnikova's fall. So much pace, and then suddenly that kick up from the board stuffs it back in sideways. But Hruska then dropped it in the final buoy. Incredible. So now Poznikova has taken the lead back again in front of Hruska. We're on the final lap. Everybody's now taken their second long lap, so now it's just a race to the line. And Hruska is trying to get back on terms with Poznikova, but he's got the junior boy race win to think about here. He doesn't want to get too hot water with Poznikova. They go opposite sides of the slalom. So is it going to be the leading junior boy or the leading junior girl that takes the win? Hruska's gone down in the slalom. Hruska goes in the slalom. So Poznikova is going to get an unchallenged run to the victory. Across the line, it's Bubnikova! Bubnikova's got it done! What a crazy race in junior girl! Poznikova was having to take avoiding action, and Stan Kohut comes through to win the junior boy in second place. Hruska is so frustrated. He crosses the line, 4th in junior boy. What a crazy end to the race. You're going to see Hruska go through. There's Bubnikova coming across the line. Hruska's already gone in at this stage. And it's a win for Stan Kohut, 3 out of 4 in the junior boy. What an amazing race weekend this has been so far. Berdova looks like she's in some discomfort there. So Ellen Berdova straight onto the seat, and it's her left foot again. She had problems with it yesterday. Oh, I really hope Ellen Berdova is going to be okay for the final later. But the reigning junior girl world champion clearly in some discomfort. But we get 3 different winners in junior girl out of the 4 heats, as Bibiana Bubnikova takes her first win in UIM MotoSurf World Championship in the junior girl in her debut in the World Championships. What a result for Bibiana Bubnikova in one of the craziest junior races I've seen for a long, long time. Bibiana Bubnikova gets the win from Stan Kohut, then Nela Poznikova. Fight from all 3 of them. Lucas Viollet, what a great run from the American, 2nd in junior boy ahead of Leolisha Kratishvili, who fights back to 3rd. Then it's Adela Pokorova. Mswc has to settle for 4th in junior boy. Then Ellen Berdova, 4th in junior girl. From Udorova, Erus, Alter, and Gezer. And now for the 4th and final heat of the elite men. Lukas Jaworski in pole position, but in all 3 heats yesterday, he was beaten by the world champion, Matis Novotny. Luke Schneider, Ficek, Squire, Michailidis, Miroslav Kurp and Jiri Wolf are going to give chase as ever. But the battle we all came to see was Jaworski versus Novotny. And what have Team Husky done overnight to get closer to the Rocket Racing duo? There is Lukas Jaworski, multiple world champion, the man who's made MotoSurf his playground in the last decade, gold medalist in the World Games last year, but he didn't get the World Championship title. That was this man's, Matis Novotny. 3 wins out of 3 yesterday. Can he make it a 4-win showboat? Alex Lukscheider gets the hug from Linda. Can Alex Lukscheider get the job done for Team Husky? A lot of work to do, but if anyone can, Lukscheider can. Adam Ficek chasing them all down all the way through the weekend. He's come close a few times on pure lap pace. Now he just needs the confidence to go after the big 3. Big impact made by the American from Charlotte in North Carolina, Anthony Squire, upholding the honor of the Star Spangled Banner in the elite category. What a chance for him to showcase his stamina and strength. And from Cyprus, it is the reigning champion in the stock category, Mike Michailidis, making a big impact on the world of elite already as he stays consistent and strong. Behind them, it is going to be Miroslav Kurp and Jiri Wolf, who take to the water in fine style. For Jet Surf HK, for Miroslav Kurp, and then at the tail of the field, it is going to be Jiri Wolf, putting himself back into contention in the elite race once again. And so the riders head to the water one final time before the final. And we get to see the incredible spectacle, once again, of the Sorcerer versus the Apprentice. It's Fantasia, MotoSurf style. Lukas Jaworski versus Matis Novotny has been an incredible storyline over the last 18 months or so, with Alex Lukscheider there to pick up the pieces when either man falters. They had perfection yesterday, but even Jaworski's perfection wasn't enough to beat Matis Novotny. Today could be a very different story indeed. And what can Anthony Squire and Mike Michailidis do up against the quartet that are very much the form book in MotoSurf in 2026? Of course, there should be another man in the equation, but rather sadly, Matej Kozicek had problems in testing when he was injured pre-season, tore his ACL, and that pretty much puts you out for the entire season. We're hoping to see him in person at least in Prague next month, but the 19-year-old who was set to race for FG Forest this year, sadly, now on the sidelines. We wish you all the best in your recovery, Matej, and we want to see you back in the elite category very soon indeed. So now it is time to see everybody put on an incredible spectacle. The elite category are ready to rock and roll, and the fans are stepping up to the plate on the YouTube channel. Watching along from Shanghai, from Berlin, from Australia, Rasheen Salvaraju says, "Go baby!" Clearly really wanting Alex Lukscheider to put on the big show. There's Anthony Squire, everybody watching back home in the United States, ready for another exciting race in the elite category. So now we're going to get to see what the competitors can do here in the MotoSurf's premier category. The elite really is the MotoGP of MotoSurf. And of course, back in the day, in 2015, we actually had Jakob Kornfeil come through to become a world champion in 2015, the first ever world champion, while he was still racing in Moto3 and Moto2 on the motorcycle world stage. So the lines blur between motorsport and MotoSurf quite a lot. Quite a few racers who come here also compete in karting and in motorbikes. They just love adrenaline, and in a sport like this, you've got bucketfuls of it. So once again, the rivalry steps up between Lukas Jaworski, Matis Novotny and Alex Lukscheider, with the likes of Ficek, Squire and Michailidis giving chase. Miroslav Kurp and Jiri Wolf want to get involved as much as possible and stay as hungry as ever in their quest to ride into the elite books. But who is going to get the job done in the fourth and final heat before this afternoon's big showdown? We wait for the flag to drop for the fourth and final elite heat. Ready for the start. The riders ready for the command. And we drop down in position, here we go. And yet again, Maciej Novotny is quick out of the block. And this time Luke Scheider is going to come parallel to Łukasz Zahorski. Can he run right round the outer perimeter and keep his position? Novotny has once again jumped Zahorski. And Luke Scheider is parallel to the world champion several times over. Luke Scheider's really pushing on to try and go after Novotny. The Team Husky rider could get close here. Will he get second? He has to bail, he has to let Zahorski go for the moment. So Luke Scheider still pushing hard. Ficek in a very strong fourth place behind Luke Scheider as well. And the riders come through at the end of the first lap. Squire P5, Michailidis P6, then Kerp and Wolf. Long laps early doors then for Zahorski and Luke Scheider. They've both decided to take the same tactic. Ficek goes on the normal course, as does Squire. Michailidis goes long, as does Wolf. But it's already going to be a very tricky race battle. We already know that Novotny is so difficult to beat. He's just got to work hard and keep doing what he does. It's up to the others to try and get under his skin. But Maciej Novotny is just so confident. 2 laps completed. Maciej Novotny, no need to go onto the long lap. He'll leave it till late as possible. Oh no, he's going for it. So Maciej Novotny goes onto the long lap. He's clearly trying to counteract Łukasz Zahorski. He had that little bit of an advantage. He certainly doesn't want to get the undercut. Luke Scheider still pushing on behind Zahorski. Squire is up to third because he didn't take his first long lap. Zahorski and Luke Scheider have already taken their second. Novotny and Ficek both went onto the long lap that time around as well. Round the UE comes Novotny. Ficek not far away from him. And Anthony Squire comes up to second position by virtue of the fact that he has yet to take his first long lap. So he can see Maciej Novotny just in front of him. Good effort from Anthony Squire, really showing his true stamina to keep up with the reigning world champion. The first signs that Anthony Squire is made for elite, and he's just going to get better and better as the season goes on. Long lap again for Maciej Novotny, the second time of asking. Anthony Squire is going to leave it to the last by the look of it. So Squire could well take the lead here as Maciej Novotny continues his push forward. 3 long laps already for Zahorski. He's decided, I may as well get them all out the way now. Anthony Squire hits the front. That's because he's done no long laps. You go left, I'll go right, says Squire. In fact, it was the other way round. If I go left, you can go right. We'll just not impede each other. So Anthony Squire in this fantastic duel with Maciej Novotny. They come out together, but Novotny is fractionally in front. So Anthony Squire just marvels in the splendor of the speed of the reigning world champion. Anthony Squire goes on to the long lap for the first time. And Maciej Novotny only needs to do one more. There is Luke Scheider, still pushing hard. But he's in front of Zahorski because Zahorski has taken his third long lap. So Luke Scheider still trying to keep pace. But Novotny is just such a strong competitor. Out of the way gets Jiri Wolf. Novotny flying through, getting airborne through the slalom. He is so magnificent to watch. Luke Scheider struggling to keep it together there. Bit of an issue for Luke Scheider. Not quite sure what happened for him, but it's certainly going to put him out of contention for the win. 5 laps done for Novotny. Only one more long lap to go, and he's going to take it now. So Maciej Novotny getting the long laps out of the way with 2 laps still to go. And although there was an early challenge from Luke Scheider and Zahorski, looks to me as though Maciej Novotny has already got this one wrapped up. Look how close it is now between Luke Scheider and Zahorski. Zahorski really pushing Luke Scheider, who's managed to leapfrog past him. So Luke Scheider's got ahead of the multiple world champion and the reigning gold medalist at the Chengdu World Games. But can Luke Scheider sustain the pressure from Zahorski? Zahorski really working through the UE, and Luke Scheider trying to keep his armband on. Looks as though it's slipping a little bit. Now the armband, of course, holds the throttle cable in place so that it's easy access. Luke Scheider's not that far away from Maciej Novotny, who's already gone on to the 3rd long lap. But Luke Scheider needs to take one more. Sorry, Alex, your time at the front is about to come to an end. He'll stay on the course for this lap, but then he's going to make his 3rd long lap on the last lap, and Zahorski is currently being held up by him. So it's giving Maciej Novotny the keys to the victory. Out through the UE one more time and back into the slalom. He goes left. And so Maciej Novotny just finishing off this run Excellent display so far from the reigning world champion. Through the final two buoys, and there's one lap to go for Mathias Novotny and the elite megastar continuing this incredible journey. Luke Scheider is second in front of Zahorski, but Luke Scheider's got to go on to the long lap for the last time, which he does. So I'm afraid Alex Luke Scheider's time in second place is now over. Zahorski gets back in front of him. And what can Adam Ficek do? He's already done 3 long laps. So can Ficek jump into third position past Alex Luke Scheider? For the moment, it's just Novotny running out in front of his mentor. Mathias Novotny, easily the Max Verstappen, or I should really say the Kimi Antonelli of this sport, as he runs through the final couple of buoys and he gets the job done again. 4 out of 4 for Mathias Novotny. Catch me if you can. Zahorski is second, and who is going to be third? Is it going to be Luke Scheider or Adam Ficek? Luke Scheider's come through. It will be the 19-year-old who gets through and finishes ahead of the FG Forest Racing star from Liberec. Adam Ficek is P4, and this time it looks as though Mike Michailidis has really found some special magic out there. He's going to come home in 5th position, I believe, in front of Anthony Squire. Good battle between the two men. But Michailidis, for the first time, finishes in front of Anthony Squire. Good run from the Cypriot. But it's Mathias Novotny. 4 wins out of 4 in front of Zahorski, Luke Scheider and Ficek. Brilliant battle in the elite men's. Now we're going to get the elite women's races. A fantastic battle awaits us in the elite men's final later today. But so far, it's been one-way traffic for the reigning world champion. Mathias Novotny from second position has made it 4 wins out of 4. Zahorski second, Luke Scheider third, from Adam Ficek, Mike Michailidis and Anthony Squire. Miroslav Kup and Jenny Wolf a lap adrift, but still in the game. And so from the elite men to the elite women. And the first heat could see a quartet of victories for Eliska Marushkova. She's going to go to battle against Barbara Kolarova, with Laura Markova, Adela Ostrolova, Rosalia Janora and Anna Burke to complete the Heat 4A field. 3 wins yesterday for Eliska Marushkova, and it's going to be a bit of a fool who bets against her getting 4 in a row, the way things are currently stacked up. And Eliska Marushkova, very much the woman on form at the moment. Looking forward to another big charge forward, the 18-year-old from Jihlava in the Czech Republic for the Rocket Racing MP Sports squad. It's a big chance for Eliska Marushkova to start the season in glorious fashion. 3 wins out of 3 over the course of yesterday. This morning, can she make it 4 from 4? Certainly this lady has a chance to take it away from her. Barbara Kolarova, 15 years of age from Brno, with a big chance to step up to the plate and come away with even more brilliant performances than she's already put on this week. Third position is going to be an interesting place to start from for Natalie Kastikova, for Laura Markova, sorry, my apologies. Laura Markova is going to be in this one, going from third position. But it's certainly going to be a tough mission for all of the racers to see if they can put on a bit more of a show to take on Eliska Marushkova. And of course, we're all waiting to see what happens when Eliska Marushkova goes head-to-head against Sara Zoborova, the first big fight in the elite women's category of 2026. Can't wait for that. So Laura Markova getting herself warmed up. Adela Ostrolova is going to be the next one to take on the challenge. And we'll obviously see some good performances as well from Rosalia Janora in this one, with Anna Burke in the mix as well. Expect the unexpected. That's what you get to talk about a lot in MotoSurf. It's going to be a really exciting run. Let's see what happens next, as the contenders will give us plenty of great drama. We wait for the command. Eliska Marushkova holding the pack in formation. Hopefully we're going to get a good start. Looks as though there's been a bit of an issue off the start for Rosalia Janora, so they're going to form up again. Issues for the pole, so hopefully they're going to get back into formation nice and quickly. And we'll get under starters orders again in the elite women's category. A massive thank you to the safety teams here. Without them, we have no sport at all. And in all weathers this weekend, they have kept us alive and afloat, and they have kept the racing fever pitch, as we always knew it was going to be. So Eliska Maruskova leads Barbara Kolarova to the starting position. We wait for the flag to drop from the jet ski of the safety team. Once it drops, we're into racing conditions. Maruskova guides them, and we wait for the flag to drop. It does! We're under starters' orders in the fourth and final heat of Group A of the women's elite category. And Eliska Maruskova with a majestic start in front of Barbara Kolarova. No issues at all to lead away. And as they work themselves into the slalom for the first time, they go in opposing directions as Eliska Maruskova really cannons into the lead. Great start from her yesterday, 3 wins out of 3, and now she leads Kolarova early doors, end of the first lap, and there's no issues at all for Maruskova. She seems strong as ever before. Markova in third position. Ostrolova there in fourth place, looking like a good challenger to the top 3. Then Yonora and Anna Berg. Straight onto the long lap for Ostrolova. She decides that tactics are going to be her key factor in this one. 7 laps, 3 of which have got to be long laps for the elite women. Ostrolova, the only rider to take the long lap on the first run other than Anna Berg. But Eliska Maruskova has got good confidence, good pace, and good upper body strength. Her consistency is what keeps her up at the front end of the field. But she's a fascinating rider to watch. She looks most of the time like she's out of sorts, but she just has this sixth sense of where to place her body, where to correct on the board. Even if things are slightly getting out of sorts, she knows exactly where to place herself so that she's got perfect poise. And it's fascinating to watch. Barbara Kolarova working hard there in second place. Hand in the air, she's going on the long lap. She's hoping that staying out of the white water of Eliska Maruskova is going to give her a better chance to make time up. So she rounds the long lap buoys, and there is Eliska Maruskova now on her own. But of course, she still needs to go onto the long lap 3 times. Kolarova, Markova, and Yonora only need to do so 2 more times now, as they've all taken their first long lap. Maruskova with a big lead, but of course it can wash away with one error, with one discrete lapse in concentration. But thus far, Eliska Maruskova hasn't even looked close to getting that error. Barbara Kolarova working her way through the slalom. It's so physical in this point of the lap. But she exits the slalom and into the final 2 buoys to cross the line. And Kolarova, plus the long lap, of course, is only 14 seconds back. So you lose about 11 seconds or so in the long lap, based on what we saw yesterday. Anywhere between 9 and 11 seconds, depending on how fast you take it. Kolarova taking the second long lap. So the lead is going to be huge for Maruskova. But Kolarova just wants to ride by herself. If she can get into good qualifying rhythm like she was able to do on Friday, then she may have pure enough pace to match Maruskova and really find that extra gap. So Maruskova sweeps across the line. 4 laps completed, no long laps taken, so she's going to have to take all 3 in the final 3 laps, exactly as she did yesterday. So it's a strategy that's worked out so far for her, so there's no reason why she should change anything. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Runs nicely through the long lap. There is Adela Ostrolova. She's worked her way up into second place now, because she's only taken 1 of the long laps. Kolarova's taken 2. Yonora's only taken 1 as well. That's leapfrogged her past Markova. Anna Berg has taken all 3 of her long laps on the first 3 laps, so she doesn't have to worry about long laps anymore. And so Adela Ostrolova now into second place. Kolarova's got all 3 long laps out of the way now as well. But back to the leader, Matushkova. A bit of a mistake there in the slalom, but her mistakes don't throw her off the board. Her mistakes just kick her out wide. She's able to slow down her pace enough that she doesn't lose the board. She just loses the line, and that's the bigger salvation, really, because you can push too hard and fly off the board, or you can push too hard and then just run a little bit out wide, and that's what Eliska Maruskova is really good at. She can turn a mistake into a run wide rather than a fall. So she's got great self-awareness, self-preservation as well, and she can sense when something's about to get out of order for her. So instead of committing to it and trying to correct it, she just eases off the throttle, lets the board kick out wide, and keeps her position on the board. It's how she's won so many heats and how she's got into a position to wrap up so many titles so early in her career. Oh, and Ostrolova so nearly stuffs it. That's the difference between Matuskova and Ostrolova. Some riders commit to the mistake and hope that it just comes out the other side. Matuskova bails out of the throttle and just lets the board drift, but it really helps her stay afloat. It's a really smart tactic. So out of Buoy 2, arm in the air one last time as Matuskova's on the last lap. It's going to be a long lap, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. Kolarova has come out of the 3 long laps in front of Ostrolova. Markova's down to 4th. Yonora is 5th, and Anneberg is 6th, and that's the way it's likely to stay. But Kolarova is just exiting the slalom now and across the line. Matuskova is on the 3rd and final long lap, and the gap is 24 seconds. So Matuskova is going to finish this race with about 16 to 17 seconds gap in her pocket. Here she is, through the final UE and up to the slalom. One last time for Eliska Matuskova. She doesn't have to push here. Left, right. She has to take avoiding action for Laura Markova. Markova getting a big fall. So she slows the pace right down. She's got time to do that. And so Eliska Matuskova follows in the white water of Laura Markova and takes the victory. Eliska Matuskova, 4 wins out of 4. And it looks like she could have the final in her pocket before we even get to it. But don't count out the woman who's already taken 3 wins in the B group, Sara Zuborova. When those two finally meet, it's going to be an amazing battle. Barbara Kolarova, 16 seconds back in 2nd place. Good run. Adela Ostrolova in 3rd. She'll come through in front of Rosalia Janora, Laura Markova P5 and Anna Berg P6. But what a start to the weekend it has been for the reigning world champion. Eliska Matuskova has just been dominant. It is so hard in this competition to win 1 heat, but to win 4 in a row, that shows you just how world-class the pace is for Eliska Matuskova. Good effort, though, from Adela Ostrolova, really hunting down Barbara Kolarova and coming through for a very good 3rd place. Rosalia Janora in front of Laura Markova and Anna Berg bringing up the field, but everyone completing all 3 long laps without issue and without too much drama. Fantastic start in the elite women's category today. All 4 heats completed in Group A. Now it's going to be the Group B race straight after, but Eliska Matuskova has made it 4 wins in a row. Kolarova 2nd from Ostrolova, Rosalia Janora of Poland, and then Laura Markova in front of the American Anna Berg. They'll all get through to the final, but the big question is, who's going to take that race? Some of the clues as to the order of that are going to be revealed now in Heat 4B, where we're going to see Sara Zuborova go for her 4th win in a row in the B group. Aneta Shtukalova is going to be the big thorn in her side off the start. Then Emma Struchalova, Linda Lukscheider, Natalie Kashtikova, and then Sara Volfova and Victoria Kagatai flying the flag for Turkey and for the My Racing team. So let's see what the women can make of this B group for the last time before the final. And can Sara Zuborova match Eliska Matuskova and make it 4 wins out of 4? The pressure's on her and the opportunity is on with everybody else. So Sara Zuborova looking forward to the challenge that awaits her. 4 wins out of 4 is what awaits her. But there's so much pressure from the riders behind and so much opportunity from the riders behind. Aneta Shtukalova, the woman who's been pushing Eliska Matuskova for the last couple of seasons in the World Championships. And of course, don't forget the rising talents of Emma Struchalova. And of course, Linda Lukscheider. They're going to be pushing hard all the way to try and break into the mindset of Sara Zuborova. But the 16-year-old racing for Motorshop Zubor from Kostivjarska in Slovakia, a very impressive talent. And Sara Zuborova just keeps getting better and better with every season and every event that comes through. It's not going to be long before Matuskova and Zuborova are equals on the same bit of water. This could be the break this weekend. We've seen amazing perfection from Eliska Matuskova in her heats, but we've seen the same from Sara Zuborova. So the key factor now is when they meet on the same water at the same time, who is going to be the stronger? Will it be Eliska Matuskova or Sara Zuborova? Very hard to tell, because both women have been absolutely immaculate in the heats so far, and this could be the key one. If Sara Zuborova can continue her dominance, then it's just going to be a magnificent bout between the two when we get to the final later. But don't count out Aneta Stukalova, Emma Strukalova, and of course Linda Lukscheider. They're all going to be a factor in this one, trying to find that little bit of extra momentum to push their way further forward. What can Natalie Kashnikova do in this one? And of course, we're still going to have some big pace from Sara Volfova. Victoria Kagatai wanting to finish strong as well. The flag drops and we're under starters' orders in the second of the heats for the women's elite. Aneta Stukalova really pushing on to try and make the bid on the inside line here. But it's going to be right side for Sara Zuborova, left side perhaps for Emma Struchalova. And so the two leaders are already trying to stretch out a bit of a gap. Struchalova trying to get inside Aneta Stukalova as they come through the slalom for the first time. No worries at all for the Slovaks. Sara Zuborova leads as they come across the line. Second for Stukalova, third for Struchalova, and it's game on. Lukscheider going well as she comes across the line. Kashnikova has dropped back behind Sara Volfova, but stays in front of Victoria Kagatai. So the core element of the race still going strong as Sara Zuborova continues to find her feet, pushing on strong and really making good work of things as the Slovak, 16 years of age, really stepping up to the plate. It's only going to be a matter of when she's the equal on pace to Eliska Mariskova. It's certainly not going to be if. So Zuborova working hard, stretching her legs in the slalom. Aneta Stukalova going with her on the same side, comfortable to run in the whitewater. So Zuborova comes through. Stukalova working hard for the Jordak Racing Team, the 21-year-old from Pukov. Working hard here to put Zuborova under pressure. So will it be down to the tactics in the long lap? It looks like it because Aneta Stukalova's gone for the long lap on the third tour. So Stukalova goes long lap. Sara Volfova and Victoria Kagatai have done the same thing, but there's a little bit of traffic for Stukalova. I think she's going to have to work her way past Kagatai. So it may be the timing's not quite worked out for her. Struchalova decides not to go on the long lap on this occasion. That puts her in second place. Lukscheider also not on the long lap, but it closes her up to Stukalova as she emerges. But Sara Zuborova is just making it perfectly serene at the moment. A very solid run so far from Zuborova. Struchalova into second place. So currently it is Slovakians 1 and 2. But here again comes Aneta Stukalova, the 21-year-old from Pukov in the Czech Republic. Looking forward to pushing further forward again. First long lap from Zuborova. Second long lap from Stukalova. And the first long lap from Struchalova as well. So it's even Stevens at the top end of the elite women's in Group B for Heat 4. Zuborova controls it through the Yui. And back to the slalom once again. 16 years of age, Sara Zuborova. Her speed is phenomenal for such youth. But it's her immaculate perfection that makes her so fascinating to watch. There's going to be a lot more to come from her. At the age of just 16, she's already taking heat win after heat win after heat win. And it could well be 4 out of 4 when this race is done. Certainly leading at the moment with 3 to go. 2 of those have got to be long laps. Struchalova across the line, second place. Down by 8 seconds. There goes Zuborova onto the second long lap. So far, so good then for Zuborova. Second long lap for Struchalova as well. Does Stukalova go on to the long lap for the third time? Only 4 seconds back. No, she's going to try and jump back in between the two Slovakian riders and get back her second place. So Zuborova leads. Stukalova should be coming through into second place any moment now because there's Emma Struchalova completing the second long lap. And indeed, Stukalova has retained her second place again. So now they're all going to go on to the penultimate lap. And it'll be down to them to decide whether they go long lap or stay on the course. Oh, and there's a fall. So who's that's gone through? Well, it's not the top 3. That's the good news for the leaders. Looks like that might have been Victoria Kagatai that's gone down into the drink. Very unfortunate indeed for the Turkish rider, who looks like she's really struggling to keep up with the pace of the elite women here. Emma Struchalova, still third position, still trying to hunger after the lead as Zuborova maintains her position on the course. As Stukalova and Struchalova both decide to go onto the long lap. So Zuborova's being held up a little here by the traffic, but she can very easily pitch herself to go the other way. And so she'll overtake in the slalom. No worries at all for Zuborova. She exits the slalom first, so not going to be impeded. And she goes into the last lap, and that's got to be a last lap. A long lap for Zuborova. She'll work her way through the right-hander. She's been very calculated and tactical. She goes on to the long lap, so no worries at all for Sara Zuborova. And so the Slovakian is just going to perfect this. Aneta Štukalova running well in second, 18 seconds back. So once Zuborova comes on for the long lap, it's going to be about 8 or 9 seconds the lead. But certainly Sara Zuborova has been stunning to watch over the course of this event. She maintains her prowess, and despite all of the effort of Aneta Štukalova and Emma Struchalova, nobody's getting into her mindset today. Certainly not until the final anyway. Sara Zuborova matches Eliska Mariskova's form record here in Turkey. It was 4 wins out of 4 for the reigning world champion. It's 4 wins out of 4 for the future world champion. Sara Zuborova, fantastic work from the 16-year-old from Slovakia. She gets the job done. Aneta Štukalova will finish off in style as she comes through for second place. Just in front was Natalie Kaznikova, a lap adrift of the leader. And there comes Emma Struchalova, the second of the 2 Slovaks in the field. Great work from her to maintain another top 3 finish. So they've bought themselves some decent positions on the starting position for the final. But what a great run from Sara Zuborova. In the same way as it was for Eliska Mariskova, nobody is going to defeat either Sara Zuborova or Eliska Mariskova in the heats. A good effort from Victoria Kagatai, her first appearance in the elite women's category. But I think that's the time for us to say goodbye to her. There's only 12 seats available in the final. And sadly, it looks as though Kagatai's time has come to an end. But what a great effort from her. And certainly all the flags from Turkey flying for her in the elite women's category regardless. So, just as we saw from Eliska Mariskova, Sara Zuborova makes it 4 from 4. Now they will meet in the final. Aneta Štukalova second from Emma Struchalova and Linda Lukscheider. Natalie Kashnikova and Sara Volfova a lap adrift. We say goodbye to Victoria Kagatai, but thank her for the memories. And so from the elite men's to the elite women's to the stock category. And it's time to put the 15-year-old boy wonder, Adam Kalar, back on the front. Kadlic is next up from Barvik and Hassan Boabas. Then Josef Pokora and Oliver Wolf from Stepan Šimek, Ende Jorgen Schiele, Adam Milovcik, Vladimir Andel, Ferhat Tunkai and the Swede Ringo Rimér. So as the stock riders prepare for another challenging battle, it's been super close in the stocks this weekend. A really tough mission awaits us, and we are not entirely sure which rider is going to come through as the euphoric leader after the heats. We've had 3 heats apiece in the 2 groups, and so far the leader in the rankings is Adam Janusek, the man who will start at the front of the field for the second group. Adam Kalar is second with 2 wins and a second, and the fan base is going ballistic for Erhard Tunkai, and flowers going across the paddock as well. Don't tell me we've got another proposal. I think she looks a bit young. I had to throw that one in there for Irene, who's watching out in Shanghai. There's only one original proposal in MotoSurf, and that, of course, is Alan Ong and the future Mrs. Ong. Hello, Irene. Hope you're enjoying watching back home in Shanghai. So Adam Janusek leads the way at this point in the proceedings with 3 wins out of 3. We'll see him in the second group. But for now, it's time to see if Adam Kalar can pick up the pieces and go for a 3rd win of the weekend. He only lost out to Kim Down in that other encounter. So we'll see what happens as they push for prowess. This is going to be a very tough race to win for Adam Kalar. He's certainly going to find it difficult to stay in front. And it does look as though we are going to get the Heat 4 of the Masters. It looks as though we have got time in the schedule to prepare the Masters. So that is good news. We knew that this was going to be the last of the Heat 4 races for the stock categories. So it is good news to give you over the tannoy here. I'm sure that for the Turkish audience, we've obviously got Turkish commentary as well as English commentary here at the sidelines. So we're going to see some good action out on the course once again as the competitors gear themselves up for the stock category. And I'm delighted to make the announcement. I'll make the announcement once we go on to the big PA as well, that the Masters riders will be getting ready for Heat 4. So as the competitors get themselves geared up and ready for the continuation of the My 35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey here in Çeşme in the stock categories, there's going to be 2 races for Group A and Group B for Heat 4 of the stock category of the riders. Adam Kolar, 15 years of age, will take to the front of the field, and he's going to have big pressure straight out of the blocks from Damian Kadlic. That's going to be a great battle between the 2 riders as they head to the first turn. So expect big things from them as they race in close proximity. And we're going to get plenty of action from the riders as they get into position. So really exciting to see the riders get themselves formed up. And now the competitors will get into their position with the backdrop of the mountain range here in Çeşme in Turkey. Continuation of the My 35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey. And the last battles for the stock riders. They will push on all the way. The Turkish Riders Fan Club is already on the shoreline, ready for the start of the fantastic battles that await us. And of course, when the flag marshal drops the flag, we'll be in strong competition, ready for racing. The flag oscillates, so we're going for a false start on this occasion. So Adam Kolar has got to form up the grid once again. So the riders are putting themselves back into position once again then here on the shoreline of Bilek Bay. It's very shallow in this part of the water. Worth pointing out that it's only about 1.5 feet to 2 feet down to the bed of the ocean. So they've got to be very careful if they come off the board that they land correctly. Not that there's much choice in the matter, of course, but you've got to be very careful about how you land if you are going to go into the drink. But certainly the battle is going to be raging once again for Adam Kolar, who gets himself ready in position to go for another great battle out on the course. And so Adam Kolar forms the field up. He's going to have big pressure from Damian Kadlic straight out of the blocks. He's going to get a lot of opportunity to race for the top spot, but the flag will drop, and when it drops this time, we'll be racing in Group 4. Here we go. 4A gets underway in the stock category. Adam Kolar launches forward. Kadlic is trying to get out from underneath him and swing through to the inside of the buoy. There's a little bit of hesitation as the riders tiptoe their way through the whitewater. And as they hustle their way through on the first lap, an incredible start from the pole sitter, 15-year-old Adam Kolar. He made his elite debut in one of the events last year, but now he's come back to the stock. He wants to win the world title before he steps up to the elite full-time. So Adam Kolar in front of Damian Kadlic. There's a dropper right on the exit of the final buoy. So a couple of riders have had to take avoiding action to miss him. Now who is that that's gone? It's Matthias Bardvik. Matthias Bardvik has dropped it on the final buoy. The junior boy world champion, who was looking so strong yesterday, has made an error and dropped it in the final buoy of the opening lap. So Matthias Bardvik has dropped to the back. How much time can he expect to make up from there? So Kadlic and Pokora take the long lap on the first run. So does Ender Jorgen Schiele. And that's going to promote Hassan Bouabas, the Q80, into second behind Adam Kolar. So Adam Kolar working his way out of the slalom through the final 2 buoys, and he's just keeping himself nice and focused in this early part. There is Hassan Bouabas, the final 2 buoys of the lap for him now. So he's about 6 seconds or so behind Adam Kolar. Make it 7.4. Good run so far from Adam Kolar. We're going to see a replay. This is what happened on the opening lap, I believe. Yeah, that's Matthias Bardvik. Again, big issue as he just gets it wrong in the whitewash of the rider in front of him. That was Josef Pokora. And Bardvik just goes nose first with the board. Nothing you can do to get out of that. He just washes you away. Such a shame for Matthias Bardvik. Now he's got to try and work his way back in to the flow. He's obviously taken the long lap. There's a very decent reason for doing that. You may as well just get the long laps out of the way when you've dropped to the back, get yourself out of the crowd and try and push your way further forward. So Adam Kolar completes the 3rd lap in front of Hassan Bouabas. Damian Kadlic has already taken 2 of the long laps. So he's decided to get himself out into clear water as well. But Adam Kolar riding beautifully out in the lead here. Just taking it nice and easy. Doesn't want to make too many errors. He's being hunted down by Adam Mswc, but the Slovakian is a lap adrift. So Adam Kolar doesn't have to worry too much about Mswc and where he is on the water. Mswc is just learning from the 15-year-old who is in the lead at the moment. Adam Kolar, a real future in this sport. He's got big, big opportunities coming his way in the future of the sport. Here's Damian Kadlec, back up into third place now, despite having taken 2 long laps. So Kadlec is back on pace again. And if that stat is accurate, if Kadlec is only 8 seconds back with 2 long laps and Adam Kolar is on 1, then Kadlec could well be the net leader. We've had a drop into the water. That's Ringo Rimer. So Ringo Rimer has fallen in with the Team Husky board. Long lap for the B. That's for Tunkai. Oh, and also into the drink. Is that... I'm trying to make out who that is. That's Mswc. So Adam Mswc, the Slovakian, has dropped it there as well. He was already towards the tail of the field, but it doesn't look as though he's impeded anybody else. Kadlec, 2 long laps, 7 seconds back from Kolar. So Kadlec is pushing. Kadlec could well be catching Adam Kolar in this one and taking the win away from the 15-year-old. So Adam Kolar's really got to pick up the pace. Look, the gap's dropped to 6 seconds at the timing line. So Adam Kolar is losing about a second a sector to Damian Kadlec. So Kolar is pushing, but Kadlec is pushing harder. And don't forget that Kadlec has taken 2 long laps. Kolar's only taken 1. So this is looking very good indeed for Damian Kadlec. He is motivated today, and he really wants to push it. The gap's down to 5.4 seconds. So here comes Adam Kolar on the long lap. If I'm Damian Kadlec, I'm going to stay on the course, and he does. So Kadlec is going to take the lead away here from Adam Kolar. Kolar realises, and Kadlec comes out first. So now that is going to be Damian Kadlec in front of Adam Kolar. There is Kadlec. He leads. So Damian Kadlec has got in front as another faller in the water. I think that's one of the Turkish riders. That could be Tunkai. So Damian Kadlec is now in the lead. Adam Kolar is giving chase. They've both got to make one more lap after this one, and it's both got to be a long lap. Kadlec leads. He's got little pressure now because he's got ahead of Adam Kolar. So Damian Kadlec is going to take a win off Adam Kolar here. Very good work indeed so far from Kadlec. He goes on to the long lap. He knows for a fact that Kolar's got to do the same thing. So Kadlec being hunted down by Adam Kolar. Kolar knows that he's just got to wait for the mistake from Damian Kadlec. But does it come on the final lap? Damian Kadlec doing a great race here and leading comfortably as he works his way out of the long lap. He is pursued by the 6, that is Oliver Wolf, but Wolf is a lap adrift. So here comes Damian Kadlec. What a ride from Kadlec. He really pushed hard to give himself the opportunity to close up on Adam Kolar. He's lost it in the slalom. Damian Kadlec falls in the slalom. He was just a few buoys away from taking the win away, and Damian Kadlec drops it in the final buoys of the slalom. Kolar's going to take the win away from him. They come out of the slalom, and it's going to be Kolar. He steals victory from the jaws of defeat. Adam Kolar takes it from Damian Kadlec. I cannot believe it, just a few buoys from home, and Damian Kadlec makes the error in the slalom. He had 3 seconds on Adam Kolar, and it all comes away for Damian Kadlec. A disastrous error for Damian Kadlec. Here it is again, into the slalom, goes left side, and he buries the nose in the first turn of the slalom. Such a disaster for Damian Kadlec. The win was in his pocket. Such a tragic accident in the slaloms for Damian Kadlec. The error comes. He was leading by 3 seconds at the last timing zone to Adam Kolar, and it all gets away from the leader as Adam Kolar manages to wrap up 3 wins out of 4. That's why you can never predict what's going to happen next in UAM MotoSurf. A dramatic turn of events in the stock category as the B riders make their way to the water. What a dramatic end to the race here in Cheshme as Adam Kolar manages to sweep a 3rd victory away from his rival Damian Kadlec. Kadlec had done all the hard work and got himself into the lead. He had 3 seconds entering into the slalom, and then the first apex of the slalom in the left side, the nose gets buried and it washes the win away. Adam Kolar takes the victory from Damian Kadlic, and Hassan Boabas in third. Josip Pokola in front of Matis Bardovic. What a comeback to be P5. Stepan Šimek in sixth from Oliver Wolf and Ender Jorgenschila. Then Ferhat Tuncay, Vladimir Andel, and then it's Adam Milovcik and Ringo Rimer. We're getting ourselves ready for the B group of the stock category, but a message to all competitors in the Masters, women and men's. Your fourth heat will run. Please get ready. The Masters men and the Masters women. Your race 4 will run. Please get ready. So in Heat 4B, it's now up to Adam Janusek to make it 4 wins out of 4. Big pressure on the shoulders of the man who is now poised to take control of this event. The Apex Pilots man is looking forward to the victory. Masters competitors, get ready for Heat 4. Masters competitors, get ready for Heat 4. So we do have time on the schedule left to run Masters Heat 4, which is great news for all of the contenders in the Masters Women and the Masters Men categories. But for the remaining 12 riders in the Stock Men category, it is now time to see which of the 12 competitors in the Stock Championship run will make it through to the final. It's a big mission, and it's going to be very tough indeed to filter out the best 12 from this weekend. But this final heat will get us there. And so it is time for Adam Janusek of the Apex Pilots to lead us around, and we go to battle one more time in the stock category before the final later this afternoon. Attention to all Masters, get ready for the fourth heat. Attention to the Masters, get ready for the fourth heat in both the women's and men's category. Heat 4 will run for the Masters. Get ready, please. So Adam Janusek will lead the field into position in the stock category. We come from the ocean. Look at that backdrop. Beautiful skyline here. Only Cheshme can really provide something as beautiful as that. Janusek sends them round again so that we can go to battle for the last time before the finals in the stock category. Masters men and Masters women, please get ready for your final races. Heat 4 will run. So for the stock race category, Heat 4, Group B, My 35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey. This is the last chance for the stock riders to get themselves into the top 12 that will see them through to the final. It's now or never, make or break. Adam Janusek will lead the field forward. Kim down alongside him. The charge to the first buoy is going to be electric. We wait for the command. The flag on the jet ski will drop. When it does, we are racing for the last time in stock before the final. Here we go. And Kim Down makes a good launch. He's going to get parallel to Adam Janusek, but it will be Janusek to the inside of the buoy. Crucially, can Kim Down come round the outside and get him? Janusek keeps the inside, and they're going to go opposite ends of the slalom. I can't tell who's going to get out first. Kim Down versus Adam Janusek. Janusek goes left. Down goes right. This is going to be tricky on the exit. And is it going to be Janusek or Kim Down? It's Janusek, but only just. Kim Down really pushed him to the limit there, and it's going to be Adam Janusek who leads again in the stock category. Big push from Suguru Ikeda. He's now in fourth place behind Jan Travnicek. And a good start too from Jan Matoshka. Jan Matoshka going well in fourth on the start, now in fifth. Alexander Lana remaining in the top 6, and a great start from the Turkish rider Keze Altürk. Kuzey Altürk has got a very good start for 7th position. A little bit of hesitation needed on the way through to the slalom for Adam Janusek. Kim Down pushing him all the way. So Adam Janusek in front of Kim Down. Then it is Jan Travnicek in front of Suguru Ikeda, Jan Matoshka, Ismail Kaptanoglu now in P6 in front of Alexander Lana. So Kaptanoglu has got himself into the top 6. Good run from the Turkish rider. He's still trying to fight his way into the top 12. We're going to see a replay in the background. What is this we're going to see? That's how close it was between Janusek and Kim Down. Kim Down is the one, for once, who has to get off the throttle. Adam Janusek clearly deciding, look, 2026 is my season. I am not going to let anybody take this from me. So Kim Down decides to go onto the long lap nice and early. Okay, well, you're going to force my hand. I'm going to take the long lap. But he gets a little bit of white water on the exit of the long lap, so Kim Down has to take his time. So Janusek now leads Travnicek. Kim, Ikeda, Matoshka, Lana and Altug. Was there an issue there for Travnicek? I think Travnicek just dropped it a little bit. So I think Jan Travnicek had to save a potential fall there, and that's going to put Kim down closer to him. Travnicek losing a couple of seconds in that. So now onto the long lap for the first time goes Adam Janusek. Janusek going well. Travnicek onto the long lap as well. 6 seconds adrift. Kim down is third. Does he go on to another long lap to make it 2 out of the 3 that he needs to take? No, Kim Down's going to try and get track position back from Jan Travnicek. He cuts back in, and Kim Down was dangerously close to Adam Janusek, in fact. Only 1.9 between them. And Kim Down manages to zip up the inside of a back marker who loses ground in the process. So Kim Down is really pushing Adam Janusek. He wants him to make the error. Janusek is held up in traffic. Is that going to be enough for Kim Down to push on him? They're side by side as they come through. Well, that's Janusek getting out of the way. David Zaplatilek getting out of the way, of Adam Janusek. Kim Down was close to him, 2.5 seconds only. So if he can make the jump through the short track, Kim Down can try and gain some ground in the slalom coming up, but they're both going to take the long lap at the same time. I think Kim Down missed an opportunity to go onto the long lap to try and work his way forward there. And now Janusek has got a couple of stragglers in between. I think that's the FG Forest Racing competitor in front of him, Jan Matoshka. So Jan Matoshka in between him and Kim Down. They're just 2 buoys adrift of each other. You can see the beautiful symmetry between them as they work through the slalom there. But Adam Janusek has got 2 laps to go and 2 long laps to go. Kim Down is in the same boat. 2 laps to go, 2 long laps to take. So they've got to match each other in white water as well as in lap position. So Adam Janusek is just a lap and a half away from sealing the pole for the final. 4 wins out of 4 in stock is so difficult to comprehend, never mind to achieve. But Adam Janusek is not that far away from getting it done. Kim Down doing his best to follow him. He may just have to settle for second place here. But a win and 3 second places is very admirable indeed for Kim Down. But Adam Janusek is the man on form in the stock category. It looks like he could come away with the Grand Prix of Turkey. But he's still got to go into that final and make it happen. Oh, he's down! Adam Janusek drops it in the slalom. Kim Down's going to sweep past him. Adam Janusek on the penultimate lap of the final heat drops it in front of the Korean. The perfect quartet of victories is now washed away. Kim Down takes over the lead, and Adam Janusek, a perfect weekend so far. Here's how he did it. The nose stuffs in, he leans forward too much and loses his balance. Suddenly, Adam Janusek's dominant weekend in the stock category disappears. And now he's going to have to settle for 3rd position. He recovers behind Jiri Travnicek. I cannot believe it. Jan Travnicek in a second. Kim Down is the leader, and Adam Janusek down to 3rd position. What a dramatic turn of events in the last stock men's heat. Who would have thought it would go so dramatically in the closing stages? For Kim Down, though, it's perfect. He gets the victory he fought for in such incredible fashion. He's going to have to work hard here. Jan Matoshka comes out behind him, but Kim Down gets the win. Kim Down victorious in the 4th and final Group B heat in the stockmen category. Jan Travnicek is 2nd, and Adam Janusek will come on 3rd, unable to believe how close it was to 4 wins out of 4. Janusek comes through in 3rd. Alexander Lana, great race from him in the end to come through in 4th place. The Swede will be happy with that. Here comes Suguru Ikeda to come through in 5th position, the Japanese rider. What a dramatic end in the stock category as well. We thought it was going to be 4 out of 4 for Adam Janusek, but it was not to be. Kim Down celebrates in fantastic fashion as he grabs his 2nd win of the weekend in the stock category, and that puts the Korean right into contention for the final. But Adam Janusek was so close to 4 wins out of 4. He cannot believe his luck. There is Adam Janusek, cooling off and really, probably mentally beating himself up there for that one. Kim Down takes the win. Jan Travnicek second. Adam Janusek is third. From Alexander Lana, Suguru Ikeda and Jan Matoshka. Ismail Kaptanoglu, P7 from Maxim Gavranov. David Zaplatilek in front of Ali Nagis, Kazu Altug and Alp Hat not taking the start and not finishing the weekend. What a dramatic turn of events in the stock category. And now we're getting ourselves ready for the Masters. Of course, Kim Down has just come fresh off the board to take the win in the stock category. Surely he's going to need a breather before going in for the Masters men for Heat 4A. Well, he's already got 3 wins out of 3, Kim Down. So can he just jump straight off the stock board and go in for the Masters men? This is going to be an interesting one. Well, Kim Down is not in position, in pole position, but he'll get there very quickly. As next up is Arkadiusz Janora. The pole is ready in position there for the Tenzi MotoSurf racing team. The Polish rider ready to go for it in second position. Third place alongside him. This is a last chance saloon for Petr Faltusek, but we know he's already got a win in his pocket from the Masters category earlier on. So let's see what he's capable of. David Poznik ready to go in grid position number 4 for Jet Surf Pardubice. Then it is Jiri Renner for Jet Surf Base, the number 72 rider, starting from P5. Alongside him on the grid, it's going to be the very talented Ivan Matuszek for MP Sports. He will go off P6. Next up, Roman Liszal-Kratishvili, the Austrian, ready to put in another excellent showcase here for heat number 4. And alongside him on the field, it's going to be Jiri Blahar for the hard racing team. Had a difficult day at the office earlier. Let's see if he can get it done this time. And then it is going to be, well, Radeglushka doesn't appear to be there. So it is now Osman Sedat Arus who is next up, the Turkish rider, getting himself ready for another go. Flying the flag for Turkey on home soil. Next up, it is Joe Chung, and he's going to be flying the flag for Macau alongside his countryman, Alan Ng. So now we're just making sure to see if Kim Down is actually going to take his position, because he's literally just come off the board to win the stock heat. Is he going to take his position to race in the 4th Masters heat? Because he won't know necessarily, because of course the news came as they were preparing for the stock heat. So is Kim Down going to be racing in this one or not? There's Alan Ng. Can Kim Down suddenly get himself ready? It seems to me as though Kim Down may have to miss the 4th heat in the Masters. It's one of the perils of the schedule. But the rest of the Masters are making their way to the water. The big question is, can Kim Down get himself ready in time for this race? It might need to be a quick refuel of the board and then put himself back out. Let's see if Kim Down is actually going to make it. The rest of the Masters are getting out to the water. Is this 4th race of the Masters going to go without Kim Down? If so, then we've suddenly got an incredibly dramatic final coming, because we've had 3 wins out of 3 for Kim Down, and the 4th race he may not even start. So that would certainly throw the cat amongst the pigeons ahead of the race getting on. There is Kim Down. Well, how about that? Incredible. He's literally just come off the board in the stock category to take the victory, and now he's going to go again. That is extraordinary. He's got the energy, he's got the strength, and he can literally do 2 races in a row, can he? Well, if he wins this one as well, that would be a superhuman effort from Kim Down. So we're going to see if this turns into the most spectacular opportunity possible. And who is it that sent him aboard? Who else? Lucas Zahorsky. Your board isn't ready, take mine. What an opportunity this is. Just imagine if Kim Down can go from winning the stock race to winning the Masters race back to back in the space of a few minutes. Even Kim Down will struggle to do that, just because he will be tired, he will be exhausted, he won't have as much energy coming into this one. Imagine if he could win back to back. He is the class act in the Masters, but if he could genuinely win these races back to back, that would be astonishing. You don't see it very often. You don't even see it attempted very often. So the fact that Kim Down, who is one of the doyens of our sport, just imagine if Kim Down could make it happen. So the riders make their way into position. There is Alan Ng, one of the two Macanese riders in the field, from the special region of China. One of two special regions of China, of course, the other being Hong Kong next door. So a fabulous situation about to occur here. What if the unthinkable could happen? Kim Down quickly borrowing his board from the elite world champion several times over, Lukasz Jaworski. Could he really turn this into a Masters win straight off the board after a stock win? We're about to find out. Kim Down will go from the front of the field. The flag is in the air. It rotates. It oscillates, not drops. Great to see everybody really enjoying the coverage on the stream. Big support for Macau, for both Joe Chung and for Alan Ng. Nadine Schmidt blessing me for having the energy. Thank you so much. How can you not have energy in this sport? UAM MotoSurf is the best sport a lot of people don't know about yet. And everybody's going to know about it soon. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger all the time. We've had a fall into the water in the preparation for the start, and it's Arkadiusz Janora. That doesn't bode well. From second position, Arkadiusz Janora falling into the water, gets back on the board. The thing is, it's actually more likely that you're going to fall in when you're going slowly, because these guys are used to going at speed. It's a bit like a motorbike. It's so much easier to go quickly on a motorbike than it is to go slowly on a motorbike. It's hard to maintain the balance. Well, it's exactly the same in terms of the scientific principle of riding a MotoSurf board. So much better to run quickly than it is to run slowly. So here comes Kim Down to lead the field. Arkadiusz Janora just making adjustments to the footholds. He better do it quick because we're in formation. The flag is in the air. Are we racing? Yes! Under starter's orders we go. And Kim Down hits the front. Arkadiusz Janora manages to pull in front of his opponents as they run through to the first buoy. And now it's time to do it all over again for Kim Down. Has he got the strength to make it happen? He almost loses it in the first slalom turn. Kim Down is going to have big pressure now to hold this together. Has he got the stamina? Has he got the strength? Well, he certainly leads coming out of the first slalom in front of Arkadiusz Janora. So Kim Down has got a few more laps to navigate it, but it's certainly going okay for the moment. Kim Down leads. Arkadiusz Janora, David Poznik, Petr Faltušek. Then it's Jiří Renner and Romanisha Kratichvili. Bit of a mistake on the first lap by the look of it for Ivan Matušek. Things have already gone against him for the moment. Jiří Renner is the first one to take the long lap, so he falls out of the wake for the moment. Arkadiusz Janora still following in the whitewater of Kim Down. How does Kim Down have this much strength and stamina? 42 years of age, an amazing athlete, and the man from Seoul, Korea, just making it look effortless. He's literally just come off a 7-lap heat in the stock category, and now here he is in the Masters category, doing it again. This shouldn't be possible. Jiří Blahar having a problem on the first lap, and it looks like he's had to retire, sadly. So problems for Jiří Blahar. But Arkadiusz Janora is going on to the long lap. David Poznik decides to stay on the course. Kim Down also takes the long lap. So now we will see if the Korean can hold this together. It would be unbelievably impressive if Kim Down could literally win back-to-back heats across stock and Masters in quick unison. But there's not many people in this paddock quite like Kim Down. So David Poznik has taken over the lead for the moment, but that's courtesy of the fact that Kim Down has yet to... Oh, sorry, Kim Down has already taken his long lap. Is he going to beat Poznik out of the slalom? He is. So not only does Kim Down go quicker through the slalom than David Poznik, he actually beats him out, despite taking one long lap. Kim Down is absolutely determined to dominate this Masters class. How is he still upright? Pushing it to the limit in the stock category and grabbing the victory. And now here he is in the Masters doing exactly the same. He has looked a little bit loose at times, but he's still got the strength and the presence of mind to keep this together. This is extraordinary from Kim Down. Even Kim Down. Right, now Arkadiusz Janora has broken past him. So Arkadiusz Janora has got the undercut, but Kim Down has taken 2 long laps. Janora has only taken 1. So Kim Down is actually the net leader here because he's taken 2 long laps. There's a problem earlier in front of them that looks like an issue for, I think that's an issue for the 3, is it? Sorry, it's a problem. Yeah, I think it was an issue for, oh, in goes Arkadiusz Janora. He clatters into the finishing post. Arkadiusz Janora clatters into the finishing post at the end of the lap. A big mistake for Arkadiusz Janora. Technically, he crossed the line first, but he wasn't on the board when his board made it through. Kim Dawn goes on to the 3rd long lap. Here's the mistake. He gets a face full of the first buoy, then swings it back around, and he just clips the board. And oh my goodness, his throttle is actually caught on the post there. That's going to hold up Arkadiusz Janora big time. The most unusual of incidents for Arkadiusz Janora. So he now goes on to the long lap. Of course, he's triggered the timing beacon for 2 laps, Arkadiusz Janora. So it's showing that he's 2 laps in front, but he's a lap in front, but that's not the case. A very strange incident indeed there for Arkadiusz Janora, who now drops in. Faltasek is the leader. He's only done 1 long lap. Kim Down's done 2. But Janora has got to find his way back into the contention now. He's down to 5th position. Peter Faltasek leads. He's on to his 2nd long lap, and he gets held up a little bit there by Roman Kratishvili. But Kim Down is going to push, and he overtakes. So he will get back into the lead of the race now. Peter Faltasek does his best, but into the lead again goes Kim Down, and he's taken all 3 of his long laps. That's a bitter pill for everybody else in the field to swallow. David Poznik and Peter Faltasek, have still got to take their 3rd long lap. So Kim Down leading with 3 long laps already in the bank. In front, that is Alan Ung, who gets out of the way and lets Kim Down go through. So Kim Down continues, completes the 6th lap, and now there's 1 lap to go for Kim Down, and he doesn't need to take a long lap. 2nd place now for David Poznik. He has got to take 1 more long lap. His hand goes in the air, so he knows he's got to do it. Kim Down just trying to stay out of trouble here. He knows he's got to find a way past Ivan Matuszek. Doesn't want to cause too many issues for himself doing so, but Matuszek gets out of the way. And Kim Down, this is euphoric, even for the Korean. We know he's the Masters World Champion. We know he's a front-running contender in the stock category. But to win back-to-back heats in stock and Masters in the space of a few minutes is almost superhuman. And Kim Down is going to achieve just that. Out through the slalom. Oh, he's gone down! Well, to be fair, Kim Down has been working incredibly hard. 2 heats in a row. But he's going to have the time to get up, get out of the slalom, get back through the final 2 buoys, and finish with a victory. Can you believe it? Kim Down, almost flawless. 2 heats in a row in as many minutes. That is astonishing. Absolutely fantastic for Kim Down. Peter Faltasek 2nd. 3rd is David Poznik. Kim Down looks behind him. Did I win it? Did I actually do it? Unbelievable. Kim Down takes the win in the stock category, and with Lukas Zahorski's assistance, he gets the win in the Masters as well. Here's the fall, but he had such a big lead it didn't matter. That's the only mistake Kim Down has made in the last half an hour. But he was able to recover quickly, and he still took the win in the Masters. Absolutely unprecedented. There is nobody in this category quite as good as Kim Down. If you're a master, you've really got to try superhuman stuff to beat Kim Down. An extraordinary scene as Kim Down wins the stock and the Masters 4th heat in quick succession. Astonishing. Peter Faltasek is 2nd. David Poznik is 3rd. From Jiri Denner, Arkadiusz Janora recovers after his fall to P5. Radek Lučka in front of Ivan Matuszek, and Sedat Osman Erus And then it is Romanisha Kratishvili in front of Alanong, Jo Chung and Yeri Blaha. Now we'll get the Masters men for Heat 4B, and it's the last chance saloon for Yeri Stavacek alongside Mark Andrews, Petr Poznik, Ted Burke. Sadly, no Jano Vankersbilk. Behind me, Hinkache, Michel Lula, Sebastian Lux, Murat Jorgenschila, no Efe Gersoy, he's already retired. Abraham Tibor and Nikita Antonov to finish off the Masters men heats. Despite the best that the Turkish weather could throw at us yesterday, and technically today in the very strong winds, we are still going to make it through. 4 heats apiece. The Masters women need to be prepared for their last race of the day before the finals. Ted Burke going to battle one more time. It's good news for him because he had a difficulty in the Heat 3 earlier today. So now Ted Burke gets another chance to secure himself a place in the final. So now it really is tough stuff. And as we get ourselves ready for the last bout in the Masters men, I'm going to have a look at the top 12 before that previous Masters heat to see roughly where things stack up. Post Heat 3 in the Masters men category, it was always going to be very tricky. Came down, of course, making it 4 wins out of 4. But of course, the riders can delete their worst score. So it's the worst score that is dropped. And of course, now that Kim Down has won 4 out of 4, it doesn't matter. He makes it a perfect score. 54 points anyway. He was always going to get through, but he just proves a point. David Poznik and Petr Faldusek are guaranteed to go through, as is Arkadiusz Janora. But now it's going to be tricky for the others. For Mark Andrews, Petr Poznik, Jiri Rena and Yeri Stavacek, who's now up to 8th in the rankings. This is crunch time. Michel Lula, Ted Burke, Jaime Hinkache and Murat Jorgenschila all want to book their places. Sadly, we have to say goodbye to Radek Lučka, Ivan Matušek and Romanisha Kratishvili, along with Osman Sedat Erus, Alanung, Jo Chung and Yeri Blaha. They have not scored enough points to get through, so they are eliminated. It's now time for the others to try and make their impact on the playbook. What can Mark Andrews do? What can Yeri Stavacek do from pole? We're going to find out very shortly indeed. Yeri Stavacek leads the field around, but the flag oscillates, it doesn't drop. So we're going to go for another attempt at the start. The last race before the Masters final, and with only 12 places on the book, it really is now make or break time for the remaining riders. The red flag is stationary. That means they've got to form up again. If it's waving, that means they've got to get off the course. So at least we only have to restart the race. But sadly, we now know that it's not enough points yet for Radek Lučka, Ivan Matušek, Romanisha Kratishvili, Osman Sedat Erus, Alanung, Jo Chung and Yeri Blaha. Obviously no points on the board at all for Jano Vankersbilk and Efe Gersoy. The only way for Abraham Tibor to qualify is that he's got to get the win. But that's going to be tricky to determine for the Hungarian. And so now he's got to push himself to try and find something special to come through for the win. Never ever say never, and never give up. You never know what's coming. So for Yeri Stavacek in pole, alongside him Mark Andrews, it is time for these riders to push for one final stretch to get themselves into the final later. We wait for the command. The riders come from the sea, and they push their way towards the jet ski that carries the stationary yellow flag. If it drops, we're racing. If it oscillates, we go again. The flag is in the air. We drop, we race. Good start up at the front end of the field, but it's not as strong for Stavacek. It's perfect for Mark Andrews. The Ontario superstar heads into the lead of the race with Stavacek trying to fend off from his opponents. And it's already a big push from the Canadian. Mark Andrews really wants to get a win to finish things off and put him into a great position going into the final. So Mark Andrews exits the slalom and the Toronto Tiger leads the way. Perfect start for Andrews. Into second position. Already a big launch forward for Petr Poznik. And then Yeri Stavacek runs in third place. He just doesn't seem to have the composure that he did on Friday. Qualifying is very different indeed from racing, it seems. front. So Mark Andrews is just taking it carefully on the opening couple of laps, wants to build the advantage. Burke is in 4th, Hinkache is 5th, and Michelula is 6th in front of Lux, Jorgen Schiele, Antonov, Tibor, and of course non-starts for either Van Gersbilk or Gersoy. So into the slalom for the second time. Mark Andrews going well. Rihanna DeVoe watching back home in Toronto, I'm sure. Just keep it together, keep it tidy. We've got someone in the drink further back. That is Yeni Stovacek, the pole sitter. Yeni Stovacek has gone into the water again. Friday was immaculate. Saturday and Sunday have been real headaches for Yeni Stovacek. And we've got another faller into the water. I think that might be Nikita Antonov. Onto the long lap goes Andrews and Faltasek. Andrews puts his hand in the air to make sure he's seen the rider that's gone down into the water. I think that's actually Jorgen Schiele. Murat Jorgen Schiele may have gone down, and that's a big disaster for him. He was really on the edge of breaking into the top 12 for the Masters, so that could really put a hamper on his chances. He recovers, Murat Jorgen Schiele, but that is not what he needed with the last race of the day before the finals. Petr Poznik is really putting Mark Andrews under pressure. Canada versus Czechia. Mark is working so hard to try and stay upright, millimetre perfection in the slalom to try and keep himself measured. You can't afford to push too hard, but Mark Andrews is going well. Over the line again. 3 laps completed out of the 7 he has to navigate. He's going to work his way back onto the long lap again. So Mark Andrews with the advantage of having that little bit of a lead. Poznik decides to go cautious and go with him. He's got second place in his pocket if he just keeps it together. Real problems here for Murat Jorgen Schiele. He's got an issue. The board is not running at full chat. And so Mark Andrews is going to sweep past him out of the long lap. And there was a little bit of a pinch to Petr Poznik there as well from Murat Jorgen Schiele, so that really helps Andrews get a little bit more daylight between himself and his opponent. Ted Burke is riding well. He's gone up to 3rd position, although he's only taken 1 of the long laps of the 3 he's got to take so far. Andrews and Poznik are both taken 2, and they're running 1st and 2nd. So out of the slalom comes Andrews. Good run from the Canadian. Petr Poznik still breathing down his neck. Just wants to keep him honest as he stays within 3 seconds of the Canadian up front. And there's 3 laps to go for Petr Poznik. He just wants to keep the balance. He goes onto the long lap for the 3rd and final time. Oh no, he doesn't. He stays on the course. Andrews, however, does go onto the long lap for the 3rd and final time. So Poznik is going to take the lead for the moment, but Andrews has got to stay focused. He's in the lead for the moment. In net, at least, Petr Poznik takes the actual lead, but Poznik needs to take his 3rd and final flying long lap. Andrews recovers, and he's got back on the course, steadily and in pursuit. Good run from Andrews. He's currently running in front of Michelula. Michelula's only taken 1 long lap, and he's in 3rd for the moment. Then it's Burke, Hinkache, and Sebastian Lux. The German has taken all 3 long laps so far. So there is your leader, Petr Poznik, but he's still got 1 long lap to take in the last 2 laps. Will he do it now, or will he do it later? He'll do it later. Poznik stays on the course. Andrews can stay on the course as well. They've got a slower rider just in front of Mark Andrews. That is the B rider. That is Abraham Tibor, the Hungarian. But he gets out of the way, allows Mark Andrews the chance to come past. So Andrews is not impeded. This is a good run from the Canadian. Keep it together, Mark. Little bit of airtime as he came over one of the waves, but he lands it perfect. Perpendicular and parallel. Every round he comes through. Oh, very tough trajectory. Almost clatters into the Black Beauty on the far side that marks the edge of the course. But Andrews gets away with that. Only 6 seconds back from Poznik. That's going to be okay if Poznik takes his last long lap, which he's going to do on this lap. Andrews should still emerge with a 3-second or so advantage over Poznik as long as Andrews stays on the board. 1 lap to go. Poznik takes the long lap. Andrews can stay on the course. There's Poznik on the long lap. Long lap takes an extra 10 seconds or so Poznik should lose the lead here to Andrews. As long as Andrews just keeps it nice and tidy, which he does, he'll come through at the end of the long lap. Keep it planted, keep it balanced. There is the battle, and it's Andrews out in front. There is Poznik. So there's not much in it at all. Andrews has just got to stay calm and focused. The slalom could be the deciding factor. Poznik needs to push. Andrews just needs to stay focused. Andrews goes left. Poznik goes right. And so they're going to work their way through the final part of the slalom. Andrews has got to stay focused. Don't push too hard. Poznik's got to push for out of the slalom. Andrews is going to get there first. Poznik gives it everything, but it's Mark Andrews. The Canadian gets the win. Fabulous race between the two. Poznik holds him to within 1.8 seconds of the line, but the Toronto Tiger gets the win he's been searching for all weekend. Excellent race from Mark Andrews. Composure, focus, discipline, commitment, and now victory. Ted Burke comes through for a very strong third place. Good run from the American when he needed it as well. Michel Hulard in fourth place. The Chilean Jaime Hecate is going to come through for fifth in front of Sebastian Lux. Fabulous final end to the Masters heats. And when he needed to dig deep and deliver, Mark Andrews licked the stamp and sent it. Brilliant ride from Mark Andrews. Look how close it was coming out of the slalom. That's the gap. Nothing in it. Mark Andrews celebrates as if he's won the Masters Championship title. But with performances like that, it's not out of the question at all. Excellent performance and a great composed ride from the Canadian. And the Jet Surf Canada squad back home in Toronto will be delighted with their boy. Mark Andrews victorious in Heat 4B by just 1.8 seconds to Petr Poznik. Ted Burke in third from Michel Hulard and Jaime Hecate. Sebastian Lux, Jiří Stavacek struggling to P7 with Tibor Antonov and Jorgen Schiele finishing up. And so just one more race before the finals, and that's going to be the Women's Masters and a chance for the Korean racer Lee Eun-jun to come up with 4 wins out of 4. So the competition is ready to run. And the contenders are coming in. I'm not entirely sure, in fact, if the Masters Women will take place or not, because they're not waiting on the shoreline. So I assume it's only for the Masters Men that will get going again, and not for the Masters Women at this point. If that is the case, then Lee Eun-jun was going to start on pole position anyway. It looks as though it will only be the Masters Men. I can't see the Masters Women waiting in position. So it looks like it will just be 3 heats for the Masters Women and 4 heats total for the Masters Men. So a fantastic day at the races so far, and obviously the qualifying heats have given us plenty to get excited about. We've certainly had some amazing performances across the categories, and it really has been an astonishing build-up. The UAM MotoSurf World Championship kickoff here in Çeşme in Turkey has definitely delivered some exciting MotoSurf action all the way through the day, and what a wonderful fillet it is here on the Sunday that we've managed to cool off, and the wind has really ceased down to a little bit of a whisper in the final stages of the day. We're going to take a breather for our lunch break, but of course when we come back, the big show that we've all been waiting for is going to hit the waves. It'll be time for the finals in the first round of the UAM MotoSurf World Championship 2026.
Bir şampiyonanın açılışının heyecanı ve kapanışını yaşamadık. Dünya coğrafyasının değişik noktalarında savaşlar devam eder.
So the last activity before the finals later, it's the ever-present flag parade in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. Everywhere we go, the gap between the heats and the finals signals the chance to celebrate our incredible nations that come racing here. And it really has been a sensational bout. Not everybody has made it through to the finals, but every one of the 19 nations represented here have given us fantastic entertainment in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. 19 nations, 93 riders, Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Canada, Cyprus, Czechia, Germany, Hungary, Chile, Japan, Korea, Kuwait, Macau, Poland, the AIN, Slovakia, Sweden, the United States of America, and of course, the home nation, Turkey. The riders that have been chosen to carry the individual flags will head out onto the water, and of course they'll be led out by the safety crew with the UIM flag. Wonderful to continue our magnificent affiliation with the Union Internationale Motonautique, the governing body of our sport. And of course, with their help and assistance, MotoSurf is a proper world championship with an amazing future ahead. We are just getting started. If you think that the big sports that are in their current form have been around for quite some time now, Formula One since 1950, the Premier League in British football since 1992. Well, MotoSurf World Championship only kicked off in 2015. We are just getting started, and we're going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Wonderful to see so many great competitors head out onto the course, and we are very much in party mode. So we'll say hello to all of the riders who get to carry their nation's flag out onto the water for the flag parade. Anna Burke looks like she's lining up with the United States flag. Mike Michailidis with the Cypriot flag. Adam Kolar is the one chosen to wave the Czechian flag. Alan Ung will wave the flag of Macau. Rosalia Genora, the flag of Austria. Sada Zuborova, the flag of Slovakia. And there is the other flags coming through. Mark Andrews, very proudly holding the maple leaf, the Canadian flag aloft for everybody watching back home in Toronto. He could not feel better right now, Mark Andrews, fresh off the back of winning the last Masters heat of the competition, and then straight in to the Riders' Parade. That'll do nicely. Of course, the flag of Hungary will be waved by Abraham Tibor. The flag of Germany will most likely be held aloft by Sebastian Lux. There's the proof. Sebastian Lux will carry the flag of Germany. I have a feeling that the flag of Kuwait will be carried by Hassan Bouabbas, or it may well be Faraz Ramadan, who sadly failed to make it into the heats in a very dramatic turn of events in the stock category. So perhaps he will be given the honor of at least flying the flag of Kuwait in the flag parade. The Japanese flag, well, that is almost certainly going to be waved by Suguru Ikeda. He may decide to hand the honor to Fuju Terihita. But the riders will venture out onto the water for the flag parade. It's a wonderful community, the MotoSurf community. We love what we do. We love this sport with our whole heart. And as it keeps getting bigger, we get more and more opportunities to go out onto the water and showcase just how big this international world championship is becoming. It's party time here in Cheshme as everyone is really soaking up the atmosphere from the My Club Racing Clubhouse. Mark Andrews is in the festive spirit. He just is loving life right now, fresh off the back of a win and going out to wave the Canadian flag in the MotoSurf World Championship. Give that man a lollipop. If you cracked his arm in half, it would have maple syrup running through it instead of blood. Such a proud man to wave the flag of Canada on the UAM MotoSurf flag parade. And of course, there are many Turkish flags here. Such a big opportunity as the sport continues to grow in this nation. And it is becoming very, very popular a sport, MotoSurf. The Turkish fraternity here getting bigger and bigger all the time. And wonderful to see so many great riders who have come here to fly the Turkish flag across the categories. Uzey Altürk, Sani Erus, Artur Gezer, Osman Sedat Erus, Efe Gursoy, Murat Yogan Sheila, Alp Alhat, Kuzey Altürk, Aras Çekdem, Selim Işık, Ismail Kaptanoglu, Ali Nugis, Ferhat Tuncay, Ender Yorgancila, and Victoria Kagatai, along with Biancoyan Pinar and Tukshe Levatoglu. Alexander Lanner's got the flag for Sweden. Alan Ung has got the flag for Macau. As the riders venture out, Andrei Atanasov has the flag of Bulgaria, and Anna Burke has the flag of the United States. Jaime Hincache with the flag of Chile. Sebastian Lux carrying the German flag aloft. I wonder who they've chosen to fly the flag for Turkey. It looks like Kim Down has been given the honor to fly the flag for South Korea. But the riders venture out onto the course for the flag parade. And the flag of Turkey, well, I'm not too surprised. Murat Yorgancila. Murat Yorgancila carries the flag of Turkey onto the water. Philanthropist and advocate for the sport here in this beautiful country as the sport grows bigger and bigger here in Turkey every single time. So great to see Murat Yorgancila out on the ocean waves carrying the gorgeous flag of Turkey around in Bilek Bay. And so the riders take to the water to enjoy the flag parade. This is what we do this for. Not just for the fun, not just for the excitement, but for the pride of our nations. 19 nations around the world have come here to put on a spectacular showcase. And look at that, the flags of Turkey on the shoreline. The pride of the nation, the host nation for the first round of the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. The My35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey. Murat Yorgancila flies the flag aloft as the other riders enjoy the flag parade. Jaime Hincache waving the flag of Chile. Anna Burke waving the flag of the United States. Adam Kolar waves the flag of the Czech Republic. And Sara Zubarova, the flag of Slovakia. Alexander Lanner with the Swedish flag. Mark Andrews with the Canadian flag. There is Jaime Hincache with the flag of Chile. Just behind Anna Burke, the 18-year-old from Mooresville, North Carolina, holding the Star-Spangled Banner aloft. What a fabulous sight the flag parade always is. Kim Down has the flag of Korea. The Slovak flag from Sara Zubarova. Rosalia Janora has the flag of Poland. Wonderful to see all 19 nations represented. Andrei Adanazov has the flag of Bulgaria in there, I think. And there's the flag of Kuwait, held aloft by Hassan Bouabbas. Wonderful to see the 19 nations represented in the flag parade. Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Canada, Cyprus, the Czech Republic, Germany, Hungary, Chile, Japan, Korea, Kuwait, Macau, Poland, the AIN, Slovakia, Sweden, the USA, and of course, the home nation, Turkey. The flag parade, always a special moment. Very nice to see Adam Kolar getting the honor of waving the flag of the Czech Republic, the 15-year-old who is fighting for the stock category. That's very special because the elite riders have all been dominant from the Czechs, and they've decided to give Adam Kolar the honor on this occasion. That's a very big honor for the young 15-year-old. As the flag of the UIM leads the flag parade around, we are so indebted to the Union Internationale Motonautique, who really give us such incredible support and have helped us to raise this to a World Championship elevated status. It's the 11th season for this competition, and last year, in the 10th year of the World Championship, we even got to be part of the first World Games for us. Chengdu 2025, we are definitely hoping to be there again in Germany 2029. All the signs look good as the World Championship of UAM MotoSurf continues to grow and grow. Wonderful scenes here out on Bilek Bay in Çeşme in Turkey, just a couple of hours from the nation's capital of Istanbul. Hassan Bouabbas, that's not a parade, that's ballet. Hassan Bouabbas is almost ice skating on the water. Well, that's what you get for that. Fabulous scenes from Hassan Bouabbas, giving us some artistry while holding the Kuwait flag. There's Mark Michailidis with the Cypriot flag, and there's Kim Down. What a hero he's been today. Stock and Masters wins, back-to-back in the space of a few minutes. Hassan Bouabbas, he's waist deep in the water, but he's still waving the flag of Kuwait. He doesn't care. Alexander Lanner playfully taunting him with the flag of Sweden. There's Rosalia Janora with the flag of Poland. What a wonderful community this is. If you'd have said to me 2 years ago, you're going to be part of a major world championship where racers go board to board through the buoys on surfboards, I wouldn't have believed you. But you know what? I'm rather glad that that's how it's turned out. Sebastian Lux with the flag of Deutschland, the German flag aloft. And now Alexander Lanner and Kim Down are not letting Hassan Bouabbas get away. They've put him in a MotoSurf donut. So the MotoSurf donut for Hassan Bouabbas. He's going to have to break it to get out of it. Wonderful scenes as the 2026 UAM MotoSurf World Championship kicks off. And I know that everybody watching around the world for their favourite riders from their favourite nations are really soaking up the atmosphere here in Turkey. What a fabulous start to the season. And it's going to be a busy year. So much more to come in the 2026 championship campaign. Next month we're in Czechia in Prague. Then we go to Stockholm in Sweden. Then in September to Marbella in Spain. Then in October, all being well, we'll go to Fujairah once again in the United Arab Emirates. And then we'll finish with a back-to-back double-header in Jinhua and Shenzhen in China. What a season. What a fantastic battle for the championship titles across the elite men, the elite women, the Masters men, the Masters women, the junior boy, the junior girl, and the stock category. So much great racing in 2026 to come, and every rider from every nation has brought their A game to the table already. We hope you've enjoyed the battles in the qualifications and the heats. Now we get ourselves into fantastic fashion, ready ahead of the finals. We'll take our lunch break very shortly, and when we come back, we will be ready for the big showdown in each of our categories. What a battle awaits us here in Cheshme. A proper MotoSurf donut now, given to us by Adam Kalar of Czechia, Alexander Lanner of Sweden, Kim Down of Korea, and Hassan Bouabbas of Kuwait. We love all of these personalities. Without them, it wouldn't be MotoSurf. The Turkish flags fly aloft on the shoreline as we enjoy and soak up the atmosphere of the UAM MotoSurf flag parade. That's it for now. We're going to take ourselves into the lunch break, and as the riders come back to the shoreline, we will let them prepare, let them cool off, and then it will be action. We've got a very busy afternoon to come, and there's going to be all sorts of badinage and banter. We'll come back later this afternoon for the junior boy, junior girl, Masters men, Masters women, stock, elite women, and elite men's finals here from the My 35 Turkish style Grand Prix of Turkey in the MotoSurf World Championship kickoff 2026. We'll see you in a bit.
This is the Turkish style. Turkish style.
All of the build-up of the last few days has got us to this sensational crescendo. The UAM MotoSurf World Championship 2026 season opener at the My 35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey in the gorgeous Bilich Bay here in Çeşme. What a sensational, stunning backdrop to kick off the 2026 World Championship season for MotoSurf, one of the fastest growing sports on the planet. I'm Jake Sanson and I'm joined in the commentary box for the first part of the finals from the legend himself, Lukas Zahorski, multiple world champion in the elite category. Lukas, thanks so much for joining me, buddy. What an opportunity we have to talk our way through the first few finals, starting with the junior boys.
Hello, Jake. It's so nice to be here. As you said, it's a great pleasure for me to commentating here with you. So let's go through what we are expecting right now.
It's an all-check front of the grid from Stan Kohut and Max Rushka, and then we have Lucas Violet along with the three Turkish stars, Sani Örüs, Arto Gezer and Uzay Altug, and then the Austrian Leo Lischel-Kratishvili after his two DNFs yesterday. He'll be trying to fight his way back. You've been in this position before, getting ready for a final. What is going through the head of these youngsters right now?
So of course it's a great thing being in the finals first of all. So for the junior boys, they all made it through because there are only 7 for this race. I'm very happy to see the internationality in this race. So we got a rider from all over the world, from Turkey, from United States, Austria, and also from Czechia. So yeah, I think they should be a little bit stressed because we got really tough conditions today. It's a very sunny day, but at the same time it's really windy, and these conditions are really demanding on your physical condition, and also it requires a certain level of skill to be able to compete really on 100% and give it all during the race.
And you have 10 years of MotoSurf World Championship experience, multiple titles, a gold medal in your pocket. What is the course like to race in? Even a lot of the riders who have so much experience have said this is the toughest course that MotoSurf has ever faced. How do you see it?
It's a really tough course, and especially in these conditions. So we got like the regular part of the track, which is pretty nice, decent. The buoys are far away, so you can really push there on a full gas. There's no issue, but then we get to the split section where the track divides into 2 parts, and it's really technical, really narrow, and it's really difficult to steer the board in the right place where you want it, especially if the incoming waves, which are graded by the wind, which is really unexpected, and then you never know how your board is going to turn into each buoy. So yeah, this track is really difficult, really demanding, and as I said before, especially for these young and very light juniors.
Thank you all for watching along, for your patience and your patronage. Wherever you're watching around the world, we know we've got several people tuning in. Nadia is obviously giving a huge shout out to the Turkish riders, to Artur, to Sani, to Uzay. Good luck. There is such a big opportunity for these youngsters, and there is nothing like racing in the MotoSurf World Championship on home soil when you've got so many people behind you, backing you all the way. And this is a fast-growing nation for MotoSurf. There is a real thirst and a real passion for MotoSurf in this part of the world. A lot of that comes down to the hard work of Murat and Ender Jorgen Schiele. Yes. They've really been pushing Turkey as a thriving nation for this particular sport, and it's growing massively out here.
Exactly, and I also have to say they really gave it all. They built here a beautiful training course for all the juniors and all the Turkish riders. And I personally trained with Sani, also with Arthur. I also got to meet Kuzey, so it's really nice to see these guys competing and also being like really in front. They are not getting really huge distances from the leaders, which obviously have much more experience. Speaking of Stanislav Kohut and Max Hruška, these guys have already some experience in the races, so it's really nice to see them, pushing and being there with the others.
So it's no real shock to see Stan Kohut and Max Rushka at the front end. They were obviously top contenders in Junior Boy last year. This man has really impressed me. Yes. Lucas Violet, the last time he competed in the MotoSurf World Championship was 2 years ago in Croatia. It's been a long time for him. He spent all of last year back home training and building up his stamina. He's come back and he's almost the finished article.
Yeah, exactly. He's the best rider in his age in the United States. So I think for him this is a huge opportunity to show to the world that he can compete with the best guys from all over the planet, and I think he's got something to show off. I've seen him racing, I've seen him riding. He's really light, he's a lightweight rider, he's got like a huge advantage on the starts, so we'll see if he'll be able to grab the opportunity against Max Hruška and Stanislav Kohut.
And we've got to talk a little bit about the local riders here in Turkey who are going out for the first Junior Boy final that they have faced here in Turkey. But one man in particular kind of stands a little bit above the rest, and that is young Sani Erus, 11 years of age.
Exactly.
And he's only been a couple of seconds away from the top pace. He's really building massively, and considering that he's only 11, he's got so much development to come.
I mean, Sunny's been through a lot of hard work. I've been training with him for like three years now, and he spent his last days here riding all day long, 2-3 fuel tanks per day, which is like 2-3 hours on the board. He really gave it all, so I have really crossed fingers for him because he's like a Turkish symbol of the hard work in MotoSurf.
It's always nice to see the junior boys getting up in stature. Now we're going to get the formation. They go out to the sea, and then they come back in again to form up in the line. Stan Cahoot will get the inside. Then Max Ruska from Lucas Violette of the United States for Jet Surf Orlando. Then Sani Yarus, Artur Gezer, Uzay Altug, and Leo Lischel-Kratishvili for Jet Surf Factory Austria. We're under starters orders, and immediately there's a big push from Lucas Violette, who's going to try and grab the lead as he comes through around the outside. Has to bail out of it, but manages to split the difference and come into second place. Great start for the American. Now he's going to have Rushka to his outside. He goes there, Violette goes right, and they're giving chase to Stan Cahoot. What a fantastic launch, though, from the American, who is proving that he is up there to fight for the top three.
We'll see how they go out of the split, because I think Lucas Violette could be there in between those guys.
Very good run out of the slalom for the two top men, Stanislav Cahoot and Max Ruska. Violette still keeping his form back in there. Leo Lischel-Kratishvili trying to work his way back into the floor as well. One's decided to go for the long lap, the other sticks it out, so Cahoot stays on. Ruska goes long.
Well, I think this could be a great opportunity for Hruška, because he knows he's just 1 second behind Stanislav, and therefore the gap between is so close that if he tries to push, he just needs 1 second to gain on him to be able to overtake him. So we'll see how it goes when Stanislav goes also to the Joker, to the long lap.
And you would know about this when you were racing against Matthias in the Elite.
I would do the same.
When you're chasing, you've got to go long first, right?
Exactly. So we'll see if Standa will be able to keep the pace, because as we could saw, Max really pushed it hard. So yeah, we should expect to see soon, because if Standa knows that Max went to the long lap, he should do it in this lap too. So then he has only one lap, where he needs to be faster than him.
So Leo has worked his way forward as well. The Austrian now up into the top three, courtesy of the fact that he didn't take the long lap initially. So he's gained a little bit of momentum that can help him. And now Stan Cahoot responds to Hruška.
Exactly.
He's immediately decided he's not going to let him gain that upper hand.
Exactly. That was a great move by Standa, but we'll see if it worked out for him, because I think Max really pushed himself. We'll see now at the exit of the long lap.
They come out of the split, and who's going to get out first of all? It's going to be tough to see if Stanislav Cahoot can hang on in front of Max Hruška. I think Hruška's just been able to jump him by just a fraction. Yes, Hruška, you can see the white water in front of Stan Cahoot. He has managed to leapfrog him. That is a big jump in this race, and now there is about a beauty and a half between Hruška and Cahoot. He really has made this advantage count, and Max Hruška takes the advantage into the slalom.
Yeah, he made a great move. I could already expect this when I see the time differences passing through the gate, because the Joker takes around, the long lap takes around 9 seconds difference, and Max was already 6 seconds behind Standa. So that means that he was able to overtake him pretty easily.
So now they work their way into the crescendo again, staying out on the course. Hruška gets out of the way of the traffic because they're taking the long lap. Very smart from Hruška. Cahoot decides to go for the tactic again, and he goes for the undercut. Oh, that is Hruška! He's pushed it too hard!
He's in the water. Come on.
Hruška, big issue there for him, as he's just found a little bit too much on the way through to the main part of the course, and this is where Stan Cahoot, now working his way through the UE, can get a big advantage as he gets himself up towards the far end of the circuit. We're going to see how it happened. So Max Hruška takes it neatly through the left, but he just buries the nose.
Yeah, this is going to cost him dearly, because, you lose the time when you hit the wave, then you fall, then you need to start again, get up on the board. It takes you like 10 seconds to do that. I mean, this could be the race decider.
We did say coming into the weekend it wasn't going to be a case of who was going to fall, it was going to be a case of how many will fall, because this is a very tough course indeed. But Stan Cahoot says he really likes it because he's a little bit stockier as a rider. It actually suits him better to be twisty. When it's tight and top speed, being lighter is actually the advantage.
Now when you look at the time differences, Standa is only 5 seconds behind Max, and Max now goes on the long lap. So that means that Standa will overtake him eventually if all goes with the same pace.
But if Max can fall, there's no reason why Stan could fall either, so that it's really tricky between these two. Very talented young men, still pushing hard. Leo Lischel-Kratishvili has now got himself into a permanent third place. He's jumped Lucas, he's jumped Sani, so this is a great ride from the Austrian, looking good for the top three, but it's now Hruška versus Cahoot, and who is going to have the stamina to keep it upright?
I mean, I think the podium is very unexpected right now because we can see that Lucas Violet is on the 5th place. I don't know what happened. I think probably he had to fall because he fell behind Starting Arrows and also behind Leo. So we'll see if there's going to be some response from him.
He's gone a long way back. He's down to 6th place now, so big problems, unfortunately, for the American. There must have been an issue somewhere.
Look how Max is close.
This is really exciting now. A second and a half. All of that deficit, that deficit that was lost, he has now got himself back. He's riding angry, and that fire has motivated him back into position. They've both taken the long lap. We're into the final lap, and Hruška knows he's just got to pressure Stan Cahoot. He's got to make him make the mistake. He goes just to the side of the whitewater. Stan Cahoot's got the opportunity, but Hruška is putting him under pressure. They're actually getting airborne, kicking over these waves.
So close to him. It's just like 1.5 seconds behind. It's very close, and now we're going to see left and right split, I guess.
So it's now going to come down to the slalom. One goes left. Oh, they're both going to go left. So he's following in the whitewater of Stan Cahoot. This is all going to come down to the pressure cooker. Run wide from Cahoot. Hruška's pushing him hard. It's going to be difficult now to see who's going to correct. Cahoot comes through, and there's a rider in the way. It's going to be Cahoot. Stan Cahoot takes the final in junior boy in the Turkish Grand Prix 2026. That was so tight. Big effort from Max Hruška to close in, but Stan Cahoot soaked up the pressure and kept it going to the last.
Who's going to take the third, though? Who's going to be there? We're still expecting the third rider to come.
I think it's going to be Leo Lischel-Kradishvili. Stan Cahoot celebrates in style. It was always going to be a tough ride between him and Max Hruška, but it was Hruška who made the mistake on this occasion. Cahoot just kept it solid and strong, and it was the stockier riding form that kept him in. This is the moment that the race was over as far as Hruška was concerned. That is Sani Arus, I think, coming back onto the course and then falling directly in front of Max Hruška. That was close. That was really tight.
What a reaction from Max. I mean, this was really professional reaction. He didn't even scratch him. He just saw him falling on that side. He made an immediate response. It's a great effort from Max.
But a wonderful race, and it just shows that these two boys, once they get to that point, Lucas, they're going to be ready to go hammer and tongs in stock. They're going to be ready in elite.
I mean, I haven't seen anyone in this age pushing so much as Max Hruška did right now behind Standa. He was really into it. He was riding right up on his, you know what I want to say.
Well, the future of elite is looking really hot, isn't it? You've got Adam Kolar coming up through the ranks. Now you've got Hruška coming through the ranks. Cahoot is probably going to stick at this now.
Yeah.
It's going to be a really interesting couple of years.
Very fast riders. I mean, it's a shame for Max that he made this mistake, because I think his pace was much better than Standa's. But eventually it comes down to who makes as many mistakes.
So here is the provisional result. Stan Cahoot taking the win from his countryman Max Hruška. Brilliant comeback from Leo Lischel-Kradishvili from the back to 3rd position. Sani Arus in front of Uziel Tug and Artur Gezer. Sadly, the incident for Lucas Violet dropping him out of the race. He did not complete the full race distance in the end. He'll be back for more to try and battle. But of course, Hruška making the mistake now, Lucas. The next round is in Prague. He's going to love it.
Exactly. It's a home race, so lots of pressure. Now we move on to junior girls.
Nela Boznikova from Ellen Berdova, and the superstar newcomer, Bibiana Bubnikova. She's got such a future. Adela Pokorova and Natalie Ororova getting into the waves as well. But this is going to be a really interesting junior girl title. Ellen Berdova pretty much made it her own last year, but this year, now we've got Nela and Bibiana hot on her heels. Nela faster in qualifying. Ellen Berdova struggling with that little light foot injury that she picked up yesterday because it's so shallow here. Exactly. That 2-foot deficit, it really caught her on the foot. But Bibiana Bubnikova, the new FG Forest star, considering she only started riding last May, and this is her first ever appearance in the World Championship, that's a big future ahead for her.
Exactly. I mean, it's going to be very interesting between all of these girls because the conditions are really demanding. And of course, you never know when someone's going to make a mistake, so you have to stay focused, you have to keep pushing, and we'll see how it goes.
It's definitely going to be more unpredictable, I think, in junior girl this year than in junior boy. I think it's fair to say, coming into this point of the season, it's going to be the duel between Cahoot and Hruška for the main body of the year, with opportunities for Leo and Lucas to get a look in. But in junior girl, this is the tightest battle I think we've got against 3 riders.
I think we've got even 5 riders fighting for a title. I mean, I wouldn't kick out of the championship by any of them because Ellen Borav is the reigning world champion. Bibiana Bubnikova really surprised all of us with her dominant pace in the heats, in the waves. Nela Boznikova, she won the qualification, and then you got Adela Pokorova and Natalia Uhlarova also fighting. So I mean, imagine that the 4th and 5th girl don't make any mistake, they don't fall. The 3 leading girls make lots of mistakes. mistake, they fall down, and you could have the rider from the 5th place to win the race. So I think this race is going to be really interesting and really unpredictable. I wouldn't bet on any of it because you never know how it's going to end. So I'm looking forward to see it.
I mean, we really have had a little bit of everything from the junior girl in the 2 days so far. We had Nella popping up and grabbing that supremely quick lap time, 46.9 from her in qualifying. Really impressive as Eliska gives a little bit of motivation there to Adela Pokorova. She's one of the most incredible people in this paddock. She's a racer and a world champion, but she spends more time motivating others than she does motivating herself.
Yeah, that could be true. I mean, she's the World Games winner. She's already multiple world champion. So you really try to give what you have to the others to make them feel like, you know, they can achieve the same results. You will try to support it, especially when you are close friends from your childhood. It's really nice to see this behavior on the track.
So we've got this fantastic dynamic in the top 3 alone, because we have Poznikova, who's come in and really stormed everybody with that 46.9 in quali, and then she's got consistency in the races.
She was only 3 seconds slower than me.
Amazing, isn't it?
That's incredible. That's really incredible.
And then you've got Ellen Berdova, who comes in obviously as the reigning junior girl world champion. She was so impressive last year. Nobody really had a candle to her, but she's been caught up, and she knows she's been caught up. She's got to try and find something a little bit deeper from herself to really maximize the consistency she generated last year.
I think she was surprised by the results, and especially by the ongoing in the heats, and now she knows it, so I think she'll be determined to gain the trophy, the main trophy again. Well, I don't know. We'll see. The conditions are tough. Even I made a mistake today that I missed one Dewey because the waves are really unpredictable. We've seen it like a few minutes ago with Max Ruška as he made a crucial mistake. So yeah, I'm looking forward for the final.
And then we've got this unknown factor, and she is an unknown factor really, Bibiana Bubnikova, to come straight in and be within 0.4 of a second of the current champion of the world. And she's only been riding a year, just over a year.
Progress. I mean, it is partially also because, you know, she joined a new team with Matej Kozicek, who is unfortunately not here with us because he tore his ACL during the training at the beginning of the season. But professionally speaking, I think that was a huge push forward for Bibiana, mainly with the confidence that she knows that she's got the support. And after her performance in the heats, I think she also knows that she can be in the top, and she has to win it. So
yeah, I mean, she made some rookie errors yesterday, which was kind of to be expected, but her performance in the heat this morning to storm through and take the win in the way she did, I mean, that was absolutely phenomenal. So it genuinely, one of the most unpredictable championships to call this year is Junior Girl, and it's going to have so many twists and turns over the course of the year.
And I'm also really happy for Nela Poznikova that she made progress and she's starting first, because last year I saw she really struggled with confidence. She was always behind Ellen, you know, like the girl who's second, and now she really took the lead, and you look at her, I think she feels confidence. And I think that could be a huge challenge for Ellen, because she doesn't know it from last year. She didn't expect it, and now, yeah, Ella is in front of her. So we'll see how the starting lineup goes. I think all of the girls will keep up the same speed. There's not so much weight difference in between them. The wind is blowing right in their back, so we should see pretty good start.
And it's the first time, of course, that the junior girls are separated from the junior boys, so they can have their own race when the flag drops. We'll be racing, and under starters orders then for the junior girls final in the Turkish Grand Prix 2026. Fantastic start from the far side from Adela Pokorova. Yes. She's made an absolute flyer, and she's going to try and maintain this to second position. Berdova comes back alongside, so as they work their way into the slalom, Pokorova's made an absolute stormer, but she's a little bit lackluster in the first part of the slalom. That's going to get Bibiana Bubnikova back on terms, but watch Berdova's got a chance here. Poznikova a little bit too ragged on the far side slalom, but it's Berdova's hit the front. That's the reigning junior girl world champion, and that's the most feisty we've seen her so far.
That's a huge response from Ellen to take the lead right from the start. Nella is second right behind her. Bibiana made small errors in the split that caused her the third place, and now I think she's back in fourth with Adela Pokorova taking the third.
So Ellen Berdova, who's looked on the back foot for most of this weekend, she managed to get that win in the second heat in the middle part of yesterday, but ever since then she's been chasing her own heels, and what a response in the final. When it counts, she's been able to really storm forward and make her advantage count.
I mean, that was the world champion confidence we've seen right now. She knew she had to do it in the first lap in the split, and she just stormed it, as you said.
So Poznikova still staying with her, only 3.3, so there is nothing in it realistically at this point of proceedings. Interestingly, Poznikova challenging her by pursuing rather than going on the opposing side of the slalom.
I think that's not really a bad choice because she's keeping right behind her on the flat water, and she knows she has to get closer because first lap she was really behind, so she knows she has to get closer even to have a chance to overtake her on the long lap. And we now they both went to long lap.
That's interesting.
So that's an interesting strategy.
2 seconds in it only, so this is pressure on the mount of Ellen Berdova because Poznikova has a lot more confidence in 2026. She can be a little bit more hot on the heels.
I just hope that Nella didn't decide to, I'm going to stick with second place. I'm happy here. I'm not going to fight for a victory. I want to finish second, but we should see it too if she follows her all race wrong.
I think there's a little bit more thunder in that particular stance of Nella Poznikova to come. We still have another long lap to come for these riders, but Ellen Berdova, too young to step up to the elite women's category, of course, but what an opportunity for her as she continues to pursue her dream of another world championship title. She could be a double world champion before she even steps into the elite women's category next year. But Nella Poznikova and, of course, the likes of Bibiana Bubnagorna and Adela Podnokova are going to be working so hard to try and get back on terms.
I think, Jake, this was an error by Nella. She chose the other side of the play, which was pretty wavy, and look at that, she lost a lot of time, and I think she's gonna... Oh, I don't see her. Oh, she fell. I think she fell in the split.
Yeah, I think so. Adela Pokorova has indeed fallen in the split, you're right. So in the slalom...
It's Nella who fell, I think, because I don't see her behind Ellen right now.
Well, there is Nella in the number one. So Nella, 5 seconds adrift.
Yes,
so she's gone for the long lap.
She's gone for a long lap.
It was Adela, I think, that went down. So Adela Pokorova's gone, I'm afraid, in the slalom, and that's promoted Bibiana Bubnakova. There she is. This is still a very impressive debut for Bubnakova, considering that, this is her World Championship debut. She's never raced at this level before, and here she is matching these guys for lap times. Incredible.
I mean, her style is also very nice. She goes really aggressively. She
that's
pushes
Olorova.
close to the boys.
I think Olorova's gone in now as well. So Natalie Olorova, unfortunately, the latest to go down into the slalom. But Ellen Berdova just controlling the pace now. She's extended to 13 because of Pozhnikova's second long lap. So if we count 9 seconds away, Poznikova will be around 4 seconds if Berdova gets it perfect. And there's no guarantee of that.
Exactly. We don't see, well, we see the time difference now is 13 seconds. So this should eventually work for Ellen Berdova to keep the first position. But we never know. It's really wavy on the long lap. You're going to lose a lot of time there. So we shall see how she comes out of the section right now.
Who was that came straight through in front?
I think that was... No, Nella is here.
No, that was Nella, so I think it may have been Adela Pokorova that's gone in.
Natalia
oh, no, it's Natalia Olorova, unfortunately, but that was still very close indeed. Nella Poznikova actually gained a second in all of that. Berdova was being a little bit cautious, so that's given Nella Poznikova the chance to close up. She goes the opposite side of the slalom, so now it's about her determination to close up on Berdova. She'll have one more lap to try.
I think she tries with everything she can. She goes full throttle behind Ellen.
Oh, she gave it everything, and unfortunately Poznikova found the white water and buried the board deep in the slalom, and that's the chance for the victory gone for now.
Well, let's hope that she can maintain the second position she fought so hardly for.
We're going to see a replay of it. Here is Poznikova. She gets it nicely through the right, but then the wash comes back in. Too much of the board is buried at this stage. She leans back in, and her weight transfer kicks her back into the water.
Yeah, that's the issue in the split. You really try to push it with a really high speed, and then just unexpected waves comes right in front of you, and there's nothing you can do. But it seems to me that she maintained the second position.
She did indeed. So Bibiana Bubnakova was a little bit too far back. But all this means that the lady who's been playing catch-up for most of the weekend finally gets her chance to shine. What good is it to panic?
Whoa!
Oh no! In goes Berdova in the final turns of the slalom. So if there's a chance for Poznikova, she's got to make work of it. Bubnakova goes into the final lap, but it's going to be a race for Ellen Berdova to get back on the board. She's still in the water, so it's going to be Nella Poznikova. She's going to come through. Berdova's back on her feet and back on the board, but it's going to be Nella Poznikova, I believe, to come through. How far back is she going to be? Is that Berdova coming through? She made it. Ellen Berdova makes it by just 2.5.
Wow,
oh my goodness. Ellen Berdova and Nella Poznikova both made the error, but Berdova had built up enough momentum to hang on. Junior girl could not have been a tougher race to the line.
I mean, that was really unexpected. I think she already saw herself in the first place finish, and then she makes this mistake in the split. Wow, what an effort. And I thought in that moment, Nella was like, okay, I'm going to go, because there's just a little bit time that I have left. that I could take this victory away. What a
Wow,
race.
unbelievable how close it was between Ellen Berdova and Nela Poznikova. That is going to be the race of the season between these two.
Wow.
The rivalry and the battle is just going to grow and grow. And if that's the first final of the season, goodness knows what it's going to be like when we get to Shenzhen.
I would like to see the fall of Ellen and how she got up on the board, because I hope she made it through all of the buoys.
See, there's the transfer of the weight. Berry's in the water. She then comes face first. That was a big hit, and that's a shallow part of the water.
Yeah, she was already in the fourth gate, so I think that she got up and went right directly into the split section through the balloons, so it was perfectly fine. So.
And at this point, you're just in panic mode. Come on, come on, come on, get yourself back in. There's Nela
Nela.
Poznikova in the background. She gets past and she thinks, well, hang on, is that Nela? No, it's not. Right, I've still got a chance. Get back on. Get your feet back on this board and get it going again. She manages just to save herself. How close was that for Nela Poznikova?
And it's great to see Ellen that she went through the right balloons, because if she made a mistake, she would go through the other balloons. That would have been a missed buoy for her, I think. So yeah, she made a great effort, and you know, even in this situation, she maintained calmness in her head and made it through.
So Ellen Berdova, the reigning junior girl world champion, fights back beautifully and grabs the initiative. Despite both of the top ladies falling, Poznikova fights back to grab second from Bibiana Bubnikova. Big things coming for her. Adela Pokorova, that epic start, it just got away from her in the end. And Natalie Udorova coming through for 5th position. Now for the men's masters, and it's a brilliant final in prospect. Kim Down, David Poznik, Mark Andrews, Petr Fautisek, Arkadiusz Janora and Petr Poznik in the first half. Then Ted Burke, Jiri Denner, Michel Hulard, Jaime Hincache, Jiri Stovacek after qualifying pole position originally, and Murat Jorgenschieler, the home favourite.
Yes, I'm really excited to see this race. I mean, this is the race I personally been waiting for, because we see so many nations, and especially a homeboy, the guy responsible for all of this race happening. Murat Jorgenschieler, starting from the last place in the finals. He just made it through. It's a great effort from him, and I'm really just happy for him to be in the final in the home race, because the masterclass this year is really bumped up, starting with Down Kim, multiple world champion, racing for Rocket Racing, and then the rest of the guys chasing him all weekend long.
David Poznik really kicked it up a gear this weekend. Good to see him in 2nd position of the grid. And then the Maple Leaf, flying from the Toronto superstar Mark Andrews for Jet Surf Team Canada. Expect big things from him today. He's going for the podium. Petr Fautisek, good weekend from him so far for the Jet Surf Bada Beach squad. Really working hard. And then Arkadiusz Janora, never count him out. Vice world champion, had that fall in the last heat.
Wow.
That's counted against him a little bit, but he's still there to fight, and he's going to be trying desperately to keep this man, Petr Poznik, on his heels. Then Ted Burke from Mooresville, North Carolina. Great to see him stepping his prowess into the mix in the Masters race. Jiri Denner, always wonderful to see what he can bring to the foray. And this time he's really put on a good show. Next up, Michel Hulard. It was a little bit of a sluggish start for him, but he's really bounced back in the latter stages of the heats to put him into position. And then the Chilean flag, he's still carrying it from the flag parade. Jaime Hincache.
I hope he's not going to carry it all race.
No, I was just going to say, you're going to have to put that down when we start racing. Jiri Stovacek, he'll be a little disappointed being in a P11 after his incredible pace in qualifying to be in the top 3. But then at the tail, it is the man, the philanthropist, the advocate for racing in Turkey, Murat Jorgenschieler for My Racing Team. And he carries the pride of Turkey into this final. Listen to that.
Look at that, just the sound of the guys supporting him. I mean, everybody is excited to see him racing. Everybody is so proud of him already in this stage. We'll see what he can bring into the finals.
There is nothing like racing in your home nation, and everybody down here on the shoreline in Bilek Bay is in Turkish national pride fever. I love it.
Exactly. I mean, it's a huge pressure on him, but I love the atmosphere that he just you get into when you're racing. Everybody's cheering for you, everybody's rooting for you, and especially everybody loves Murat here. Every person in the paddock loves that guy. And I think not only the Turkish guys, but also the international people that came here for the race are supporting him dearly.
Now, I'm aware that after the Masters final, you need to disappear, so I'm going to grab the opportunity while you're here in the booth, Lucas, to get your take on a few things. We're obviously gearing up for the Masters men final. Well, we'll talk about that in depth, but we've got some really big battles coming this year. The elite women's, that's really going to be fascinating.
Ooh.
Eliska Matuskova is still in good form, but on her tail comes the Slovak Sara Zoborova. That's going to be a mega rivalry,
Yeah,
right?
it's going to be a mega rivalry. We could already see that last year, because Sara raced in our team Rocket Racing against Eliska, And yeah, she's really good. She's young, you know. She's got all the time to train. She trained all winter in the Caribbean Ocean, so she's really well prepared to these conditions. So I think we should not also count out Aneta Stokalova, last year's vice world champion, that she could also be in the fight. But obviously, it's really difficult to be, you know, 15, 16 years old person who just races, has nothing, you know, no stress in the head and just focuses on the race. But look at that support.
It's wonderful, isn't it? Great to see all of the Turkish enthusiasts for not just MotoSurf, but sport in general. So many people have come here to support the Turkish riders. The other thing I want to get your quick take on as well is the stock title. That is wide open in 2026. There's at least 7 guys that could win that championship.
That's so many people, you know, running for a victory, because we got Anthony Squire, last year world champion, leaving the class and competing now against us in the elite class. We also got Min Seong Kim, 2 years ago world champion, who also left the class. So the title is now completely open. And in the same time, we got newcomers from the Gone Stock R class. So it's all mixed up together. We got Adam Kolář, Adam Janošek, Kim Down, Jan Trávníček, Damian Kadlec, Hassan Boabas. All of these guys, they fought really hard in the heats. They're going to fight really hard in the finals. And we should not count on the young generation. Matthias Barvik, Oliver Wolf, and Josef Pokora, Alexander Runner. They made a run through from Stock R, and now they are fighting against the big guys.
It's going to be awesome this year, isn't it? And even as we grow through the season, the new Masters Women class, I mean, this first round, we haven't got the numbers we wanted. That's to be fair. But as we continue through the season to the Czech Republic, to Sweden, to Spain, we're going to get more riders join in. And then you're going to see some real rivalries. When we get people like Dinara Ibrahimova, Lauren Tellin, Miki Tori coming back in, that class is going to be massive.
Yeah,
and then Lee Eunjun's going to have her work cut out.
Exactly. It's going to be really pumped in the later stages of the season, I think. It's going to go the same way as Masters did, which we're going to see right now. And once again, I'm really excited to see how this race goes, because we've got South Korea, Czech Republic, Canada, United States, Chile, Turkey. What like a composition of the starting field, and they all want to go for the same thing, and that's the victory.
Who says that you are too late to start in competitive motorsport? Well, these guys over the age of 40 prove that you can still race for a world championship title week in, week out. Murat Yorganchila carrying the pride of his nation into the Turkish Ocean.
And look at him, he's racing, but he still like manages it, you know? It's really visible, he's the one behind.
He's still the boss.
He's still the boss.
Yeah, he's making sure, look, do as I tell you. Wonderful. Murat Yorganchila just making sure that everything runs. But this is a guy with so much passion. You need these people to really push the sport forward, to keep rising, to keep the momentum and the growth and the fantastic expansion of the sport in your nation alive. And Murat is exactly the kind of person you need in the helm of the Turkish fraternity of the sport.
Also, I want to speak about the other thing. This is the first class we've got today, which is full. It means 12 riders on the starting grid. And to line up and start 12 riders, it's never really easy. And to ride with 12 riders on the water, it's also really difficult, because we got more waves coming in, we got more people going all over the place, so it's really difficult to really tacticize with the long laps and the split sections. So we shall see some great racing from the top 5, even like top 10 riders. They all got a chance to win. I honestly don't know what to expect in the first part of the race.
And of course, these are the fastest 12 riders, because we've split them into 2 classes across the top 24 after qualifying. These 12 haven't raced each other at the same time yet. So this is going to be the most intense race in the Masters that we have yet seen here in Turkey.
I think we got Down Kim on the pole position, who is, as I said, multiple world time champion. And there's one special thing about him in this weekend. You know which board he's racing on?
He's racing on yours.
Yeah, he's racing my board.
Of course, that makes it more special. David Poznik alongside him, Mark Andrews, Petr Faltasek, the 49-year-old from Jet Pardubice, Arkadiusz Janora, 42 from Poland, then Petr Poznik, Ted Burke, Jiří Renner, Michel Ular, Jaime Hincache, the oldest man in the field, Jiří Stovacek, and Murat Yorganchila.
Look at that lineup. It's a really long line, but the first half is lined up perfectly correctly. We'll see if we can get them through together.
So the jet ski marshal will have his hand in the air. We race, and off to the start we go. A fantastic launch from the 3. Mark Andrews immediately getting the jump on David Poznik, and the Canadian launches it a second, almost loses it through the first UE of the boy. But now, as they come into the slalom, Andrews has come into second place, but it's all after the Korean in front. Kim Down looking forward to charge away.
Yeah, Down is leading, but I think with a comfortable lead. I'm expecting to see Mark Andrews coming out with second, but we should not count out David Poznik, Who's going to be there? Oh, it's Mark Andrews. Oh, almost loses it. What a start.
Good start from Arkadiusz Janora as well. He's worked his way to 4th position in front of Petr Faltasek, who's not had the best launch. So Petr Faltasek now giving chase. The big question now in the top 5 is who's going to make the long lap first, because there's going to be a few changes in strategy now. It's Janora. So Arkadiusz Janora decides to be the first one. That's really indicative. The vice world champion looking at the situation and thinking, I need to get into some clear water here.
He is the only one from top 5 who decided to go there, which I think is a little bit of shame for David Poznik and Mark Andrews. They should have taken this opportunity when they were really close to Kim Down, because look at that now. Mark Andrews is losing 3.5 seconds to Kim Down, and I think this gap is going to go far beyond. So he should have taken that buoy at the beginning, but we'll see. These guys have their own tactics, so I'm expected to see that Mark Andrews is going to really push them down and try to steal victory.
Kim Down is in the form of his life at the moment. He won the stock heat earlier, and then when he'd already won 3 Masters heats, he didn't even need to start the 4th heat. He borrowed your board, jumped onto the start of the next race, and then still won, even with a fall in the last slalom, at the space of about 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's over 40, but he's performing like he's just turned 18.
Can you take some tips from him, do you think?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. I hope when I'm his age, I'll be his shape, because he's performing incredibly, and he's riding with such a confidence and calmness. You know, the style that he rides, it's really, I think, I would say, well balanced. It's not that physically demanding. You don't see a lot of movement from him, but he just goes fast.
Petr Faltasek has also taken the long lap, so it's now Kim Down from Mark Andrews and David Poznik. Then Jiri Renner has come forward into 4th
look
position.
at that choice from Arkadiusz Janora. He took the joker, the long lap in the first lap.
And down. Who's that's gone?
Mark Andrews.
That's Mark Andrews. The Canadian has lost it coming over the final part of the slalom. So Mark Andrews has got to get back on the board. The waves are a lot choppier than they were this morning. The wind has picked up again, and it's caught out the Canadian.
Yeah, so he loses 1 place against David Poznik, but I wanted to also mention that Arkadiusz Janora lost a few places with his tactical choice.
He certainly did. Here is how Mark Andrews let it get away from him. The balance just
he
goes.
Crossed over the buoy.
Oh, and he went airborne. That was a nasty hit for Mark Andrews.
But I must say, he's lucky that he fell, because if he didn't, he would have got a missed buoy penalty, because he just crossed over it. So that would have been 50 seconds for him, and that would be much more like loss for him than just this fall. Because after you fall, you can lose, you can miss 2 buoys, which gives you a huge advantage when returning back to your board.
Well, Kim Down now finds himself a decent mile away from the rest of the pack, and he's taken his first long lap as well, so he's in a serene position. This is now his final to lose.
He just got behind Murat Jorgansar, who I think is one.
Oh, now who is that's gone? Is that Jiri Stovacek? It is. Jiri Stovacek.
No,
so it's
David
Faltasek. No, it's David Poznik.
From 2nd place.
So that means that pretty much everybody in the top 5 has fallen at one stage, and
he
Poznik is struggling. He can't get back on the board at the moment.
This is really costing him really lots of time, losing. That's not pleasant for the Czech rider.
Oh, there goes the board. Look, it just pannons around. He now manages to try and overcorrect, and then it kicks into the water, kicks back up. The airborne nature of the board then stuffs it back into the wave, and you can't get your balance back. You can't get your footing.
That's what I was talking to you about earlier. The waves are unexpected. You never know which wave is going to come right into your way. And when we're riding such close to the buoys in the split section, it's really difficult to maintain your position. But look at who got onto the 3rd place. It's Jiri Renner from 8th place. He is now on 3rd place, and he's already taken one long lap, which means he's actually there. So what an effort.
Well, the 2 men we need to be keeping an eye on in the long term of this race, 10 laps of course, is Mark Andrews, who's taken both of his long laps, and Arkadiusz Janora. He's taken all 3 already.
So he has got a huge tactic advantage. I was just speaking about that earlier, but I couldn't finish my sentence, that he lost a few places, but now I can see that his tactics may play out really well, because he already took all 3 long laps.
So this race is going to come down to traffic. How much time are Kim Down, Petr Faltasek and Jiri Renner going to lose in the traffic? David Poznik, by the way, is in P4. He hasn't taken a single long lap yet. He's got to take 3, and we're 5 laps in, but it's a 10-lap race, so he's got time to do it. But we've seen several times through the heats, Lucas, riders not getting their calculations right.
Look at that. Down is stuck behind the riders. That's what I was telling you about. It's 12 riders on the track, and 10 laps is difficult, long, it's exhausting. So 10, when you get stuck up in the traffic, you can lose everything you've been building up before.
And we've seen it in the heats, obviously, riders, he now goes into the 2nd long lap, Kim Down, but we've seen riders not get the calculation right. They've only got to take 3 long laps, but some only get 2 because they've been focusing on so many things. I mean, from an outsider's point of view, you must be thinking, well, how hard is it to count to 3? But it's really difficult.
It's difficult because you know it's so stressed. You are so stressed. You look out for so many things. Look at that. There's Arkadiusz Janora coming out of the long lap, and he will coming out of the track and down from the long lap, and down has got still 1 long lap to go.
Well, that is interesting. If Arkadiusz Janora has kept it clean and out of the white water, then maybe Kim Down is not quite going to have as strong a lead as he hoped to have. This could be fascinating when we work our way out. Arkadiusz Janora has now slipped to 10th position, so I think he's had a fall.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think probably he's 1 lap behind, so he's been lapped by Kim Down. But the development on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th and 5th place is always changing. We got Petr Valdesek right now, but Jiří Renner already took his 3rd long lap, and so did Mark Andrews. So we'll see if it plays out for Petr Valdesek with the 3rd long lap. Down goes now on his 3rd lap.
So Renner is actually there on pure pace. He's managed to get ahead of Mark Andrews.
From 8th place
astonishing.
At the start, and David Bosnik from 11th. I think, no, from 2nd. He started from the 2nd place. Yeah, sorry.
So really impressive to see how it's all worked out. But Jiří Renner is the man who we really need to focus on for the podium. He could get top 3 here.
Yeah, and he's riding in front of Mark Andrews just by 4 seconds. So these guys, I think, they are like respectively on the 2nd and 3rd place if you count the long laps.
So we've still got Poznik who needs to take 2 more. Both Valdesek and Berg have got to take their final one. Kim Down's done them all, so he's got an absolute cruise now. He doesn't have traffic in front of him either, so Kim Down can just balance his own pace. He can basically go into cruise mode here. He's got the gap.
Because he knows he's first. He knows he's taken 3 long laps, so there's virtually no one in front of him. Because it can happen to that someone is in front of him but has 1 long lap to go. This doesn't happen to him, so he's leading and he has got a really comfortable lead. This is Ted Berg, I think.
Yeah, I think Ted Berg had an issue there. He's gone on to the long lap, but I think he may have fallen before that, so the American may have lost some time, and he's really working to try and get himself back into the pace. Right, now Kim Down is pinched a little there by Jaime Hincache, so the Chilean, Jaime Hincache, is kind of in the way at the moment, but again, this is not a big pressure for Kim Down. He still has the lead. Everyone behind him has either got to take their long lap or have already done it.
Yeah, I can see that Down is not risking anything at all. He's just cruising around. He knows he's leading. He knows he's got a comfortable lead, so he's just going to finish the race. Oh, but look!
Oh!
Who fell down?
That's a big fall on the final turn. Was that
That's Kim Down? No, that's Kim Down.
No way! Kim Down has gone. Unbelievable. Kim Down. That just shows you how tough it is for everybody. Every single rider can find the problem, and Petr Valdesek is unfortunately going to be too far back, and he's got to take another long lap. But that just shows you nobody is immune to mistakes. Here's how he did it. There's a massive amount of whitewash in front of him, and that's where he catches the front of the board. He tries to save it, gets it back, but then it plunges.
The thing is, on the whitewash, you don't feel anything. It just, the board goes straight into the water. He didn't have any chance of getting back on. And now he's stuck up behind the guys. He just overtake.
That's Ted Berg. He manages to get past Ted Berg, but that was a bit of a headache for him. And that just shows you, it doesn't matter.
Petr Valdesek pushing really hard. He knows he's second, but how far is Jiří Renner behind him?
Well, I think
he's see that very soon.
I think he's been held up as well, because Valdesek was only 4.5 back before he went onto the long lap on Kim Down. So that's how much time Kim Down lost.
And he's right behind him, I think. So he's just 4 seconds behind Down. Is that possible?
Well, that was before he went onto the long lap, of course. So now he's taken the long lap. So now Kim Down has it all to himself. He's on the last lap. He doesn't have to panic too much about the traffic in front of him. Just cruise. Don't push.
I think he has to panic a bit because, you know, maintaining your place on the water in the split right behind.
Oh, and Arkadiusz Janora right in behind him. Goodness me. Checkered flag goes up for Kim Down. He takes the final, but Arkadiusz Janora ends up going out into the water directly behind the race winner. What a scary moment for Arkadiusz Janora.
I think that was a bit of unnecessary move, but I'm surprised Arkadiusz did it. And Petr Valdesek eventually finishes on second.
That's an amazing result for Petr Valdesek. A fantastic start to the season.
Who's going to come out on the 3rd place? We shall see that very soon. Is it going to be Jiří Renner?
I think it is.
Yeah, it is.
Jiří Renner comes through for 3rd position. That's the best result Jiří Renner has had in the Masters for some time.
Wow.
Absolutely astonishing. Poznik comes through for 2nd. Andrews has to be content with P5 on this occasion. Not quite the final he wanted. But what an astonishing ride from Petr Valdesek and Jiří Renner.
Wow, incredible. I mean, I didn't expect these positions on the
neither.
podium.
I mean, when you consider that David Poznik was looking so quick all weekend, and Mark Andrews had the consistency. Both men came a cropper in that one.
But look at that, this is the finish.
Yeah,
of
this is Yonora. He comes into the course, he suddenly realizes at the last moment that that's where Kim Down's going to be, and he washes out big time.
This really gave me goosebumps because the board that he was about to crash is mine, and I need to race on him still.
I was just going to say, that could have been a nasty moment for you, Lucas. Never mind Kim Down. But the Korean has done exactly what he came here to do. He has won the World Championship first round here in Turkey from Petr Faltasek and Jiri Renner. That's going to be an amazing podium. Poznik in fourth from Mark Andrews, Petr Poznik P6 from Ular Hinkache. A disappointment for Arkadiusz Janota and Ted Burke. Jiri Stovacek will be disappointed with P11, but Murat Jorgenschila brought it home after a fantastic week of racing.
I mean, it's a big shame for Arkadiusz Janota. He gave it all, but you know, this is just racing. Sometimes it works out, sometimes not. Difficult weekend for him with slamming the finish gate. So it's just good they all finished in order.
So now we go to the Masters women. It'll be Lee Eun-jin, the 38-year-old from Korea, Jennifer Beckman, Ekaterina Vengorova. Then it will be Tuksha Leventoglu and Bihan Kuyan-Pinar. Two lady racers flying the flag for Turkey here on home soil. But as far as the Eun-jin is concerned, just keep doing what you've been doing and all should be okay. Great to see the Korean in fine style. Can you believe that this phenomenal athlete is a woman who's terrified of water? She is that kind of
She
crazy.
never told me that. She never told me that.
She is that kind of crazy.
I mean, now we should expect to see really like a calmer race than we just witnessed, because there's only 5 girls racing in this class. Of course, they're going to give it all, but comparing it to 12, you know, guys on literally steroids to win the race, it's something else. So we should see a fun race full of great emotions. I think all girls are going to be really happy if they just finish the race in these conditions, and let's hope nothing wrong happens.
Well, it's great to see Tuksha Leventoglu and Bihan Kuyan-Pinar flying the flag for Turkey in the Masters Women. The first ever event for Masters in the women's category, of course. So great to see this new class for 2026 really start to take shape. And it's nice to see that, you know, we've always talked about the men's class, and obviously you're in the pinnacle of the elite, but it's nice to see that the championship has actually taken steps to put the elite and masters for the men's at the same level now as the women's. There is actually an opportunity for the women to have the same accolade.
Exactly, that's a great opportunity for all girls racing, and I think we should see more riders in this class. We got, like, you know, riders retiring because they couldn't keep up with the 15, 16 years old girls, and now they know that they can come back, you know, they can race, they can be on the podium, they can bring home trophies. And I wanted to say one more thing, Jake. It's very nice to see a lot of Turkish riders in the finals. We got Murat Jorgenschila now in the Masters class, which we just seen. We got 2 Turkish riders here, and I think we also got 2 riders in the stock class final.
Sadly not. We got very, very close to it, but on this occasion it was just not quite enough for Ender Jorgenschila and Ismail Kaptanoglu. They didn't quite make it to the top 12 in the end. They were just outscored in the closing stages by Jan Matoshka, Josef Bokara and Suguru Ikeda, so they just managed to miss out, but they were just on the cusp. So it's good to see that we are going to get really, really close to seeing them. And of course, those are the 2 Turkish riders, Ismail Kaptanoglu and Ender Jorgenschila, that are full-timers. They're not just here to make the numbers up for this one event. They are consistently turning up and putting on a good show. So just because they haven't made it to the final here, that doesn't mean they won't get their chance in Prague when we get to the next round of the championship next month.
Yeah, I'm very sorry for Ender, because his father Murat made it through the finals, and he missed it. I think he told me before, just because of the qualification result that he had. He was tied on points with the guy on the 12th place, but because he messed up with qualification, he didn't get a chance to race in the finals. But you know, that's racing, that's just the way it is, and I'm sure he'll perform better next time. And I also know that this is not the last time we visited Turkey, so he should keep on working very hard, and maybe next time he can even fight for a podium.
And it shows you how tough it is. I mean, we talked about the riders in their qualification, but we had such a big entry in both the Masters and the stock classes.
Yeah.
I mean, we had the unprecedented situation on Friday afternoon. As
Wow.
far as Ramadan not making it in through qualification,
That was
you
a
would
difficult
never
moment.
have put a bet on that.
That was a very difficult moment for the Kuwaiti rider. He is a world champion from the junior class. He knows how to ride qualification, and he made the stupidest mistake ever, that he didn't even complete a 1 full lap. He fell twice, which wouldn't be such an issue if he just finished the lap, because when he fell, he missed few buoys. I don't know what he was thinking about, and then he paid really, really high price for his mistake. which cost him the whole race. He didn't even start in the heats because only 24 top riders from the qualification are qualified to the Saturday and Sunday program.
That's why it's always so important in the Friday qualifying, even if you fall, get up, finish the lap, because you never know how many other riders are going to have problems.
Yeah,
You just got to try and finish it off.
I always tell it to my team that, you know, even if you know that you are not able to make one lap, try to make one lap relay just to be sure you got a time, and then you can push through the second. Because if you push through first and push through second, and you got a really bad time with 2 falls, so there's just no chance you could qualify.
So now we've got the first ever final in UAM MotoSurf World Championships for the Masters women riders. Riders over the age of 30. And we have Leonjin of the aerodynamic squad, Jennifer Beckman for MotoSurf Team Germany, and then Ekaterina Vengerova, the last of the Mohicans. We can genuinely say that now because she carries a Mohican on her helmet. And then we have the 2 Turkish riders, Tuğçe Leventoglu and Bihan Koyunpinar. The start of a new era, Masters women taking to the water.
I was just gonna say, we've seen on the video Ismail, who didn't make it to the stock finals as well. I was also sorry for him, but we can see now he's enjoying the race with his child. So, you know, you can always find your place in the paddock, just like I did.
For every negative, there's always a positive, which is the good thing.
Yeah, so
the 5 riders get themselves into formation. Hopefully we're going to get to see Bihan Koyunpinar catch up to the rest of the field. There she is in the background, so there's a good chance. Yeah, Leonjin is already signaling them to go round again, because if there's one at the back, you're obviously got to make sure that all 5 are in unison of formation. It's actually a lot harder than I think it looks to form up on the start. You've been here so many times, Lucas, to get all of the competitors, even if there's only 5 or 6 of you, into a fluid line in perfect formation at the same pace. That's really hard.
yeah, it's hard. But Jake, look backwards. We just seen juniors start perfectly on the first try, both girls and both boys.
True.
Also the masters, and now the women masters are the first ones to go again.
So if we get, right, now you've said that, Lucas, if we get a false start in the elite, I'm looking at you. I'm sorry. I'm looking at you.
I'm not starting first. I'm starting second. It's Matthias.
So it's not your fault. Okay,
It's not my
I will
fault.
remember that statement just in case. Oh dear, I love the fun and games we have in UAM MotoSurf. Right, we've got the Masters women in position now. Lee, Beckman, Vengerova, Leventoglu, Koyunpinar. The first ever UAM MotoSurf World Championship Masters Women Final is going to be delayed for a second time.
Yeah,
I
I mean-
really thought we were going then.
I mean, it's always difficult. Even in 3, 4, 5 riders, it's always challenging, and especially in these conditions. Look at the wavy conditions we got. It's the waves created from the wind. They are really unexpected. You never know what's going to happen 5 meters in front of you. And even I made a mistake today that I missed one buoy, and that never happens to me. So I know what it feels like to you know, struggle with these conditions. But in the end of the day, you have to say it's the same for everybody. It's the same for every rider.
We already saw yesterday just how tough it was in the wind and the rain. But to the outside view, it looks like we've got the conditions back from Friday, but you can tell us we really haven't. I mean, the sky looks perfect, but the conditions of the waves from Friday compared to today, it couldn't be more different.
Yeah, it's the waves. It's the wind. Sorry, it's the wind that creates the waves. It's. I mean, I think personally speaking, I think these conditions are even harder than yesterday because. You know, yesterday you felt like, oh, it's raining, so it's bad weather. I'm gonna, you know, keep it down, keep it calm. But now you feel like, oh, it's sunny, it's fun, you know, nice
So you
music
want
playing.
to push.
So you want to push, and then eventually you make a mistake. And we've seen a lot of mistakes in the past finals. We've seen junior boys making mistakes, junior girls fighting until the very end, and also in the master class with one final fall from Arkady Shianora in the last gate. So yeah, you never know what to expect in these conditions.
So the very last race of the Masters women. We're under starters orders, and away goes Leonjin. She pulls out a decent advantage over Jennifer Beckman as the first ever Masters woman final kicks off in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship season opener in the Turkish Grand Prix. And Leonjin looking to shadow the efforts of Kim Down and make it a perfect South Korean Masters fracas. We saw Kim Down do such a fantastic job in the Masters men. Now it looks like Leonjin is going to give Korea a proper fairy tale.
Yeah, I think for her this race should be an easy job to do, as you mentioned before. But we should not, you know, underestimate the other riders because anything can happen. You know, she can fall into the water, the board turns around, the water gets inside, and then she doesn't even have to finish. You never know what to expect, so I just hope that all of the girls will fight until the very end. Of course, you know, Engine Lee has got a great experience from the women elite class. Last year she performed also pretty well, so there's a big difference in the pace. But as I mentioned before, you never know what's going to happen in these conditions.
And we've had a lot of absences that we were hoping to see in the finals that
That's
haven't been
true.
able to for different reasons. I mean, Park In-hee, Miki Dori, Yue Nijun, their budget hasn't been quite good enough yet to be here at the start of the season. Most likely we'll see them in the doubleheader weekend in
I was also
China.
expecting to see Elisabetta Faitsova, you know, from the Apex Pilots.
Well,
because-
indeed, but now she's not going to be able to take part this season because unexpected family plans have come into play. So
Yeah.
congratulations, Elisabetta. We are sorry we won't get to see you race this year, but I'm sure next year you'll be back and hopefully you'll have a few babysitters to help out for
Yeah,
next year's campaign.
I think she's not gonna stop racing. She's got that racing spirit inside her, both in personal life and in the racing life. So we shall see how it all goes in the future. But right now we're witnessing Engine Lee leading the race, really comfortably doing the first long lap, and I think that the difference between her and Jennifer Beckman is going to be significant.
Yeah, it was fascinating yesterday. I was actually there in the riders' briefing
Yeah,
in the
he-
closing stages of yesterday, and nobody submitted anybody's names forward for the riders' committee to approach the officials. And the first name out of the hat, Lee Eun-jin.
Yeah,
she just
exactly.
has that. She has that amiability, that personality within the community. She is the first person to go up to a new person and say, hello, this is the sport. I'm going to tell you everything I know about it. I'm going to introduce you to the right people. She is like the mother hen of everybody, and so she's the perfect ambassador for the sport as a whole.
I invited her to do the commentary in the elite classes, so we shall see if she joins us. Well, now she's racing, so we wish her good luck so she finishes the race.
Well, she's certainly incredibly smooth, and that's the thing. I've said this when I've had conversations with people in the past. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
Yeah, I mean, you just gotta keep the good line. We can see that she knows how to ride the board. She knows where to point it, which is obviously the issue for the newcomers, for the Turkish girls, that they don't have the experience with such a tight and difficult split section. We can see now Jennifer made a great line. You see, she takes the corner from the outside and then closes it, so then she has the space to fit in the track, which is something you need to learn. You need to train for that. And yeah, obviously, if you don't know these tactics, the race is really difficult for you.
And also, 2026 is really the first year for a while that Jennifer Beckman's been going in for it for the full-time campaign. She's had a bit of a sporadic time with all the other things going on in her life. She doesn't really have the full-time commitment. This year, she really wants to make the push and go, look, we've got this Masters Women's Championship. I've got a chance to go for it, so I'm going to make the dedication. I'm going to push into it for them more. And I think it was the World Games last year. That was the real impetus for her that kind of felt, look, this sport is growing. I'm a part of it. I'm now part of the staple. I want to really make my mark.
Exactly, exactly. Speaking of first and second place, we don't know who's going to finish third.
We really don't. That's the thing. They're so evenly matched. And Bianca and Pinar, this is the perfect time for her to really make the push forward. She is still learning how to ride the board, never mind race the sport.
And she started fifth, I think.
She did indeed. Look, she's trying to measure every single beauty, and she's missed one.
Wow,
Oh,
and she
Bianca
fell.
and Pinar.
Which, Jake, I was telling you about it before. She didn't miss it now because she fell. That's the issue.
That's true.
If she didn't fall, she missed it, but now she fell, so she's not going to get a penalty.
Yeah,
'cause
she's
obviously
able to
that
get
was a
away with
mistake.
that, I suppose, because of that.
Maybe she thought about it, you know.
Oh, hang on, I missed it. Should have just fall in. Let's
Yes.
do it. But, you know, she's going to lose the position for the moment because Katarina Vengodova's got back in front. But it's a 9-lap final. There's plenty of time for her to get back in. Meanwhile, Lee Eun-jin, she's just riding her own race, and she's already done 2 of the long laps. There's one more to go. She's in perfect condition.
Look at that, how the race is long. They do, I think, 9 laps plus 3 long laps. This is a really long and physically demanding race for the girls.
Especially for the ones who are still learning, like Tuksha and Bihan.
Yeah, we can see her right now that I think she voluntarily missed one buoy just to make sure she doesn't fall. Which it's also a tactic, you know. If you know you're
suppose.
going to fall, you're going to lose 30 seconds.
Well, if
You
anyone's going to know the best tactics in the world, it's going to be the multiple world champion. They can tell us all the secrets. I hope don't give too much away, Lucas. We've got a decent run now for the Turkish riders who are still learning the craft, don't forget. Bianca Pinar and Tuksha Leventoglu, and that's Beckman. Beckman's gone. Jennifer Beckman has lost her footing. So Jennifer Beckman is now in the water. Like I said before, it can strike anybody at any time. Lee Eun-jin has had so many injuries in the past year and a half, and the fact that she is now up to full strength again in 2026, she's been out training in Thailand, she's been building up her stamina again. This year she really wants to make a push for it, but it can strike anyone at any time. Look, Beckman's got a lot of the board in the water through the right. She leans into it. She's got good balance and poise here, but it's the
Yeah.
next turn. That's where it goes.
Yeah, it's the waves. You don't know how to, you know, point the board, and then you make one small mistake with the line, and the board goes back into the water. Jake, I must excuse myself. I'll need to get prepared for my race, but it was very nice being here with you.
It certainly was. Nice to have you in the box, Lucas. Thank you so much, and I'm sure we'll have the benefit of your expertise on future weekends. Thank you.
I hope so. Thank you so much, and enjoy the race.
Perfect. Lucas Zahorski joining us on commentary through the course of the juniors and the masters races. Always wonderful to have some proper World Championship expertise in the commentary booth. He, of course, now getting ready for his elite final later on. But as for the masters women, it's Lee Eunjin all the way in front of Jennifer Beckman, Ekaterina Vengodova, and then it is Biancoyan Pinar and Tuksha Leventoglu. As Beckman is back on the board and back in his second position, she's only got one more long lap to take. Meanwhile, for the race leader, Lee Eunjin, she's got 3 long laps completed and 3 racing laps to complete as well. So Lee Eunjin just taking it nicely and in her stride. She laps, Jennifer Beckman puts a lap there on one of the Turkish riders, I think, or is about to. Can't tell from the moment whether that's going to be Biancoyan Pinar or whether it's Tuksha Leventoglu, but certainly the 2 Turkish riders have come into this with eyes wide open and a big chance. Now here is Lee Eunjin, the Korean rider, 38 years of age. She works in radio production back home in Seoul when she is not riding on the boards, but for the kind of personality who really doesn't like water, and here she is racing in MotoSurf. It tells you the kind of character that she is, the kind of person who is not going to let personal barriers get in the way of outstanding achievement. She is the kind of rider that we all want to be, the kind of person who can really fight through her own barriers. She's starting to tire a little bit now, 2 laps to go, and this is a really physically demanding final for anybody. Even the race leader, Lee Eunjin, is struggling to find the strength within her. This is always very difficult for Masters women in particular. This new class for 2026, it's only going to get bigger and better, but you really do find the physicality when you're racing for that length of time. As Lee Eunjin goes into the penultimate lap, Jennifer Beckman is a lap down, but she has 2 laps to go by virtue of the fact that Lee Eunjin is going to complete the full distance, so Jennifer Beckman doesn't have to. So Lee Eunjin out through the U, and then up to the slalom for the penultimate time. Just keep it going. Just keep it going, Eunjin. You are so close to the finish now. And this will be the first ever Masters Woman final for Lee Eunjin. She just needs to keep it going, but you can see the physicality. She is tiring. She is finding it physically demanding. She may have to stop here. She's been plagued with so many injuries in the past, Lee Eunjin. She is cruising just to try and finish. The waves are so much stronger today than they have been in previous bouts, and everyone, all of her friends, all of her MotoSurf family will be wishing her well to just keep pushing. Just one more lap, Lee. You've got the chance here, Eunjin. Just keep on going, and just keeping it nice and tidy for one more lap is all that needs to go. This is going to be a very physical race victory for any of the women to win this. It was always going to be a very tough one, but Lee Eunjin has just got to dig deep and find that little bit extra within herself. Jennifer Beckman coming through to second place. Ekaterina Vengodova and Biancoyan Pinar still battling for that 3rd position, with a chance for Tuksha Leventoglu if either of them fall. As Jennifer Beckman goes into her final lap, the MotoSurf Germany rider still hungry, but now we're going to get to see the last big push from Lee Eunjin, who is just taking it easy. There's no need to push. She's a lap clear of Jennifer Beckman. Just finish. We've had so many problems with her physical fitness in the past. She came back from a big rib injury last year, but now she is going to finish strong. Just get these final few beauties out of the way. Eunjin, it's been a tough week. You've had to work hard. It's been physical. It's been demanding on the toughest course in UIM MotoSurf history, but she will bring it through. Come on, Eunjin, the last few beauties, and she will get it done. Lee Eunjin, the first ever Masters Woman Champion in the Grand Prix of Turkey. Fantastic work from the Korean. It was physically demanding. We all knew how tough it was going to be. Lee Eunjin is gesturing. Who's she gesturing to? One of the Turkish riders. Come on, you're going to finish the race with me. Come on. She is such a philanthropist. She is everybody's mother hen. She just wants everybody to finish. She just wants everybody to come home strong. Here's Jennifer Beckman. She'll come through for 2nd place, and it will be a strong finish for her. Ekaterina Vengodova is going to come through for 3rd position, and it looks as though Lee Eunjin is guiding Biancoyan Pinar home to the finish. She doesn't need to do this. She's already won it. Oh, and Biancoyan Pinar finds the water. Don't worry, Bian, just get up, just finish. Everyone falls down. It's about how you get up again. And Tuksha Leventoglu is going to cross the line for fifth position, because she is a lap adrift of Biancuyan Pinar. So now, with Ekaterina Vengerova finishing off the race, it looks like Lee Eun-jin is almost guiding Biancuyan Pinar to the finish, but she's already won it. She didn't need to, as Biancuyan Pinar tries desperately to mount back on the board just to finish the race. That's all she needs to do. But here comes Lee Eun-jin. Well, she got an extra lap in. She didn't need to. She'd already won it. But hopefully Biancuyan Pinar is going to be able to finish off the race distance. If not, she will just be surviving in fourth position. But the checkered flag was already in the air for them all. Jennifer Beckman looks like she's going to finish the 9 laps now after all. But Lee Eun-jin takes the victory in the first ever UAM MotoSurf World Championship Masters final for the women's category. A great effort from Lee Eun-jin. The Korean is the first ever Masters winner in the women's class. And she still has energy to boogie on back home. I love Lee Eun-jin so much. Such a brilliant character. Come with me. Let's go and celebrate. Let's go and party back on the shore. It really is a celebration for Seoul, Korea, because not only do we have the Masters winner in the men's category, Kim Down, we also have the Masters winner in the women's category, Lee Eun-jin. Fabulous, fabulous end to a brilliant weekend of racing in the Masters classes as Kim Down and Lee Eun-jin fly the flag for South Korea and get it done twice. Excellent racing. Tuksha Leventoglu finishing off as well. And I think Biancuyan Pinar was able in the end to come home and cross the finish line. A fabulous first race of the year in the Masters final for the women's category of the UAM MotoSurf World Championship in the My 35 Club Turkish style Grand Prix of Turkey here in Çeşme. And it's Lee Eun-jin who dominates the week with Jennifer Beckman in second and Ekaterina Vengerova in third position from Biancuyan Pinar and Tuksha Leventoglu. So the Masters women finishes off in style, and it's the superstar 38-year-old from Korea that vanquishes all. Now we get ourselves into the big 3 races of the day. The stock men, the elite women, and the elite men. And we're going to be joined in the booth for the last 3 races of the day by everyone's favorite Austrian junior boy. It is Humpty Dumpty himself. I told you I was going to call him it on the live stream. Leo Lisha-Kratishvili, who came through for a fabulous end to the junior boy final earlier. Well done, Leo. Great job.
Thank you. Last like 3rd place.
You must be so happy after starting from the back as well to charge through to 3rd. How does that one feel?
Yeah, it feels very good. And when you're starting like 7th place and now you go like to 3rd place, it's very, my father is so happy.
I can imagine so. Right, let's get ourselves ready then for the stock final and the battle between 15-year-old Adam Kolar and the superstar from Apex Pilots, Adam Janusek. And of course, Kim Down. He's going to be right on it yet again.
Of course, he's in every race, he's on the back.
So Jan Travnicek for Jet Surf HK, he will be going off P4 of the grid. 5th position for Damian Katlich. He'll be ruining that victory that got away from him in the early part of the day in the 4th and final heat. That win was so close. So let's see if he can get it done this time. And what about Hassan Bouwabas of Q8? Always a fantastic character in the paddock. And he is going to be pushing like stink to get onto the top spot. Then comes Jan Matoshka. Good effort for, Matthias Barvik of the FG Forest Racing team. My apologies. We are going to have his team at Jan Matoshka, but he's going to be a little bit further back. Matthias Barvik, the reigning junior boy world champion. You've raced against him and Oliver Wolf in the past, Leo. You know what these guys can do.
Of course, we know it. They're very fast and they're going with the race board in the stock.
Alexander Lanner sitting down. I think that's the last time you're going to see him sat down all day. He's just preserving and keeping his energy calm for Team Husky. The Swedish national rider Alexander Lanner. There is Jan Matoshka. We're going to see him push forward in the brand new FG Forest Racing team squad. Good to see 2 of their men coming through in the final of this last race of the day. Josef Pokora, or Rexy as we can now call him. Look at that t-shirt. The dinosaur is back for more. And now we get the last man in, the Japanese ace, Suguru Ikeda for Jet Surf Japan. Rather unfortunate, sadly, that we didn't get to see either Ender Jorgen Schiele or Ismail Kaptanoglu make the race on home water, but they will be back in the Czech Republic next month, I'm sure. So the riders get themselves ready then. The last 3 races of the day, and this is going to be very tricky indeed. The stock final, it's very, very unpredictable. I think Leo, this could be one of the most unpredictable races of the entire week.
Yes, this can be, but I am very nervous from the elite, from the men, because they will go only full gas.
Of course, I mean, they'll always push to the ragged edge, but if you look at where things have currently gone in the stock men's category, look at the superstars that we've had up at the sharp end all week. Kolar, Janusek, Kim, Travnicek, Kadlec, Boabas, Barvik, Wolf, Lana. They've all been at the sharp end. They've all been top 3 material this week. And anything can happen. This is the toughest, roughest, most ruthless race of the entire week. It's the first time that Adam Kolar and Adam Janusek have met on the same water at the same time.
Yes, this is crazy, and you see they do it more step and step and learn more and more.
And of course, in the stock category, we have a final of 10 laps. 3 of those have got to be long laps, but it's a 10-lap final. This is going to be brutal. There's no two ways about it. It's going to be absolutely relentless pace from these guys. They're going to be pushing so hard. Look who else has come and joined us in the booth to come and watch the stock races. We've got Stan Cahoot in here as well. Stan, you must be absolutely ecstatic with that performance.
Yeah, it was really good, but it was pretty close for Ruska to overtake me.
So going into the second round of the championship now, back home in the Czech Republic in Prague, how are you feeling in terms of your confidence levels?
Yeah, I'm quite confident, but I feel like I will need to train a lot more.
Sounds like a good plan. Congratulations though on the junior boy win, well done.
Thank you.
So we're going to get ourselves ready then for the start of an absolutely epic run, the UIM MotoSurf World Championship stock final in 2026 of the My 35 Club Turkish style Grand Prix of Turkey. And this is genuinely one of the most unpredictable races of the week. When you look at the starting lineup in the stock final, 10 laps, 3 of which have got to be long laps, I can't even tell you who's going to be close to the win. Adam Kolar, Adam Janusek, Kim Down, Jan Travnicek, Damian Kadlec, Hassan Boabas, Matthias Barvik, Oliver Wolf, Alexander Lana, Jan Matoshka, Josef Bokora and Suguru Ikeda. It is going to be so tough to predict who is going to get this race won. It will be so difficult. I think it's going to be just about the most nip and tuck, ebb and flow race that we're going to see all week, Leo. And with the waves being as high as they are, anything could happen and anything could go wrong.
Of course, when you fall into the water and someone overtake you, then it's like your fault.
So, given the way that the waves are today, I mean, they were pretty tricky on Friday. They were unbelievably bad yesterday. Today, although the sky looks clearer and the sky is brighter, we were talking with Lucas Zahorski a little while ago. He said today it's actually tougher than it's been all week. Would you say that's fair?
Yes, it's fair, but it's very hard and very high the waves.
So why is it so much tougher, even though that it's a sunny day today? Why is it so much tougher? Is it just to do with the wind direction? Is it to do with how shallow the water is with the waves being so big? What is it that makes it so much tougher today?
The wind and all of that, because many people fall into the water and you can overtake them.
Very tricky, very tough balancing act for the competitors at the moment. Stan?
And also the waves are closer together. It's not like with so much space between them. They come fast after each other.
Always very difficult to balance. It's amazing to have 2 superstar youngsters from the junior boy in commentary. We're going to need to get some more chairs in future weeks. It's certainly going to be an interesting one when we rock up to Prague next time out. Mind you, now we're going to get ourselves settled in and ready for one of the toughest starts of the day. This one has the potential even to upstage the elite men for unpredictability. Not for speed necessarily, but certainly in terms of the changes of the battle of the guard. It could have so many twists and turns this race. Adam Kolar, 15 years of age, leading them around for the La Cucina Nera team from Brno in the Czech Republic, ahead of the 22-year-old for Apex pilot Adam Janusek. The flag is in the air. We'll see which one gets the victory in the final of the stock category here in the Turkish Grand Prix. Big charge forward from Kim Down. He's going to make his way forward level with Janusek and move slightly in front. But can he barrel round the outside? No, he can't. So he has to tuck back in. A great start as well from Jan Travnicek. He gets a good launch as we work our way into the slalom for the first time. And it's going to be an absolute dogfight between Adam Kolar and Adam Janusek as who gets out first. Will it be the teenager? It is. Adam Kolar hits the front. and an amazing start for Adam Kolar in front of Janusek. The race is on for the championship final here in Turkey. What a great chance, and now Kim Down has got to work doubly hard to catch up. That's Hassan Bouabas. He's worked his way through into 5th place. Good start. Excellent performance thus far. And so it's going to be an interesting challenge as the riders work their way forward. Kolar, Janusek, Kim Down, Jan Travnicek, and Hassan Bouabas. He's gone for the long lap early here, Stan. So this is a good opportunity for Bouabas to pick up some time.
Yeah, it is. Because when you make the long laps before, then you have more time to work on the track.
So now the competitors working their way through the slalom. Good work and good pace from Adam Kolar. Pacing himself, giving himself that opportunity to work himself into a good rhythm. Janusek is still right behind him though, close enough to really be affected by the white water. Will Janusek be the first one to blink and take the long lap, or what about Kim Down? Don't forget how strong he was in the Masters men final. Let's see what he can do in the stock. Is he going to go the long lap? No, he's going to stay on the course and hustle Janusek. Interesting tactics. Neither of the top 3 men going for the long lap at this stage. They want to see if they can edge into each other's headspace. It's always tricky. Kolar nearly dropping it there, Stan. And again, it is really choppy out there.
That was really close.
Really choppy, these waves, and they are struggling on the far side. Even Kim Down is starting to find it a bit of a pressure cooker as they come through that far part of the Buoy. There's a competitor in front, and that's enough! Oh, Kolar's gone! Kolar had to react to Jan Matoshka, and unfortunately, that was enough. And down goes Adam Kolar. This is what I was talking about when we were saying it was going to be unpredictable. Janusek comes through for the lead. Kim Down now in a second, and Adam Kolar is going to have to make a comeback.
The track is starting to look really dangerous. They're going into the other ways and stuff.
So this is what happened. Adam Kolar sees Jan Matoshka in front of him, tries to make a quick reaction, and there he goes. It was just a little bit too quick a reaction. It was almost as if he overcorrected, and then it transferred the weight to the wrong side of the board and kicked him out. Disaster for Adam Kolar. He's now down to 4th position. He takes the long lap immediately. That's the only way for him to come back now. So Janusek, Kim Down, Travnicek, now in front of Hassan Bouabas. Bouabas was the first one to take the long lap, and now he's in front of Adam Kolar as well, so that shows you how much time Kolar's actually lost. Janusek, though, commanding his troops out in front. Kim Down, hustling his every move. Janusek, 3 wins out of 4 so far this week, so it's always been an interesting one to see how they can continue to make the battle go. Kim Down really hustling Janusek as they go through the white water, and this is where Kim Down can use all those years of experience. He is 20 years the senior of Adam Janusek, and he's still pushing him to his extremities. Jan Travnicek now trying to hunt them down in 3rd position. What can Travnicek do? He is working a crescendo to try and get into the headspace of the 2 men up front. This is tricky stuff, and Stan, you can see that even the top guys are struggling to stay upright now.
Yeah, as you can see, they're going really slow in the split as well, because it's also the waves and everything. It's super hard now.
And with the whitewash countering with the waves, that must make it doubly difficult.
Yeah.
Across the line comes the leader. And of course now it's Kim Down. He's managed to find his way in front of Adam Janusek. Janusek has had a slow run through the slalom. Now he takes the long lap. So Kim Down has found his man and overtaken Adam Janusek in the slalom. A fantastic charge back. Is Kim Down going to win 2 finals in one day? The Korean is certainly looking good for it at the moment as Janusek makes his way out of the long lap. And he's going to remain in front of Travnicek. Oh, big face full of water for Kim Down. Even the legendary Korean is finding it tricky out there. It is glorious sunshine, but it is very strong winds and therefore very big waves. And with only 1.5 feet, 2 feet down to the bottom of the ocean here, Stan, that is a really thin margin of error.
Yeah. Also with the waves from the other riders, it's way, way harder to go.
Fascinating to watch Kim Down at work, but now that he's got the lead, he's still got to make all 3 of his long laps. He takes the first one on lap number 7. He's put himself into the position. He's only got 9 seconds on Janusek. So this is going to be tricky. Can he get back out onto the course in front of Janusek? We're going to see him as he exits. It is going to be very close indeed between Down and Janusek. Where is Janusek going to filter back out? Oh, he just misses him. So Kim Down has managed to jump Adam Janusek. It's a perfect run through from Kim Down. He only comes out about a second and a half behind Kim Down, but that was close, Stan. And when you are running the ragged edge like that, you have to second guess yourself. Are you going to hesitate or are you going to commit? So difficult.
Yeah, it's hard to decide. And you have to act fast.
So the riders come out of the slalom. Kim Down still the leader. Good effort from Adam Janusek. He's still got to put Kim Down under some pressure here. We're going into the 8th lap. 2 long laps apiece to come from Kim Down and Adam Janusek. But who's going to make the blink first? Well, Kim Down goes to the long lap. So does Janusek. He's going to try and get into his headspace and follow his white water. Janusek clearly has the confidence to go after the Korean. So here's the Apex pilot going to manage the Korean rocket. Kim Down still holding his pace at the front end, but this is going to be very tricky all the way to the end. Pushing hard here, Adam Janusek trying to make sure he comes out in front of traffic. He just managed to avoid Josef Pokora. And he is getting closer to Kim Down. Down is actually struggling. And it's Janusek that is really starting to find a little bit more pace, but we've got traffic to deal with now, Stan. This is going to be so difficult for Kim Down and Adam Janusek to navigate in the traffic.
It will be perfect for him to wait a little bit, but I think he's going to be really, really the guy there. What's his name?
Kim Down.
No,
the guy in front. I think Janusek. Janusek working hard in 2nd place. Travnicek in 3rd, Kolar still 4th and getting himself back in. Right, there's the difference in the split. So Kim Down's gone for the 3rd long lap now. Janusek's going to do it on the last lap. So is that going to be enough of a gamble?
That's a lot of gamble.
It is, isn't it? Janusek leaving it to the last minute. He's got to have a perfectly clean lap now. This has got to be a qualifying lap from Adam Janusek, but he's got traffic in front of him. That is Suguru Ikeda, the Japanese rider, in front of him, and he's got more traffic to deal with at the end of the long lap. But then Kim Down's got problems to come as well. So this is going to be fascinating.
There's also from the back the people, you see, they're coming here.
Oh, and off, yeah, that was a big fall for Travnicek, I think. Travnicek, who was following in the whitewater of Janusek. Janusek really had to commit at the end of the lap there to stay in front of Suguru Ikeda. So Travnicek fell into the water in the slalom. That's cost him some time, and Kolar has come back in his 2nd place. This isn't done yet. And what's happened to Kim Down? Kim Down's dropped back into 5th position. Kim Down's had a fall somewhere. So Kim Down is a long way back. So now it's between Adam Kolar and Janusek. Janusek has got to keep it going on the long lap.
But
Hang on a minute. No, he didn't take it.
No, he
Janusek didn't take the last long lap. I can't believe it. Adam Janusek did not commit to the final long lap. He's only done 2. He should have done 3. Adam Janusek has thrown this win away, surely. So now it's going to be Adam Kolar, just 4.5 seconds behind him. Kolar has come back from the brink, and it looks as though Kolar is going to get this done. Janusek is only going to complete 2 long laps. That's not enough. Janusek will come through. 10 laps completed, checkered flag, but it's Adam Kolar who is going to get this.
Look,
he's just realised what he's done. And it's going to be Adam Kolar then from Hassan Bawabas. Jan Travnicek didn't do it either. He's also missed the long lap. So down Kim is going to come through to finish on 10 laps and 3. I cannot believe the way this final has gone.
This was really unpredictable.
How many did you do, says Adam Janusek. Did you win or did I win? Adam Kolar's like, well, I think I finished behind you. How many long laps did you do? This is unbelievable. A crazy end to the race here. I know it sounds obvious to count to 3, Stan, but when you're in the middle of the race like that and you've got so many difficulties to contend with, it's so difficult to keep track.
Yeah, it's easy to forget.
What a crazy race. We said it was going to be unpredictable. I didn't think it was going to be that unpredictable. Adam Janusek crosses the line first, but with only 2 long laps, that is going to give him at least a 25-second penalty. We're going to see a replay in the closing stages here. What was this? Going to see what happened as Janusek. Yeah, that's him missing. That's him missing the long lap. So that's the critical moment. He needed to go long, and unfortunately, Janusek He had to do it on the last lap, and he didn't get it done. So, a very tricky situation then for the contenders. That is a crazy way for this stock class to finish up. Janusek got the job done, but he missed his long lap. I mean, that is such a horrendous error, and that's going to eat at him. That's going to stay with him for a couple of days, that.
That happened to me last year as well, the same thing in the finals.
It's so difficult to get it right, isn't it, when you've got so many things going on. And so you can see how much progress. Look how close Kolar got to him in the end. If Janusek had taken the long lap, Kolar would have got him. So either way, this would have been Adam Kolar's victory.
I think he would have finished a little bit behind Kolar. It wouldn't be that big of a difference.
But an amazing fight back from Adam Kolar after his fall earlier on. So Janusek takes the win in the water, but that is going to give him a penalty, unfortunately, for missing the third long lap. So Kolar and Hassan Bouabas will move forward. Travnicek should get the same penalty, I think.
Yeah.
And then it will be Kim Down and Alexander Lana from Oliver Wolf ahead of Matthias Bardovic.
Jan Matoszka as well. He didn't do the long lap.
That's true. Matoszka only got 2, but then his argument will be, well, I only finished 8 laps.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an interesting one. Into the elite women we go, and this is going to be one of the finals I've been waiting for. The battle between Eliška Matuskova and Sara Zuborova, the world champion and the young pretender. This is going to be awesome. Thank you, Stan Cahoot, for joining us. I know that Leo wants to have a chat with us for this elite women's final. So, the battle I've been waiting since the start of the weekend. The reigning world champion, Eliška Matuskova for Rocket Racing versus the MotoSurf Zabor rider, Sara Zuborova, 16 years of age from Slovakia. They have both won all 4 of their heats. This is the first time they meet on the same bit of water. Aneta Štukalova, 3rd on the lineup for Jordak Racing, the vice world champion of last year. 15 years of age in 4th place. Barbara Kolarova, the next big superstar in the elite women category. Then Emma Sturčilova for Slovakia, running in 5th position in the lineup. This is a big chance for her, and she could pick up a podium here just by staying on the board. Next up, a big push coming from the number 6 in the lineup of the elite women's. That is Adela Ostrichalova. So Adela Ostrichalova is going to have a very tough race in front of her. Linda Lukscheider, great to see her making her way to another elite women's final. And she is going to be pushing big time to grab her way to the top 5 minimum. Next up, Natalie Kashnikova, one of the most improved riders in the elite category over the last 12 months. Great to see her putting on such a good show here. Next up, Laura Markova, fast in qualifying, a couple of errors in the heats, but she will be bouncing back to full style in this upcoming elite women's final. And then Rosalia Janora, the super pole, in 10th position, represented her nation in the World Games at Chengdu last year. Big opportunity for Rosalia Janora. And next up, it's going to be a big push for Sara Wolfova. For Autozentrum Vyškov, she wants to finish strong and get into the top 10 in the final. She's got a great chance to do that. And then from Mooresville, North Carolina, the 18-year-old for LKN Bananas, Anna Burke. Let's see what she can do. 12 very competitive elite women here, the busiest elite race that we have had in the women's category all week. And again, Leo, so unpredictable. We haven't really seen a mistake all week from either Eliška Matuskova or Sara Zuborova. This is the first time they've met. I couldn't tell you what's going to happen.
Yeah, I hope so. They do no mistakes and they will win it.
It's going to be tricky to figure out who's going to get the job done. Sara is the young pretender. She's got nothing to lose. Eliška is the world champion. She has everything to lose. If you were to bet your money on it, who would you go for, Leo? Which of the two do you think has what it takes?
I think the first one, Eliška.
And why is that? Is that just because she's in the form of her life and Sara's not quite there yet? Or is it because she makes fewer mistakes? What is it that makes that?
Because she know how to work it and she doesn't take it like, sondern she do it like with slow and go fast.
She is very good at staying calm, and when a lot of riders would commit to a missed Buoy or a missed Apex, she actually slows herself down. She reins herself in a little bit, and instead of being spectacular, it's almost slow to watch, but it's really mature. She's able to keep on the board just by staying calm and composed.
Yeah, this is the talent, what we said yesterday.
And for Sara Zuborova, I mean, she's an exciting rider to watch. She's got immense opportunity. She's only 16. She's got a big future ahead of her, and now she's right here at the front of the Elite Women's Final, the first round of the championship. If she manages to win this, well, that could really tell the story for the rest of the year. It's going to be a fascinating battle in the elite women's category. Eliška Matušková versus Sara Zoborova at the front end of the field. But let's not count out the others. Aneta Štukalova and Barbara Kolarova will definitely want to cause an upset amongst the dominant two up front. Always nice to see the members of our paddock putting on such an excellent display and motivating all of the riders to have a great day at the office. Always nice to see the amazing work that they are doing, and definitely always exciting. That's Gregor Dunat, who is of course the entrepreneur behind the Tenzi MotoSurf racing team. He lives and breathes this sport, does Gregor. He absolutely adores it and loves seeing the Polish riders continue to move their way forward. If you're enjoying the coverage here from Turkey on the Bilecik Bay in Çeşme, then you should like, subscribe and hit the notification bell. You won't miss a moment of the season. It's going to be a really exciting one from here to Turkey, to the Czech Republic in July, to Sweden in August, to Spain in September, to the UAE in October, to the double-header finale in China at Jinhua and Shenzhen. It's going to be fabulous to see how this championship plays out. And there are going to be so many twists and turns, more than a MotoSurf course. So with the elite women's race about to get underway, just 2 races remain in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship season opener. The My35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey here in Çeşme 2026. The elite women and the elite men. 2 very unpredictable races. Perhaps more unpredictable in the elite women's, I would say. But it is definitely going to be fascinating, Leo, when we get the elite men. Matis Novotny versus Łukasz Zahorski yet again.
This was very tricky, and we all stay and looking for them, and yeah.
If you're somebody along the lines of Alex Lukscheider or Adam Ficek, for example, and you're trying to get in the headspace of Matis and Łukasz, who are just so flawless, it must be quite demoralizing, but it also must be motivating to try and find that little bit extra within yourself to try and reach them.
Yeah, this is the talent, what is it? And they train very hard, they go in the gym every day, they do everything that they will be first, and they're fighting on 1 millisecond, they are together.
So I've heard athletes talk about training in the gym in many different forms of sport, in football, in tennis, in rugby, in cricket, in motorsport. In MotoSurf, what sort of fitness training do you actually do? What are you working on, and what sort of things do you do in the gym?
For the legs, for the arms, to push the line, and the foot, that you can push the board up and down. For the waves, because when you had not so big muscles on the legs and you go onto the waves, then it's a little bit harder because your legs can hold these waves.
And I'm guessing as well you're working a lot on your inner core balance. That's a really important part of it, and that's not an easy thing. That's something that you have to develop. It's not something that just comes naturally. You really have to work on that.
Yes, you do some exercises like standing on one foot or doing some other exercise, and then you get it like a long time.
And it takes months. It's not
Yes.
just a couple of days or weeks. You really have to commit to it, and you have to know that this is something that you're going to push every single ounce of your being to develop, because it takes a lot out of you, I guess.
Yeah, of course, it takes a lot of time because everything cannot come in 1 second, so you need time. The body needs time, the brain needs time to realize it, that you train on your brain.
So we're going to get some interesting battles on the course now. 9 laps for the elite women's final, 10 laps for the elite men's final. But these are the 2 premier categories of the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. This is the premier class, the Women's World Championship and the Men's World Championship. And these are arguably the 2 toughest classes on the planet. It's always easy to get it wrong, but it takes an immense amount of hard work to get it right. We're just waiting for the command to head out into the water, and then we will have the big 2 races out on the course. It's been a very long week here in Turkey. A lot of people got here last weekend to really soak up the atmosphere, to have a look at what the waves were doing and get themselves into a good position. The elite women will give us the chance to move forward very quickly indeed. It's going to be a tough old race battle, and we're certainly none the wiser as to who is going to be a very strong run. It's going to be fascinating to see who gets the job done. But we are in for a stunning duel between Eliška Matušková and Sara Zoborova, with some big challenges for Aneta Štukalova and Barbara Kolarova in position. A really exciting run is guaranteed, and it looks as though we're going to have a sensational run. So all of the MotoSurf riders preparing for what should be a stunning final. In the junior boys, Stanislav Kohut. In the junior girls, Ellen Berdova. In the Masters men, Kim Down. In the Masters ladies, Lee Unjin. And then, of course, that fabulous battle that we think is going to go the way of Adam Kolar once the penalties have been handed out in the stock category. That is yet to be confirmed. We'll confirm it as soon as we can. But the two big races that we've all been building up to and all been waiting for in the My 35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey here in Çeşme on the sidelines of the My Team Racing MotoSurf House and Showroom on Bilek Bay in Çeşme. The big two, the elite women's and the elite men's finals, the two best races in any weekend of MotoSurf's World Championships. In the 11th year of the UAM MotoSurf World Championship since its inaugural running in 2016. And a fabulous battle. It is going to be really exciting to see just how intense things are going to get. If you're watching along at home, do give us a shout out to the rider that you're going to be cheering for in the elite women's or the elite men's finals. We know you're watching from all four corners of the globe. Great to see everybody enjoying things. Louis Allen writing, Mark Andrews, what a legend. Sam Fame is cheering on Cyprus. He wants to cheer on Mike Michaelidis in the elite men's, of course. And we're going to see some good battles from all of the contenders. Andrea Mardis cheering on Luka Szahorski, not just on the water, but also in the commentary box. He did a fair job in the first few races of the day. But of course, his preparation and focus has now got to be on the final itself. The wind has picked up a little bit here, which is definitely going to make things a little bit tricky for the two top classes in the program, the elite women's and the elite men's. We're just waiting for the official confirmation that we can send the riders out onto the course. Now they get the command, and so the elite women head out onto the water, and this is the race they've been building to. And for the first time in 2026, Eliška Mariskova versus Sara Zoborova on the same water at the same time in race trim. Pinch me, I think I may have goosebumps. This is going to be a great race battle. Jake Sanson in the commentary booth. Alongside me, Leo Lichtenstein for the elite women's final. This is definitely a tough race to predict. We've seen so many fast competitors this week, Leo, but we haven't really seen either a mistake from Eliška or from Sara. Somebody has got to crack at some point.
Yeah, you're speaking over the boys when you say the MotoSurf, you think on the boys, but when you're realizing that the girls in the elite women, they are also very fast.
And it's wonderful that in 2026 we've now got an elite and masters category for both men and women. We're really starting to see a few more women's opportunities coming forward as the competitors move their way further forward. And so I think, Leo, you're going to be booted out of the booth, I'm afraid, because we've got two elite finals to come, and we're going to soak up the spoils. Leo, you've been fantastic, and it's wonderful to get your patronage, but we're going to hand the mic over on this occasion. Stay with us, though. You're more than welcome to stick around. To the Masters Woman winner, the first ever for Korea, Lee Unjin.
Hello,
Unjin,
hello.
it's great to see you here, and what a fantastic work this week.
Thank you for having me.
But you can tell us about the competition in the elite women's category. You were in this championship last year, and of course how tricky it's going to be for them in this final. It is the toughest course we've ever had.
It is indeed. It's kind of similar to last year's Turkey race, where I think it's very characteristic that it is a tight course. And you know, these ladies, these young ladies are racers. They are born to be racers. They're going to want to go full speed, but now they're racing against the wind, the waves, and trying to get through a very tight, difficult course. Sometimes, you know, they'll get ahead of themselves. You know, they'll pull the throttle a little harder than they might want to, or maybe intend to. But they're also very, very young, very quick with their feet, and they know what they're doing with their body and the board. So they'll get through the course like magicians.
Now, the interesting story coming into this one, of course, that we've seen since the start of the week, the domination from Eliška Mariskova in the A group has been matched by the domination by Sara Zoborova in the B. Neither of them has put a foot wrong at any stage of this week, and now they've got to race each other. Somebody's got to crack.
You know, I have a nickname for both of them. They're both AIs. And before they went out, I made sure that they were both fully charged. So this will be a very interesting, very exhilarating final to watch.
They're definitely going to be bringing their A game to the table. It's never easy to predict. And this year in particular, I think Eliška Mariskova is still fast. but it's definitely going to be tougher for her than it was last year. Stukalova seems to have got those injury prangs from last year over now. She's a lot more composed. We've got Sara Zubarova matching her every heat. And don't forget Barbara Kononova. She's got some real firepower. 15 years of age, and she's still got so much more to come.
And you know, she's been pushing up. Every season, when I see these juniors from the previous season coming up to women, I feel very threatened. And I feel like, you know, that like Emma last year, you know, Barbara as well. And they don't just sneak up on you. There they go.
The flag drops, and the My35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey gets underway for the elite women's final. And it's the perfect start for Eliška Matušková. Aneta Stukalova's made a charge forward. Not the greatest of launches for Sara Zubarova. We've had somebody go in the first buoy, so already there's been a bit of a disaster for a couple of riders. It's Luke Scheider. Luke Scheider's gone, I'm afraid. That's a disaster for Linda Luke Scheider, but so far so good for Matušková, and Aneta Stukalova is the one who's gone with her. Out through the buoys and into the end of the first lap then, so it is a fantastic start for Matušková, and Stukalova has jumped ahead of Sara Zubarova. What a performance from Stukalova so far though. There is Strčelova working her way forward as she tries to chase after Kononova, and Janora's made an absolute flyer up into P6. Here's the replay, watch in the background. Luke Scheider is just going to go a little bit too far. It was a tangle with Janora. So Luke Scheider going in, and that was a very hard hit on the opening lap. That was a tough one, Unjin. She'll have felt that one.
She absolutely would have. And you know, with how sharp that first turn is, and with the waves, you can see how big those waves are. And that's very unfortunate. But we got one last final, and we'll have to see whose side luck is on.
Aneta Stukalova really hustling Eliška Matuškova's every move here, but there's only 2 seconds between them, and Barbara Kononova has really stepped up the attack. Zubarova decided to take the long lap on the first lap. That's her method, that's her tactic of getting back into this one. So Matušková and Stukalova still running on. Now, is Matušková perhaps going to look at the same tactic she's always employed? Get the long laps in last, build the gap, because look, immediately Barbara Kononova has decided the only way I'm going to match Matušková and Stukalova is I'm going to get this long lap done early. I'm going to get the advantage back.
I am going to say yes and no, because we do have the rule change where this season we have a third long lap that we have to do. And the faster the track is, you do want to get 1 or 2 out of the way, but you cannot forget about the third one.
And that's something we've seen actually across the day. We've seen it in Masters, we've seen it in stock. You think, oh well, how hard is it to count to 3? But when you're hopping over the waves at 50 kilometers an hour and you're taking on the wind, taking on the waves, taking on the onslaught of the traffic, it's hard to keep track.
Absolutely, and especially by the time that we're out there doing finals, you know, you've got the adrenaline pumping, and you've got 4 heats done. Sometimes it can be confusing. I don't know if this is because I'm older and in Masters now, but you do kind of lose track of which heat it was, or if it was this, you know, this lap, this race that you went to the long lap however many times. Look at how big those waves are.
They are huge today, aren't they?
But if you watch them, they're just gliding through.
It's fantastic to watch the elite women at their commanding form. Eliška Matušková, she just never seems to have an off day. I was talking about this earlier on, Unjin, and Eliška, she's one of those riders who looks emphatically fast, but she's not as committed into the buoys as some of the others, and she allows herself the chance to just ease up off the power and let the mistake happen organically. She doesn't really fall off the board as such, but she slows her pace, and that's how she gets her control. That's where her consistency comes from.
That's part of the reason why I call her an AI. I think she's somehow connected to the board. You know, I do this thing when I train where I kind of imagine that I am one of these faster girls, and
Ooh, Eliška, that's the first time we've really seen Matušková in any form of jeopardy. She just tangled there with Laura Markova, and that is about as scary as it gets without having an actual accident. And she's gone! That's the first mistake all week from Eliška Matušková. That just shows you how tough it is. Even the world champion is struggling, and is that going to be the chance for Sara Zubarova? She's 2 long laps in, and so is Stukalova. So Matuškova's built an advantage, but it's taking Eliška Matušková quite some time now to get herself back on the board. This could be the open door for Sara Zubarova. She was unsettled by Markova. Here's the replay. Big tuck in. The board sucks itself into the water, and she loses her footing. So easily done. goodness me. Eliska Maruskova, the first mistake we've seen from the world champion all week long, and it comes in the final, and now the race leader is Sara Zubarova, and with 2 long laps already taken, there goes Barbara Kononova down into the water as well. And I think Rosalia Zhanora's had an off, so it's absolutely kicking off everywhere. But this is Sara Zubarova's opportunity. And Eliska Maruskova, there's more problems. I think this could be a race-ending problem for Eliska Maruskova. The world champion could well be out.
And again, with the waves and how fast everybody's going and with how sharp the turns are, when you fall, it's really hard to get back up and to make that next very sharp turn.
Well, Maruskova has gone on to the long lap to try and counteract the problem, but oh dear, this is not the way Eliska Maruskova was hoping to renew her World Championship attack. We're going to see the second incident. She washes out as she tries to come back in. Oh, that's Rosalia Zhanora's off there. So Rosalia Zhanora having her incident almost in quick succession with Eliska Maruskova, but now this is the opportunity for Sara Zubarova, 16 years of age, the Slovak. This is the birthplace of her elite form, and she doesn't have anything to lose here. She's just on a ride to the victory. This is a fantastic run from Sara Zubarova, but if Eliska Maruskova can go, anybody can go.
And Sara also has very solid form. She will get through any wave, any kind of condition out there and take complete control. So we'll see how she finishes here.
It's difficult in this final because with the wind picking up, the waves will be higher. The shallow depth of the bed underneath them is going to be a big issue if they do fall. And then, of course, it's 9 laps, so it's going to be significantly more physical and so much more tiring. We saw you at the end of your 9-lap heat, and you actually backed off the power. You thought, you know what, I'm not going to overextend myself. There's no point in burning myself out unduly.
Something I definitely would not have been able to do with the elite women. But, you know, we get to a point where you are exhausted. I don't care how young, how fit these ladies are. You know, 9 laps will do it to you. You are human, and they are tired. It's just a matter of who's going to bite harder and just push through.
Well, here's one of the ladies who's been able to take advantage of the slip-ups, Barbara Kononova, just 15 years of age for La Cucina Nera. This is a big opportunity for her as well. Is this just a changing of the guard, or is it one of those flashes in the pan? But I tell you what, even Aneta Shtukalova is struggling. Is that another fall for Maruskova? Yet again! Just one fall breeds another fall, breeds another fall. We see it so many times. If you lose the composure once, it's so hard to get back into the rhythm and flow again. Oh, this is painful for Eliska Maruskova. Perfect all week, and in the final, it all comes away. Devastating. Devastating for the 18-year-old. One of the most popular people in the paddock. And there's going to be a lot of people ready to run to her side to console her. This is going to be a very difficult defeat for Eliska Maruskova, but Sara Zubarova is taking full advantage of the situation. All 3 long laps have come her way into the slalom for the last time, Unjin, and Sara Zubarova ready to step into the forefront.
Well, you know, of course there are going to be people smiling, people crying, but it is a family event. We are all here to kind of help each other out, and it is just the beginning of this season. These are some tight turns that these ladies are going through.
Even Sara Zubarova struggling to finish off, but she knows she's got the job done, and the Turkish Grand Prix goes the way of Sara Zubarova. The Slovakian, 16 years of age, has worked to the bone, and it is an incredible fight from Sara Zubarova. She gets the job done in incredible fashion. Second place, get this, is going to be the 15-year-old. Absolutely amazing ride from Barbara Kononova. The 2 young pretenders to the superstars, Maruskova and Shtukalova. They have shown the masters how it can be done here in Turkey. A tough old ride in the elite women's, the most unpredictable final you could have asked for. And Zubarova from Kononova and Aneta Shtukalova. Look how worn out she is after that 9 laps. That was tough even for the vice world champion.
You know, the thing is, it's more difficult for the winners to keep their positions than it is for, you know, the underdogs or even whoever, you know, like the third, fourth, fifth positions to just, they got nothing to lose. You know, they know that they are so close and they'll just push themselves, and that's what shocks the community. They challenge the ones, you know, season winners.
Well, who would have thought that at the end of this final, Eliska Maduskova would not only not quite win the race, but finish a lap adrift of the other riders. Unbelievable. Sara Zubarova takes the victory from Barbara Kodorova and Aneta Stukalova. A real upset. Emma Sturchilova in fourth place in front of Adela Oschilova. And Eliska Maduskova survives to P6 after a rough old ride in the final. Laura Markova, Linda Lukscheider, Sara Volfova and Natalie Kashkolova. And then it is Rosalia Janora in front of the American Anna Burke. For every success, there is a disaster. And certainly in the elite women's, we felt that one. A very tough ride. We'll talk about that one a little bit later on as Sara Zubarova gives Slovakia a final victory in the women's race. But I tell you what, this is the one we've been waiting for. The elite men, the Formula One of our sport, Matěj Novotný, Lukas Jaworski and Alex Lukscheider, the big three of our sport, at each other's throats again, with Adam Ficek improving all the time, and Anthony Squire and Mike Michailidis stepping up to the plate in elite this year from stock last year to prove that this is their next chapter. Matěj Novotný, second in qualifying, but not defeated once over the course of this week. He is just the man in form, 17 years of age and rewriting the record books. But Lukas Jaworski, the man who's won everything there is to win, including the gold medal at Chengdu last year, he's ready to continue pushing. Alex Lukscheider for the new Team Husky. Wonderful to see these guys put on a spectacular show. Alex is always going to be the man to push it. Adam Ficek, so near to these guys in qualifying. You can tell that his big wins are coming. He's not far away from it. And there is the dirty banana himself, Anthony Squire from Charlotte, North Carolina, flying the flag for the United States. What a superstar. What an incredible contender. Great to see him in the elite category. And as for the reigning stock world champion, well, Mike Michailidis of Cyprus, it's great to see him step up and go for the big show. And then we have the two men who just never say die. Miroslav Kopš for the Jet Surf HK squad. And behind him, as ever, it'll be Jiří Wolf, the two senior statesmen of the elite category. They'll never give up. They'll never throw in the towel.
So Mike was actually champion for rookie class last year, and usually what happens is the rookies will come up to the stock class. And so Anthony Squire was a champion of stock class.
Indeed.
And you know, the anticipation usually is, okay, when the rookie is of age and they come up to stock, let's see how they do, and then go from there. But you know, with new rules, they've both graduated, so we say,
yeah,
to elite class. So it's very interesting to see both the champion of stock and stock R from last year. Now rookie class is not a thing this year. To see them race in these tuned boards with the best of the sport.
Well, one of the things that's really fascinated me this week is in terms of development and in terms of pace. For me, in the elites, we were always going to talk about the Novotnys, the Jaworskis, the Lukscheiders, but for me, the rider of the week in terms of where they started the week to where they are now has got to be Anthony Squire. That incredible depth of strength that he has been able to show. When you consider that he's riding against guys who are between 10 and 13 years his junior, he's got such immense strength. His composure and his determination is going to make him a neat fit for elite. He just needs to get, I guess, a little bit more faith in the board. This is still a new class for him. He's come from stock where you literally open the box, go racing, and that's the end of it. All he's got to do is learn how to get the most out of the elite board, and he could be mixing it with the best of them easily.
So that has kind of been the challenge for elite class. It is such a small engine, you know, on these powerful boards. They are tuned, and depending on who your mechanic is, you know, sometimes some of these racers don't even know what's happening. They just get on a board and they just go. It's like, oh, this is how fast it's going to go. Oh, this is how I control it for every turn. And Anthony's kind of been thrown a new board, and he's been adjusting pretty well. But I've been watching Anthony and Mike as they have moved up from their usual stock boards. Adam Ficek too, actually. So those three coming up from the usual stock out-of-the-box boards. They've been doing pretty well, though.
Yeah, we saw, I mean, I spoke to Adam Ficek after qualifying and he said, how are you? He said, I'm a bit disappointed because I knew there was half a second more in me and I just didn't quite find it. So if he can find that half a second consistently, we're not going to be talking about the big three. We're going to be talking about the big four this year. He's not far away from them.
I would even say we'll be talking about the middle three. Let's see the middle three mix in with the top three.
Of course, one person that, you know, we haven't really spoken about because sadly he's not here. 2026, he's going to have a bit of a hole in it. There's no two ways about that, and that's going to come from Matej Kozicek, who had that rather unfortunate incident in training a couple of months ago where he tore his ACL. It's never nice when you know that somebody who should be mixing it with these guys and taking points off them from time to time is going to sit out on the sidelines.
I'm not the only person that was so disappointed to hear that news because it was Matej and Zahorsky at the Turkey race here in Chesme last year.
Yeah.
That there are times where I'll just pull up that video from last year, how phenomenal they show what MotoSurf racing really is, what makes it like most similar to F1, I would say.
Well, congratulations to Sara Zubarova, the latest final winner in the MotoSurf World Championship in the women's. That's just the first chapter of an incredible season. Do not fear, Maruskova fans. She'll be back and on her home water in Prague next month.
And
Don't count her out.
That was a pretty cute smile from Sara. Hey, Sara, you should smile a bit more.
She's one of those people, she smiles when she doesn't need to, and she never does when she should. She's one of those people who keeps her cards close to the chest. It looks as though the riders are waiting for a little bit of assistance. Oh, Jiri Wolf running down the paddock, so he's clearly had an issue somewhere. So this is never what you want either. When you've got an issue with the board, you've been here a couple of times in the past, Jim, when something goes wrong right at the very bitter last minute, at the 11th hour, you're panicking, you're trying to figure out what the issue is, and you're already got adrenaline pumping to go racing. This is the last thing you need, because errors creep in, and your judgment is clouded by the intensity of the moment.
Absolutely. And, it's that striking moment where you're like, I know I need to ask for help. I hope those people, we're such a close-knit community. As soon as you're rushing in, everybody knows, okay, that somebody's coming in for help. And I don't even know how to express what I feel when you see everybody just kind of like literally picking you and your board up from the water to help you, to get you racing. And so that's what we see here. And, Jiri Wolf is someone, he's like the father of MotoSurf.
Yeah.
And we love watching him in elite class. So as these boys, these gentlemen, wait for our big father here, I hope he gets his board ready and racing. There we go.
Finally, he gets his opportunity. That's good. But that's the thing I love about UAM MotoSurf. I only came into this at the tail end of 2024, and the thing that has struck me since being here is that unlike any other form of motorsport I've worked in the last 15 years, the family is unshakable. You race on the water, but out of the water, your brothers, your sisters, your cousins, your aunts, you are brethren, and nobody leaves a rider behind. Everybody mucks in, even if it means that they'll beat them in the race coming up. It's like Formula One used to be in the 50s.
Absolutely. And I think that's why the community is so wonderful. And sometimes some people do come for the racing, and some people just come for the smiles. Like, it's the smiles. Everybody just puts a smile on my face.
It's so true. I love seeing these people week in, week out. They always come and find you. They pat you on the back. The racing is almost an afterthought. You're there to hang out with the best people in the world, and the racing is a wonderful, almost like an added bonus to those amazing opportunities. So, here we go. It's another big moment in the My 35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix. It's the biggest of them all if you're a fan of the elite category, the elite final. And all of these riders ready to push it to the ragged edge. This is when the shoreline stops. Everyone comes to the water to see the best in the business go hell for leather. Maciej Novotny, Lukasz Jaworski, Alex Lukscheider, Adam Ficek, Anthony Squire, Mike Michailidis, Miroslav Kupsch, and Jiri Wolf, the best, fastest and toughest, most ruthless riders in the sport. We wait for the elite final of the 2026 My 35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix. It's underway, and it's a cracking start from Novotny. Lukasz Jaworski is going to have to work hard to keep Alex Lukscheider off him as they come to the first buoy. Into the inside line, Lukscheider goes wide side, and that could be enough to get to the inside line for the next Mswc. They go to the opposite sides in the slaloms, and it's absolutely stunning for Maciej Novotny. No issues so far as they work their way forward. Luke Scheider and Zahorski are going to be at each other's throats on the exit. Novotny comes through, but who's going to be first of the other two? It's Zahorski. He just hangs on. Luke Scheider's come out behind Michailidis. How did Michailidis come through in third position? What a start from the Cypriot. Absolutely emphatic from Mike in his first ever elite final to come through in P3. Astonishing. Luke Scheider in front of Yuri Wolf in fifth position. Then it's Squire, Kurbs, and Adam Ficek, who has come out last of all of them. That is an astonishing start. I would never have predicted that, as Mike Michailidis, the 18-year-old from Cyprus, throws himself into the mix, and he's third in his first ever elite final. Wow!
Can I break now?
I think you just about can, Anjan, although we've got 8 more of these still to go. Maciej Novotny enjoying his time in the lead, second for Zahorski. Mike Michailidis is not only in third position, but this is the race he's been waiting for. He is absolutely soaking it up. What an opportunity for the stock rookie champion last year, Anjan. Mike Michailidis suddenly in the mix of the big guns.
I almost feel like it's like revenge time, you know? He's had some trouble all through the weekend, and I feel like he's just pushing for it to make up for every little second he'd lost.
And it's not only Luke Scheider losing to Michailidis, he's lost out to Squire as well. Squire is the first one of the riders to take the first long lap, and he's ahead briefly of Luke Scheider. I wonder if Squire's had an issue, because now he's dropped back into P6. He may have taken a fall in the slalom, but what a start. There's Lukas Zahorski, multiple world champion and the reigning gold medalist at Chengdu 2025. I was speaking to him over the weekend. We heard him earlier on commentary, and he said, I've done everything there was to win. By getting the gold medal, I finished off my career. That is pretty much everything there was left to do. So now I can just enjoy it. He's here racing because he loves it. He doesn't want to quit. It's more of a hobby now than it used to be. But Maciej Novotny has definitely thrown his hat into the ring these days and showed that Zahorski's got to work for it if he wants to win again.
I think Maciej definitely keeps the challenge for Zahorski, because even though Lucas is doing it for fun, you know, I know Lucas does not like losing.
Well, Zahorski is the Schumacher of our sport. He's just won everything there is to win. Maciej Novotny is effectively our current Max Verstappen. He just has that immense invigoration, that vitality, that youth, the stamina of confidence that he just brings to everything. And despite how treacherous the waves are, Maciej Novotny, he's just dancing the dance of death like there's no tomorrow.
Just cruising. How do they do that?
This is someone, of course, who knows the sport inside and out and races week in, week out. Still raising eyebrows. Maciej Novotny showcasing his prowess. Novotny has gone for the first long lap, so Zahorski takes the lead for the time being, but it's only 3.5. That's not going to be enough for Zahorski once it all settles out. 3 long laps, of course, in the 10 laps of the race final we've got, but it is not going to be easy for Lukas Zahorski to overhaul. In fact, Novotny's gained half a second. That's the form he's in. As Zahorski goes for the long lap, Novotny's going to come out almost 7 seconds clear as it currently stands. Novotny is just in the form of his life.
Now again, in such a tight track with even more speed and more power on these boards, it's just draining these men as they try to go as fast as they possibly can, while you see their knees, you know, they've got extra suspension in works right now.
We said at the start of the weekend, after talking to many of the riders before qualifying, they said to me, Jake, it's not going to be about who falls, it's going to be about how many will fall. And in the elite men's final, that still has the potential to be the big form book. Michailidis has got back in front of Luke Scheider, who is now on 2 long laps. Now that's critical. Luke Scheider's taken more long laps than anybody, and he's back into 4th position. So Alex Luke Scheider, that little bit of hesitation at the start, he's worked his way back into 4th position. Don't count Luke Scheider out. He's got big power still coming, and there's potential for him to get back into this. Whether he's got the power to get back on terms with... Oh, and in goes Michailidis! Michailidis, a fabulous run in 3rd position up to that point. And now reality checks have come back in for Mike Michailidis. It was his first ever elite final. He's made the jump up from stock rookie. And now Mike Michailidis makes the almost inevitable error of youth and exuberance, We're going to see what happened. Oh, that was a big launch as well. Goodness me, Michailidis. That was the worst kind of fall, considering as well that the big difficulty here, Anjan, is that there's 1.5 to 2 feet to the depths of the ocean. It is very shallow here. That could have hurt.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, we all know how very short I am, and my feet touch the shore here. So, you know, if that could have been a very big fall. Hopefully, Mike is okay. He's racing. I don't even know how to do this.
He's rejoined back in behind Anthony Squire, so he's about where he would have been in the heats. But Luke Scheider, well, he's on the march. Yeah, he's 21 back from Novotny, who's now on the 3rd long lap. So 3 long laps for Novotny and 2 for Zahorsky. So it's all down to Lukas Zahorsky. How much time can he gain in the last 2.5 laps? If he can get to about 10 seconds, then he's got a chance of pitching ahead of Matthias Novotny. But Luke Scheider, he wants to secure this. But hang on a minute, is that Novotny? Novotny's gone in!
That was Zahorsky that's in the water.
Zahorsky, my apologies. Novotny was tripping over whoever it was that went in. So Novotny had a little bit of a slip up there, trying to avoid whoever it was that went in. I think that might have been Miroslav Kopsch, actually. So now Novotny's got, and we got another one down in the long lap. So I don't know if that was Michailidis or not, but certainly Novotny, if he didn't fall in, he was certainly impeded. So that's going to cost him some time. But now that Zahorsky's taken his 3rd long lap, it comes back to Novotny. So Zahorsky is in 2nd place. And so now Matthias Novotny has just got 1.5 laps to go. He's just got to skip over these final waves through the slalom 2 more times. And then he will open his 2026 account with a win in the Turkish Grand Prix. What a performance from Matthias Novotny so far.
Seems like Matthias and Alex are the only ones that haven't, well, we haven't seen Squire here yet, but, you know, those are the only ones we haven't seen fall.
So
that is Zahorsky.
That is Zahorsky. He fell right in front of Novotny, so that's how close it came.
Yes.
The apprentice very nearly tripped over the sorcerer. Goodness me.
But did you see how Zahorsky just got right back up, like just right on track?
Yeah, it's almost like a slinky doll. He was able to just put himself right back into the mix again. Incredible reflexes from Lukas Zahorsky. But the man in front, Matthias Novotny, that was as close to a slip-up as you're ever going to see from Novotny on his A-game. He comes into the slalom, right side, for the last time. It's been an immaculate week, and despite the fact that he's slowed the pace right down, he doesn't need to push. He just needs to navigate the right and the left for the last time. The Turkish Grand Prix 2026 is won by Matthias Novotny. An absolutely commanding week. The only thing that didn't come his way was pole position on Friday, but everything since then has been Novotny all the way. Zahorsky comes through for 2nd, and immediately he goes down to his knees on the board. That was hard work for him, and a very tough race battle all the way through for the others. Alex Scheider is going to resume for Team Husky. He comes through the final turn, 3rd position. It was a tough start to the race, but what a fight back from Alex Scheider of Team Husky. Excellent race, and what an amazing start to the season. You could have predicted that race because they are all, amazingly, they're in the positions they started in. But if you'd have said that would be the order at the end of the 1st lap, you'd have been a madman. Oh, Squire has managed to jump Ficek in the last lap. Anthony Squire, P4 on his elite debut. Take a bow. That was an immense ride from Anthony Squire. Don't forget, Novotny is 17, and Anthony Squire just turned 30. That is an incredible performance from one of the oldest men in the field. Anthony Squire on his debut in Elite, just missing a podium. Very good run. Novotny, Zahorsky, and Luke Scheider. The 3 we could have predicted, but it was a tough race to get there. Anthony Squire 4th, Adam Ficek 5th, Mike Michailidis, great effort, 3rd in the early stages, and then Miroslav Kopsch and Yuri Wolf. But for now, Matthias Novotny is still the king. They've got to work so hard to catch him in Prague next month, Anjan. That is going to be an absolute playground for Matthias Novotny in his current form.
That's his home ground, you know, and, you know, in a month's time, I don't know, we'll have to see, because especially for elite men's class, it's home ground for many of them, and we don't know who else may be joining. And Alex Scheider seemed very, very focused for this race. So we'll see how focused he remains for his return at the Prague race. But Anthony Squire, He's got about 5 weeks, excuse me, and we'll see if after this race he's going to be getting some training in for a big comeback at the next race.
There is the winning moment for the Turkish Grand Prix winner, Matthias Novotny. Absolutely exemplary, an amazing week. A massive thank you to everybody for tuning in and keeping an eye on everything that has been happening from the start of qualifying on Friday through the wind and rain of yesterday to the heat haze and the windy day here on Sunday. Round 1 is done. Now we're going to focus our attentions on the second round of the championship in fantastic fashion in Prague in the Czech Republic, when this man will go home to try and grab his home Grand Prix in 5 weeks' time. Matthias Novotny takes the victory, and what a fantastic week it's been for Adam Kolar, for Sara Zuborova, for Kim Down, for Unjin Lee, for, in the junior girls category, Ellen Berdova, and in the junior boys category, Stan Kohut. It has been an amazing week. I want to make a quick thank you to Stan Kohut, to Leo Lischel-Kratisfield, to Lucas Zahorsky, and to Unjin Lee for sharing commentary with me over the course of the week. From myself, Jake Stanton, and from the broadcasts up here at the clubhouse of the My35 MotoSurf Racing Hub here in Çeşme in Turkey. It couldn't have been a more exciting weekend to start the 2026 MotoSurf World Championship. We'll do it all again 5 weeks from now in Prague. From all of us here, we'll see you in Czechia.
Bye.
This is the Turkish style. is the Turkish style.
Position representing Germany, Jennifer Beckmann.
İkinci Almanya'dan Jennifer Beckmann.
And your Women Masters Turkish Grand Prix winner 2026, representing South Korea, Hyunjin Lee.
Ve şampiyon Kore'den Hyunjin Lee. Şampiyon Hyunjin Lee.
I have a feeling she is running up the stairs at this moment in time. She is on her way, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, she wouldn't miss the podium ceremony. She is running from the far side of the paddock. I can see it from here, don't worry. She's going to get the biggest reception to make her way forward. And so, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please. Your Women Masters Turkish Grand Prix winner 2026, representing South Korea, Hyunjin Lee.
Şampiyon Hyunjin Lee. Ödülleri vermek üzere İzeltaş çok değerli seremoninin ana sponsorları, yarışın ana sponsorunun çok değerli genel müdürü Sayın Murat Yorgancı'ları arz ediyoruz.
To present the trophies, please welcome the Izelta COO, Murat Yorgancılar. First of all, to our racer in third position, Ekaterina Vengerova.
Üçüncü Ekaterina Vengerova.
In second position, Jennifer Beckmann.
İkinci Jennifer Beckmann.
And to our Turkish Grand Prix winner in Women Masters 2026 for Korea, Hyunjin Lee.
Ve şampiyon Kore Ulusal Marşı'nı dinleyeceğiz.
And in deference to our winner on the top of the podium, the national anthem for South Korea. Congratulations to our competitors in the Women's Masters Grand Prix of Turkey 2026.
2026'nın şampiyonlarını alkışlarla uğurluyoruz. Congratulations, tebrikler.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time please for Ekaterina Vengerova, Jennifer Beckmann, and your Turkish Grand Prix champion in Women's Masters 2026, Hyunjin Lee.
Ve sırada Junior Kadınlar kategorisi var. Küçük kızlar kategorisinde şimdi sporcuları davet ediyoruz. Üçüncü isim.
We now move on to the podium prize giving ceremony for the Junior Girls category.
Üçüncü Çek Cumhuriyeti'nden Bibiano Popnikova.
Please welcome in third position representing Czechia, Bibiana Popnikova.
İkinci Çek Cumhuriyeti'nden Nela Popnikova.
In second position for Czechia, Nela Popnikova.
Ve şampiyon Çek Cumhuriyeti'nden Elan Burdova.
Your winner of the Junior Girl Grand Prix in the Turkish Grand Prix 2026 for Czechia, Ellen Burdova.
Ödüllerini vermek üzere Dünya Motosiklet Federasyonu temsilcisi Karal Kremer'i üçüncülük ödülü için sahneye davet ediyorum.
To present the trophy in third position, the UAM protest judge, Karol Kremer. To our rider in third position, Bibiana Popnikova.
Ve ikincilik ödülü için MCWLC CEO'su Sayın Martin Yankale davet ediyoruz.
To present the trophy in second position, the MotoSurf World Cup CEO, Martin Yankale. Presenting to the second place rider, Nela Popnikova.
Ve şampiyonun ödülü için Dünya Motonotik Federasyonu Komisyon Üyesi Sayın Luis Miguel Ribeiro'yu davet ediyoruz.
And to present the winning trophy, the UAM Commission, Luis Miguel Ribeiro to our Grand Prix winner in Junior Girl in the Turkish Grand Prix, Ellen Bertova!
Ve Çek Cumhuriyeti Ulusal Marşı.
And in deference to our rider on the top of the podium, the national anthem for Czechia. Congratulations to the top three riders in the My 35 Club Turkish Grand Prix of Junior Girl.
Ve şimdi küçük erkekler kategorisinin dereceye giren sporcuları.
Our next prize giving ceremony will be for the Junior Boys class. In third position, representing Austria, Leo Lischert-Kraftenschmidt.
Üçüncü Leo Kozocki.
In second position for Czechia, Maximilian Ruska.
İkinci Çekya'dan Maximilian Urushka.
And your junior boy, Turkish Grand Prix winner 2026 for Czechia, Stanislav Kohut.
Ve birinci Stanislav Kohut Çek Cumhuriyeti.
And now we welcome our guests to present our trophies, starting with the trophy for third position. Please welcome the Çeşme District Youth and Sports Manager, Nuri Büyükateş.
Çeşme Gençlik ve Spor İlçe Müdürü Nuri Büyükateş'i arz ediyorum.
Presenting the trophy in third position for Austria, Leo Lischert-Kraftenschmidt.
İkincilik ödülü için İzmir Gençlik ve Spor İl Müdürlüğü Sportif Faaliyetler Şube Müdürü Sayın Enver Yılmaz'ı arz ediyoruz.
Now please welcome the Izmir Youth and Sport Management Sportive Activities Manager Enver Yilmaz to present the second place trophy to Maximilian Ruska.
Ve şampiyonun ödülü için Çeşme Sahil Güvenlik Karakol Komutanı Sayın Binbaşı Akın Satkan'ı arz ediyoruz.
Now please welcome the Çeşme Coast Guard Commander Mr. Binbashi Akin Sakan to present the winner's trophy in the Junior Boy Turkish Grand Prix to Stanislav Kohut.
Ve Çek Cumhuriyeti Ulusal Marşı.
And now in deference to our champion on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for Czechia.
Tebrik ediyoruz.
Congratulations to the Junior Boys podium of the Turkish Grand Prix 2026.
Ve Master Erkekler kategorisine geçtik. Üçüncü isim
And for the next podium ceremony, we will welcome the Masters Men.
ve üçüncü isim Çekya Şirin Rena.
In third position for Czechia, Yuri Renda.
İkinci isim yine Çekya Peter Pontlaise.
In second position for Czechia, Petr Patrusek.
Ve 2026 Türkiye Türkiye Grand Prix'si Master Erkekler Şampiyonu Kore'den Kim Do!
And the Masters Men's Champion of the Turkish Grand Prix 2026 for Korea, Kim Do! Looks like our South Korean winners like to make a late entrance to the podium. Hopefully down is not too far away. Where is down Kim?
Mr. Kim Do!
No doubt we'll see him running up the stairs in a moment or two. I do believe Kim Down is not far away. I don't think he's left the paddock yet.
Mr. Kim Do! We are waiting the ceremony, Mr. Kim Do! Efendim Sayın Down'u bekliyoruz seremoni için. Evet. Sayın Kim Down'u bekliyoruz.
I do believe Kim Down is on the way, folks, so just stand by. Won't be too long. Kim Down will make his way to the podium shortly.
Peki Sayın Kim Down'un ödülünü
So we will wait 5 minutes for the Masters Men podium to continue later.
ve
Apologies,
Junji'ye
gentlemen.
verelim.
We will
Junji,
move on to the next one.
Mrs. Junji please. Kim Down'un ödülünü Junji alacak.
Apparently Leo Jin is going to collect
Please.
the trophy on behalf of Kim Down.
Ve
There we are.
ödüllerin tamamını Ege Bölgesi Sanayi Odası Yönetim Kurulu Başkanı Sayın Ender Yorgancılar verecekler. Arz edin.
So to present the trophies to the winning competitors in the Masters Men, the Asian Region Chairman, Chamber of Industry Chairman of the Board, Ender Yogachila. Handing the trophies to our three drivers. In third position, Yuri Nena. In second position, Hannah Valdese. And on behalf of our winner, Kim Down, collecting the trophy for the race winner will be Hunjin Lee once again.
Kim Down'un ödülünü Yunji alıyor. Ve Kore Ulusal Marşı. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz, tebrik ediyoruz.
Congratulations to our Masters Men Grand Prix podium for the Turkish Grand Prix 2026.
Ve stok kategorisine geçiyoruz. Stok erkekler kategorisi. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Stok erkekler kategorisinin üçüncüsü. İsveç'ten Alexander Lanar.
Now for the stock men's category, please welcome to the podium for Sweden, Alexander Lana.
Stok erkekler ikincisi. Kuveyt'ten Hasan Mustafa Boğaz.
In second position for Kuwait, Hassan Bouabbas.
Ve şampiyon Çekya Adam Kolar.
And your stock category champion for the Turkish Grand Prix 2026.
Bütün ödülleri Türkiye Motosiklet Federasyonu'nun Başkanı Sayın Mehmet Sadık Vefa verecektir. Arz ediyorum.
Please welcome to the podium to present the trophies to our three drivers in the stockmen's category, the president of TMF, Mehmet Sadık Vefa. Firstly, to our third place man for Sweden, Alexander Lana. In second place, for Kuwait, Hassan Bouabbas. And to our Turkish Grand Prix winner in the stock category, for Czechia, Adam Konar.
Ve Çekya Ulusal Marşı.
And in deference to our man on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for Czechia.
Tebrik ediyoruz. Alkışlarla uğurluyoruz.
Congratulations to the top three riders in the stock category of the Turkish Grand Prix 2026. Next up, we will have the podium ceremony for the elite women.
Elit kategori kadınlar.
In third position for Czechia, Aneta Shtukanova.
Üçüncü Çekya Aneta Shtukanova.
In second position for Czechia, Barbara Kolarova.
İkinci Çekya Barbara Kolarova.
For your elite women, Turkish Grand Prix winner 2026 for Slovakia, Sada Suburova.
Slovakya Sada Suburova.
Please welcome to present the trophies to our elite women podium, the Mayor of Çeşme, Lal Denizli.
Çeşme'nin değerli belediye başkanı Sayın Lal Denizli'yi arz ederiz.
Presenting the trophies in third position, Aneta Shtukanova. In second place, Barbara Kolarova. And your Turkish Grand Prix champion 2026 in the elite women category for Slovakia, Sada Suburova.
Ve Slovakya Ulusal Marşı.
And in deference to our rider on the top of the podium, the national anthem for Slovakia.
Tebrik ediyoruz. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Alkışlarla.
Congratulations to the elite women podium of the Turkish Grand Prix 2026.
Ve sırada elit erkekler kategorisi var.
And last but by no means least, the podium ceremony for the elite men category of the Turkish Grand Prix.
Üçüncü Çekya Alex Luksteiner.
In third position for Czechia, Alex Luksteiner.
İkinci Çekya Lukasz Szahorski.
In second position for Czechia, Lukasz Szahorski.
Ve şampiyon Çekya Matyas Nowotny.
And your Turkish Grand Prix champion in the elite men category, Matyas Nowotny.
Ödülleri vermek üzere Çeşme Kaymakamı Sayın Mehmet Maraşlı'ya arz ediyorum.
To present the trophies, please welcome the District Governor of Çeşme, Mehmet Maraşlı. Presenting the trophies in third position, Alex Luksteiner. In second position, Lukasz Szahorski. And your Turkish Grand Prix champion 2026 in the elite men category, Matthias Novotny. And now, in deference to our rider on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for Czechia.
Çekya Ulusal Marşı. Ve tebrik ediyoruz. Bütün Azerun'u ve ödül alanlarını sahneye davet ediyoruz.
Congratulations to the elite men in the Turkish Grand Prix. Before we finish the podium ceremony, we would like to invite Mr. Murat Yorganchila and the dignitaries forward to celebrate the fantastic running and organisation of the My 35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey.
Murat Yorgancılara bir alkış alıyorsak o zaman Ender Yorgancılara da bir alkış istiyoruz. Ve hiç Yorgancıları da baba oğlu ve dedeyi hepsini lütfen sahneye davet edelim. Evet.
Murat, Murat,
Murat, evet sevgili bench yorgancılar da. Evet bench.
A massive congratulations and a huge thank you from all of us at UAM MotoSurf to the family Yorganchila!
İşte yorgancılar ailesi. Ve bütün protokolü sahneye davet ediyorum. Ve sporcular.
We wish to invite every single trophy recipient and all of our dignitaries back to the podium for a group photograph of the UAM MotoSurf Turkish Grand Prix podium ceremony.
Evet, bütün ödül alanları sahneye davet ediyoruz. All prize, please, this ceremony area.
So we will ask all dignitaries and all riders on the podium with trophies to make their way back to the podium for a grand photograph of all of the podium ceremony recipients for the Turkish Grand Prix.
All riders, please. All riders, please, this ceremony area.
Welcome to the podium, Kim Down.
Big family photo, please. Big family photo.
So all of the competitors in all of the classes that received trophies, a massive thank you to everybody for putting on this fantastic display. And that concludes our coverage of the UAM MotoSurf World Championship season opener 2026 from Turkish Style, Turkish Grand Prix, brought to you by
Bütün sporcuları sahneye davet ediyoruz. Fotoğraf çekimi için big family photo, please. 1, 2, 3, cheese.
Thank you to everyone for being here as part of the My 35 Club Style Turkish Grand Prix. The UAM MotoSurf riders will see you in 5 weeks' time in Prague in the Czech Republic, but we are hoping to be back in Cheshire once again very soon. Thank you, Turkey!
2027'de tekrar birlikte olmak üzere. Hepinize teşekkürler. Hoşça kalın.
There's only one thing left to do, ladies and gentlemen. Let's party Turkish style!
Bu arada Temmuz ayında Çeşme Kupası yarışları var burada. Bütün katılımcıları Çeşme Kupası yarışlarına da bekleriz.
is the Turkish style.